On a cold winter battlefield, a ruthless battle is taking place. The sound of clashing iron is intertwined with the quiet echo of unfulfilled promises. However, the real beginning of this story is the hideous shiny blade of an axe that announces the defeat of one of the soldiers. A sudden and powerful blow instantly envelops the warrior, tearing his desire for victory to pieces. The energy of this blow is felt as an invisible wave sweeping past him. The era of one of the warriors ends in an instant. His head separates from his body, which has not yet fallen to the ground. Next to him, chained in iron chains, stands the victorious warrior whose cold determination secured his victory. The warrior in iron chains seems to be a master of his craft. He stands in front of a beaten enemy, covered in blood. Behind him sits an old man who is breathing heavily and asks if he managed to kill his opponent. The warrior turns to the old man, and with a slight irony in his voice, asks if he can see the severed head, because it is more than obvious. The old man replied that he hadn't seen anything for a long time because he was blind. He looks like a monk, and his face and clothes are also covered with blood, which hints at his participation in the battle. The warrior regrets that the old man cannot see this spectacle. Slowly, step by step, the warrior approaches the old man, making his way through the snowy mountains in which they find themselves. He kneels down in front of the old man and tells him that it's over. The old man encourages him, saying that he has done a very good deed. The young man replies that the old man's merits are no less, because it took the Seven Genes clan several years to flood the Central Plains with blood. In the end, the Pecto and Hygo clans had to unite to fight back against their common enemy. And today is the day when their common enemy is on his knees, beheaded. This moment emphasizes that the time has come for the last battle, in which the thief will be defeated. Our hero's life is coming to an end. He closes his eyes, realizing that it has passed extremely quickly. When the old man asks him if he is feeling well, the hero replies that he could not be better. The old man, in turn, realizes that, as expected, the boy in front of him is a great master of the dark path. And if it weren't for him, the Hygo clan would have been destroyed about 10 years ago. Holding on to his wound, the great master can also talk about the old man sitting by the stone. If it were not for the old man's merits, the Pecto clan would have been wiped out. Grateful, he thanks Vladika Murimov. Hearing this, Bishop Murimov could not help but agree with him. Although it was hard for him to laugh, he smiled at the hero's warm words, because he was facing the Emperor of Darkness. However, despite this warm conversation after the victory, the old man still had one more question for the warrior. This question came as a surprise to our hero. After all, he is a descendant of the great Pecto family, so why did he go over to the side of Hygo and become their leader? The Emperor of Darkness listened to this with his ears wide open. This was a very difficult question, and it needed a correct answer. The Emperor thought for a moment, pondering the answer. Finally, the warrior bowed his head and said that everything was exactly as it was, but for the old man, this answer seemed like a manifestation of boredom. The Emperor of Darkness, in turn, asked how long the bishop would last, to which he replied that he would not live even half a day. The Emperor took upon himself the responsibility of seeing him off on his last journey, for which the elder expressed his boundless gratitude. But during their dialogue, a warrior approached the scene, his spear sparkling with pink energy. He did not notice the old man, but he saw the Emperor of Darkness. As he approached, the warrior suddenly struck a fatal blow to the chest of the Emperor of Darkness, which was so strong and unexpected that the hero, caught off guard, could not believe what had happened. This blow came as a great surprise to him because it was fatal. He saw that the needle had pierced his heart. The enemy was the one he thought was dead. It was Tang Guang with a glow on his finger, who emitted an aura like a pink power, and his vitality proved that he was not dead. All of this was planned by an old man who confessed during the death of the Emperor of Darkness that he had organized this to stop him because no one else could do it. He will repent for his actions in the afterlife. The first to go is the old man, who, after saying "see you later," died. At this point, our hero is bleeding, and the snow around him is no longer white. He asks himself the question, why did fate prepare such an end for him? Why, in any case, was he destined to die? Why did his life turn out to be so disturbing and difficult? His memory recalls how 26 years ago, his world collapsed when the Baeksangjong clan fell. His father was killed in battle, and his younger brother died early. He found himself alone in a great void, and there was no one around him to rely on. In the end, he sided with Higdo and rose to the position of commander-in-chief, achieving his goals at any cost. All his life, he has been desperately fighting for a place under the sun, and now his life ends in battle. And he realizes that not everything was in vain. The last moments of his life were filled with pain and betrayal, but his life was beautiful, despite the fact that his eyes were closed forever. But sometime after the darkness, his eyes began to open, and he saw light. In front of him, he saw a man in the lotus position who said, "Learn to fulfill your duty to your family, and you will attain enlightenment." Looking around, he saw that this man was sitting on top of a temple, and our hero was surrounded by people kneeling and worshipping him. Squaring his shoulders, he does not understand whether this is a dream, an illusion, or whether he is asleep. And suddenly, out of the blue, some guy touches his clothes, calling him brother. Our hero looks angrily at the man who touched him, not understanding his intentions. The man who touched him gestures to him to continue worshipping because the ceremony is not over yet, and to quickly sit down because his father is watching. Terror appears on the boy's face as he recognizes the young man's familiar features. He suddenly shouts out, "Jeepin!" right during the ceremony, attracting the attention of everyone present. He rushes to his brother and starts hugging him, but his brother doesn't understand why he is behaving so emotionally. The brother asks him, "What's wrong with you? What happened, brother?" But our hero was so excited to meet Jipping that he forgot to think about why his brother, who died 20 years ago, appeared in this place. The warm voice that he had missed for so long pierces his ears, calling him Hojun. It makes him freeze in place. After all, this is the voice of his own father, who also died in battle long ago. He turns to the man, realizing that it is indeed his father, because his voice cannot be confused with anyone else's. Turning around, he sees the silhouette of a strong, bearded man looking at him with a stern look. When he wakes up, the boy does not understand whether it is an illusion or whether he really saw his father. But despite his doubts, he wants to hug his father, whom he has missed for so long. He rushes to him to express his respect and love. However, for the father, it is a normal day with his children, and he grabs his son's hand, activating his power. He squeezes so hard that the boy falls to his knees, unable to resist the pain. The boy realizes that it is really his father protecting him from being embarrassed in front of a large number of people. The father looks at him sternly, and the anger in his eyes may be a warning that his behavior was disrespectful. The father asks, "You are acting as if you have lost your mind. Are you in your right mind to make so much noise during the ceremony?" Despite his son's behavior, the father waits for an answer. But before that, he sends him to the ancestral home for 3 days to apologize to the dead for his actions. After these words, the father looks at his son with a little shame. But our hero was not confused, and although he was glad to see his father, he could not resist his word and accepted his father's sentence, ready to serve his punishment. At this moment, he realizes that he is really alive. He looks at his body and notices that it looks surprisingly young. His skin is smooth without the usual wounds, scars, and calluses. Everything that reminded him of the fighting has disappeared forever. Looking back, he realizes that he has returned to the days of his Paksinjin clan. This seems strange to him because he thought he was dead. After a while, the guard leads him through the green gardens to his ancestral home. There, the door slams in his face. Standing under the door, the boy realizes that his father, as always, was ruthless and locked him in this room for 3 days. However, this was not so important to him because he was more concerned with the question, why did he come back? He could not even be happy because he could not find an explanation, which was becoming a big problem for him. After straining his mind, he realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Falling down on the carpet that covered the floor of this house, he still had no answers, and his thoughts did not bring any solution. However, as he looked up at the ceiling, an idea came to him. Maybe it was all part of something bigger that he hadn't realized yet. He thought about it for a moment, and realized that he was so young that he didn't even know his real age. How old is he now? 18 or maybe 19? It's not quite clear. But apparently, it's fall, and judging by the appearance of Jipping's father, he's aged about 26 years. This means that they have faced a horror that will take the lives of his family and clan forever. With horror, he realizes all the consequences that await him along the way. After all, there is not much time left before his Paksinjin clan is destroyed. And no matter what, he can't just sit back and do nothing, because he can prevent it. He rushes to the door. When he opens the door, he sees his younger brother, who has come to see him. The boy stops for a moment when he sees his younger brother, Yipen. In turn, his brother asks him, "Where are you going?" Our hero was embarrassed, and did not find the words to answer because his brother took him by surprise. However, the brother continued to insist that the hero should not leave this place, because he needed to spend 3 more days in the house of his ancestors. All of this was true, and our hero agreed. But why he ended up here seemed a mystery. Then his brother started digging into his pocket, about to say that regardless of the consequences, he was worried about his brother's spirit, who had to spend 3 days in the house drinking only water. He brought his brother some goodies to cheer him up. In this way, he wanted to cheer him up so that he would not be upset by what was happening. However, the Emperor of Darkness realized that in 6 months his brother would die, and this fate would befall all living things in the city. Jiping quickly handed him the treat, worried that his father might notice. But the Emperor's thoughts did not leave him, and he could not calm down, knowing that his father would soon be gone. Who is the head of the family, will die by the sword along with his powerful clan, and the young warrior's life would turn into a nightmare in which he would suffer forever. People who are supporters of his clan will die instantly without even having time to do anything, and this is no joke. The horror that was bequeathed in our hero's soul remains forever, and he makes a promise to himself to be the one to strike first. Not only will he do so, but he will also prepare the clan for defense by embracing his brother and taking full responsibility for what is happening. In his past life, he was the Emperor of Darkness, having become one through a harsh life and cruel fate. Now, with the memories and experience of the past, he will find everyone and destroy anyone who thinks of harming his family. The boy abruptly opens the door of the temple and runs out into the street, driven by a strong desire to change the events that could be fatal for him and his clan. He walks confidently along the paths he used to run on as a child, heading for the church where his father is buried. Upon entering the clan's central administrative chamber, the boy meets servants who address him as a young master. Continuing his journey, he tries not to waste his energy. The young master is approaching the entrance to his father's office, which is guarded by two sword-wielding soldiers. Showing their respect, the warriors bow, greet the young master, and ask him what brings him here. The boy confidently answers that he needs to meet his father for some reason. But the warriors explain that he is not allowed to enter without a special reason, as the rules are very strict. If the clan leader has not summoned him, he cannot enter. One of the warriors comes closer to the young master, and with all seriousness he tells him right to his face that in this case, he cannot enter. The young man had his own arguments to counter their refusal. He explained that he had a very urgent task. Since the soldiers were obliged to obey the order, they could not let him in, as visitors were not allowed before noon. Hearing the refusal, the young owner was upset, but he was offered to come back later. Then he asked to pass a message to his father. "Tell my father," the young master asked, "that I will begin to learn the true blue silk technique." The warriors were so shocked by his words that they could barely say the technique, even stammering. They turned pale and seemed to be deeply shocked by this message. Bewildered, one of them asked if they understood correctly that he wanted them to tell his father about learning the true blue silk technique. The young man confirmed their words and told them to pass on the message, and then left. As he left the estate, he saw the scenery of his childhood. He swore to himself that he would master the true azure silk technique. This news caused a real stir among the members of the Yen clan, because the true azure silk technique is considered one of the most important martial arts of the clan. No one could believe that the boy had decided to take such a step. The fact is that it is almost impossible to master this technique without prior training. To reach this level, one must first master the soaring swallow technique, which requires tremendous strength and endurance available only to the chosen few, such as the second young master. When our hero leaves the estate, he is met by his brother, who warmly greets the young master. The story makes it clear that in his past life, John, although he did not visit his brother Jippen, was familiar with him. His outstanding brother had a great talent, and the head of the clan often mentioned Jippen, losing sight of his first son Hajan. Because of this, Haejong treated his younger brother as if he did not exist. But one day, everything would change. The brothers were walking along an autumnal path, and Hajun was talking about Huda, a very severe punishment, wondering how anyone could endure 3 days on the water alone. His brother always tried to be good at everything, and despite his father's punishment, supported Hojun. He wanted to make Hojun's brother happy and offered to buy him some food. Peng in turn said that he had found a place he liked and called it Goyanglu. After these words, the young master turned to his brother Jiping, seeking to break the circle of misunderstanding between them. His intentions were clear: to put an end to the arbitrariness in their relationship. Jiping was nervous about his brother's unpredictable behavior and swallowed back a tear. "I have been very bad to you, and I am sincerely sorry for my behavior," said the young master. Jiping was deeply shocked by these words, and they hit him like a bolt from the blue. The young master continued, "I consider myself a scoundrel for not appreciating your success and not supporting you. I behaved petty, like a big child driven by foolish pride." He asked his brother for forgiveness with a deep sigh and promised that it would not happen again. When Jiping heard his brother's words, he was so moved that tears came to his eyes. He tried to stop him, but Hajin continued, "I'm very sorry that I have caused you so much trouble. I don't want you to blame me if you can't forgive me." When Jiping comprehended his brother's words, he realized that Hajin had changed and no longer hated him. After hearing these words, Jiping broke down in tears, and the young master gently wiped the tears from his face. This gave the young master the long-awaited sense of relief that he had been searching for all his life after his bitter loss. He tried to comfort his brother, hoping that he would stop crying and everything in their lives would be restored. This scene was closely watched by the guards, who were again shocked by what was happening. It was strange for them to see the young master in such an emotional state. We moved to Goyanglu, a place illuminated by autumn leaves, with a house standing on the shore. The young master and his brother decide to have a delicious fish dinner to finally make peace. They began a dialogue in which they were finally able to talk normally after a long time apart. Jipping noticed that his brother's gait had changed significantly, and it was obvious that he no longer looked like his old self. It seemed that he had become a completely different person from the one he used to be. As Jeeping ate the fish, he noticed that his brother Hajin's ki energy was moving through his body, which seemed incredible to him. The young master explained that he had spent the last 3 days in the ancestral house. There, he practiced lotus meditation and circulated chi energy using the soaring swallow method. It was very risky for him because his body was not yet adapted, and he was too young for such tests. The stress on the vessels, bones, and muscles during this technique could have led to a regression in his physical condition. But despite the pain and obstacles, he overcame them to release his inner chi energy. He activated all his knowledge and strength to break down the wall of inability and move to the next level. This helped ignite his ki energy and gave him a chance to surpass himself. However, it was extremely difficult, and his body could barely withstand the strain. He stubbornly went forward, saving all his strength not to die from these practices, and blood flowed from his nose. And now his brother Jeping is watching him and gives him 7 stars for his technique. While in a state of shock, Jeping begins to realize that Hajin may have mastered this complex technique. Heijin replies that yes, he has indeed mastered the hovering swallow method. Jinping even stood up from his seat at this wonderful news. He congratulates his brother, because mastering such a technique in a short time is a great achievement, and the change in gait due to the awakening of Kai energy is another proof. It's amazing that his younger brother was able to notice the slight changes in his body just by looking at him. Hajin realized that he had indeed done the incredible. But suddenly something unplanned happened in this wonderful bar that distracted Jinping's attention. Our hero says that his friends came, 3 of them, one of them is quite strong. The younger brother decides to greet them and goes to the door to open it, but suddenly he bumps into the figure of one of them, which causes an unexpected encounter. Looking up, he saw a girl who was looking at him with a displeased expression, as if he were something unpleasant. Without having time to apologize, they passed him by and continued on their way. A man walked by and asked the girl if the view from this window in the bar was not wonderful. She indifferently replied that she didn't really like the view, and her name was Namgun Sanghua. Our hero watched the couple from the sidelines, drank tea and ate lunch, listening intently to their conversations. Squinting his eyes and covering his face with a cup, he watched the couple with a serious look. Namgun Sangwa's servant suggested that she try the fish at this restaurant to improve her mood. But as he said this, he noticed Jepen and was surprised to see him. When Jinpan saw his friend, he invited him to meet his older brother, which raised doubts among his friends. As soon as they looked at him, the young master introduced himself as Hojun and made a greeting bow to his brother's friends. The young man returned the greeting and also greeted his new friend. But suddenly, Namgun Sangwa's voice broke their silence, as she was angry that he had brought her here for the view. The guy found himself in a difficult position, trying to satisfy both his hostess and communicate with his friends. The only thing that came to his mind was to order something for the table. A few minutes later, the table was set with dishes that looked appetizing. But when the hostess saw what was served to her, she got angry because she didn't think it was decent food, and she took it out on her friend Jipeng. The younger brother, who was sitting next to her, was a little upset to see his friend in such a difficult situation. He felt even worse because he had invited his brother Hejin to the place where the chaos had started. He tried to apologize to his brother, but the young master reassured him. "My brother Peng, don't worry. It's better to treat your brother to a drink in honor of his success with the new technique." And he raised his glass. Hearing this, Peng smiled and replied with a sparkle on his face. "Order whatever you want. I'm ready to treat you to anything in this place." The restaurant on the riverbank was quite chic and attracted many people with its beauty. But who could have known that one of the hostesses would not like something and would explode in anger, shun her friend and servant, accusing them of ignorance, trying to calm her down, because everyone was looking at them so as not to be in a shameful position. She was dismissive of others, not considering them full-fledged people, but only comparing them to insects. The hostess's words offended the bar patrons, and everyone began to pay attention to the rude woman. Pen felt angry with her because she had offended others, including himself. The situation in the bar escalated, and ordinary patrons who witnessed what was happening began to scatter in different directions. When the lady realized that representatives of the great Paksan Yen clan were looking at her, she just laughed and said that the Namgun clan had long recognized the Yen clan as one of the 7 great clans. She allowed herself to make insulting comments about the audience, and our hero noted that her words spoiled the taste of the alcohol in his glass, although he did not resort to aggression. Jinpeng, unable to bear the insult, stood up from his chair. The young master watched him and was amazed at his brother's reaction. He even lowered his glass, sensing something unusual in his brother's behavior and the aura of ki energy that explosively enveloped him. And Genpen stood firm and did not want to sit down, as he was furious and wanted to teach this rascal a lesson for her words, while brother Hajin tried to calm him down, but to no avail. Peng abruptly stood up from the table and began to shout loudly at the hostess, accusing her of taking too many liberties in her behavior and going too far. These words made the young woman happy because at last someone was telling her off. But Peng continued to emphasize that she had violated the rules of etiquette, adding that her actions were unacceptable. "Are you behaving with dignity as a member of the Namgong clan?" Peng asked, clearly indicating her clan affiliation. Hearing these words, the girl just smiled and dove in. After a while, she began to laugh out loud. Saliva flowed from her mouth, and she exclaimed, "Do you think you are special because you belong to a big clan?" The laughter was so strong that her stomach hurt and she grabbed at it, to which Peng reacted by saying that the Namhood clan had nothing to do with it, and she probably wouldn't have gotten a proper education if it weren't for her clan. These words made Peng very angry, and she began to look at him as prey. To demonstrate her strength, she hit the table, releasing her energy, and smashed it into pieces with a strong blow. Standing in front of it with her servant and a hostile expression on her face, she thought about how to punish Pan for his words. After a short hesitation, she told Pan to his face that she was ready to test him and verify his authenticity. Hearing this, the young master, observing the behavior of his brother and this girl, decided to intervene, advising Pan that if he ever encountered such people in his life again, that he could just save himself time by ignoring them and that they can only be fixed with a good spanking, Hejin said. Hearing these words, the girl asked if they really decided to correct her in this way, by beating her. She aggressively pointed her finger at the master, showing the servant where to go. She ordered the servant to make them all kneel before her. Hearing this, the servant, who had previously deeply respected her, felt great fear, realizing that he would not be able to fulfill her order. But she slapped him hard, showing him who was in charge. She also told him that if he wanted his family to be able to move freely on her property, he must quickly lift his buttocks and make them kneel. This servant, holding his head, went over to the boys and relayed her words to them, asking them to obey the order and kneel down. But Haijin, the master in disguise, had no intention of tolerating such insolence. He grabbed the boy's head. Holding it, he threw him to the ground, his Kai energy radiating malevolent power. The master did not intend to kill him, but he intended to punish him for his insolence. He grabbed him firmly by the head and quickly threw him aside, and while flying, he struck him with all his might so that he would feel all his guilt. The blow pierced this servant, and he was not relieved by it, and it would be difficult for him to recover. The princess noticed that it was not the boy who knelt down, but her servant who fainted from this strong blow. She was outraged by such disrespect for her, and she decided to punish this rascal Hejin herself. This made her very angry, and she rushed to our hero, who was calmly waiting for her, saying, "Parasite." The master didn't need to prove anything because he was sure he was right. He took a fighting stance and waited for her to run up to him. The girl activated her clan's Heavenly Wind technique, wondering how the guy was going to stop her with his bare hands. She was hoping to break all his bones, but the situation suddenly changed when Heijin's arm shot forward as if controlled by his own energy. She noticed that some kind of energy was enveloping her arm, completely twisting and blocking its movement. Suddenly, Hyunjin appeared and was already holding her elbow, preparing to break it. The girl's sudden scream echoed throughout the restaurant where they were. After his attack, the girl held his hand, not understanding how her energy was so suddenly interrupted. But Heejin didn't stop and prepared to teach her another lesson. He hit her on her supporting leg, and the bones began to break, flying to pieces, which seriously confused the girl. Now she was lying on the ground, not knowing what to do, as her arm did not work, and her leg was so damaged that she did not even have time to feel how quickly it happened. Her scream and tears echoed throughout the restaurant, and in her despair she could not control herself. The girl no longer looked so confident and began to walk away on one leg, trying to get away from him. At this time, the young master remembered a commandment from his past life that said that the insignificance of an injury does not matter until he himself is harmed. He rushed to attack, tearing his enemies to pieces. Hearing this, the girl stammered and begged him not to come any closer and to stop. All the words he uttered were the commandment of the Emperor of Darkness, which he was in his previous life. Out of pain and frustration, the girl did not know what to say except to accuse him, calling him a scoundrel, crying in despair. Our hero just watched her suffering, listening to what she would say next. But the girl was not going to stop. She warned him that his clan was in danger, and she said that she would not forget about the destruction of the entire Baeksangyeon clan, which sounded quite cold. But the boy was not afraid of her words. He calmly walked up to her, sat down, took her hand, and said, "What are you going to do?" These words made her feel cold inside, and she didn't even know what to say. But the guy continued, I'm asking how you're going to destroy my clan and me? At that moment, Genpeng realized that the situation had gone too far, but he could not stop his brother. She warned him that if she told her clan what he had done to her, there would be consequences. Suddenly, Heijin kicked all the furniture around him. He picked up a piece of razor-sharp wood. Raising this sharp object above her head, he said, "I will kill you and bury you, and your clan will not know anything, right?" Seeing this, the girl began to choke on her tears and scream, begging for help. But Heijin, feeling aroused by his actions, coldly replied, demonstrating that the lesson had been taught to this princess. The next day after the incident, the boys moved to their father's office, waiting for the consequences of their actions. In the office, the father demands an explanation of how it all happened and what exactly happened. He makes tea not only for himself, but also for his naughty children, who have provoked a serious matter with great consequences. Hengjin sits at the table, and the aroma of tea fills the room. He tells his father about the argument that led to the fight. His father replies that this answer is just a summary of what happened, and he didn't ask for such an explanation. Heejin sits down across from his father, and between them sits his younger brother Jopin, who doesn't know what to say in this situation. Jopin listens to their dialogue in confusion and has nothing to add. He is only nervous about the developments. The father puts a cup of tea on the table and begins to summarize the information he received after the recent clash. The son of the Kanali clan has a broken face, and the daughter of the Namgun clan has a broken limb. There are rumors in the city that the girl has serious internal injuries and skin damage, and her recovery will take about 6 months. Haejin makes the excuse that the girl wanted them to apologize to her, to which his father replies that this is not an argument. They could have just left. He asks Haejin to stop acting like a fool, because he knew that such actions could lead to bloodshed between the clans. Our hero, not taking his father's words as final, asks if our clan is really so big that his father should panic. Confused by this question, the father asks what exactly he's talking about. The boy explains that the girl doesn't think their family is a big clan, and these words deeply hurt his father, as they are enough to cause him to be offended. Leaving the room, the boy closes the door, not sure whether his dialogue with his father was successful, or whether everything will end tragically. Although the situation has gone too far, he believes that they are not to blame for what happened, even though such cruelty is not inherent in Pekto's teachings. The cruelty that took place is far from the principles of Pekto, which are the way of the clan and the will of his father. In his previous life, the guy was deeply accustomed to the clan's customs and lived for 30 years as an Emperor of Darkness. Despite all these trivialities, he still wonders what to do with the true azure silk technique. If he were to ask his father about it now, he would most likely get angry. The scene shifts to the Namgong Inn clan, where a girl who was involved in a recent fight is in the hospital. Doctors carefully bandage the girl's injured parts, trying to change the bandages in time. She is lying motionless, having suffered significant physical and internal injuries. In this difficult situation, only her father, the head of the Namgun Ying clan, sympathizes with her. He asks the doctor about her condition and well-being. The doctor replies that the situation is not as bad as it may seem at first glance, but the biggest problem is her mental state, as she is experiencing severe psychological trauma. The doctor thinks that she was shocked by something, because although the physical injuries will heal in 6 months, it will be more difficult to heal the psyche. The clan leader looks at her thoughtfully, feeling sorry for his daughter in this misunderstanding. At this time, the girl is lying in a hospital room, and it is clear that she is haunted by delusions and hallucinations. Suddenly, the son comes in, and the doctor bows to him, expressing respect. The son calls out to him, "Hello, Dad," and the father is happy to see his second son, named Hen. Hen asks his father what he thinks about the situation. The father replies that the serious injuries have weighed her down so much that it hurts him to look at his daughter, and he wants her to learn and experience the world. Heng does not hesitate to tell her father that this incident has given everyone an opportunity to learn from it. However, in his opinion, the thugs cannot be forgiven, despite the lessons they could have learned. Hyun notes that the fact that he helped her realize the value of life is not the moral of the story. The father is careful to say that the culprit is from the Yen clan, who dared to humiliate his daughter. Hyun emphasizes that the Yen clan is only 50 years old, and they have already begun to attack the Namgong clan. Heng asks a question that makes everyone in the room think and become wary. Will the father leave these thugs alone? Without hesitation, his father answers that of course he will not. He wants retribution. The fact that his child was injured does not mean that he will refuse to challenge this force and clan. Heng reacts with a smile as he approves of his father's words, because given his position as the head of the clan, he cannot act rashly in this situation. After these words, his father asks Heng about the bandit, and Heng replies that he will take care of him, as the culprit has already been identified and there is no need to rush. Another question that concerned Hen was when the meeting of the successors would take place, the date and time. Here we move on to the Night Clan. The father tells his youngest son about the meeting of the successors, and he reacts with surprise. After all, the meetings of the heirs, which are attended only by the heirs of the 7 main clans, are intended to bring the clans closer together. He pulls a scroll out of his pocket, hands it to his son, and tells him that he must travel to Hefei in Anhui province on the 15th of this month. At the entrance, he will present this permit, and a Hawk Squad will accompany him. The Hawk Squad is the elite organization of the Yi clan, and the boy is very surprised that he had to participate in such a gathering and in such an environment. Although he was not happy about his father's permission, he suggested that his older brother go instead. The father reacted silently and turned his back on him. He wanted to tell the boy that his brother was very dangerous, but John Pan did not immediately understand why he was dangerous, because he was considered a very good person. The father noticed that his son had changed a lot, and it seemed that he was no longer the same person he used to be. The feeling that the father had was so strong that he began to think that he was looking at a completely different person. Illuminated by the night glow under the starry sky, the young master trains hard, using his new abilities. Despite all the obstacles, he realizes that he must carry the great burden that he is destined to carry in the future. Training becomes an integral part of his life that will bring great rewards. The former Emperor of Darkness, reincarnated in a new body, tries to make up for lost time using the knowledge he has. However, his body is increasingly resistant and does not allow him to show all his strength. The stick in his hands falls to the ground, and he realizes that he has overdone it. He has reached the limit in his training. His hands are covered with calluses and burns from the energy. In his past life, he wielded a large axe, which he can now forget because he can't even handle an iron bar. He looks at his bloody hands and wonders how long it will take to learn new techniques, but he is not going to give up. Autumn leaves are falling from the trees right on top of him, and he hears a rustling sound, as if someone is approaching. He straightens up, puts the stick on his shoulder, and waits for the visitor. The stranger comes up to me and asks if I've been training, because the place looks like I've been training. The boy asks his father why he came, and the father replies that he noticed that he was training hard even at night, which is unusual for him. The boy wipes the blood from his hands and tells his father that he wants to learn how to use a staff and spear. But the father sees only a wooden stick in the boy's hands, so he asks what kind of spear and staff he is talking about. When asked if he trains with a sword, the boy replies that he does not. This worries his father because the great techniques of their clan are related to the art of the sword, and he, as the eldest son of the Yen clan, must master these techniques. However, despite this, the boy has his own opinion. He believes that even if he masters the techniques of the clan, what good will they do if they are not suitable for his body? When the father heard his son's words, he didn't know what to say, wondering how his youngest offspring could understand what was right for his body. The boy replies that martial arts is what you feel with your body, and if he has found a path that suits his body, he should follow it, feeling the chi energy in his hand with the stick. There is a moment of silence as they both realize that this is partly true, but the father is confused by his son's enthusiasm. The father says nothing more, turns around and gets ready to leave. But when he stopped for a second, he said that the Sanguine Guardians had given him information. The information said that his son Heijin wanted to learn the Azure Silk technique, and it turned out to be true. They all understand that the Azure Silk technique is one of the 5 great divine arts of the clan. Since no one in the clan can learn any of the 5 great divine arts without his permission, he wants to ask his son a question. Our hero listens carefully to his father and is not going to contradict him. But the father adds that his son's answer to his question will determine his decision about this technique. Thus, the son's future and his ability to master the Azure Silk will depend on how he answers his father's question. At that moment, when everything was burning, corpses were lying on the ground, houses were being destroyed, and the Yen clan was experiencing the last moments of its existence, that decisive incident occurred. The enemy soldiers were steadily approaching the clan leader, while their own warriors were sacrificing their lives trying to protect their commander. But all efforts were in vain. One tired knight, exhausted from the battle, fell into his master's room, his condition reflecting all the horrors of war. The warriors of the clan could not resist the onslaught of the enemies, and the head was sitting in the room with his children. At that critical moment, he decided to pass on the 5 great divine arts to them. Heijin and his brother Joe Pan were shocked by the information they received from their father, realizing that only in a critical situation could he take such a step. Unable to withstand the severity of the situation, John Pan told his father that he would also fight for the clan's victory. The information with the guide to the 5 great divine arts was given to our hero in the hope that he would retain this important information. After his father handed him these valuable books, he headed for the exit. He went to war in the name of his family and his clan. The last phrase before leaving was a shouted command to the children to run away, after which the father activated his chi energy, preparing for the last battle. This moment became decisive for the fate of the Yen clan, and the clan leader fought until the last breath of his life. All his life he had been preparing for this moment, and his last command was to lead the Iron Wall Squad to drive out the thieves and protect the Yen clan. His children agreed with his plan and believed to the last that everything would happen as he said. The book was passed on to his older brother, who mastered these rare skills. In his new life, standing in the forest, the father decided to ask his son, "How do you know the true Azure Silk technique?" The clan leader asked him this question. The father knew that his son had told the guardians that he had started training and mastered one of the forms, and he wanted to know more, but the boy interrupted him, saying that it was not only about the true blue silk technique. At this point, my father became seriously tense. The boy told him that he knew all the forms of the 5 great divine arts. My father looked at his younger son and wondered how he could know all this information. But the boy looked him straight in the eye, realizing that it was he who had taught him all these techniques. At that moment, he wanted to tell him everything verbatim, how everything happened and that he was the Emperor of Darkness, how he was betrayed and killed, and how he woke up in a new body, and also about the impending danger they were about to face. However, he held back and decided that it was not yet time to tell his father everything. In order to give his father a decent answer, he said that when he was a child, he was often taken to a martial arts library, and he had some memories from those times. Hearing this answer, the father wondered if his son was lying or telling the truth. But when he looked his son straight in the eye, he saw that the boy was speaking sincerely and actually knew a lot. However, the father was still worried about why his son was in such a hurry to learn martial arts, and maybe he had some reason that the father didn't know about that made him think his son was hiding something. Regardless, he listened to his son and told him to come to his office tomorrow morning, where he would help him develop the key energy, which is the key to the true Azure Silk. The next morning in the master's study, they began to work on him. Sitting in the room and focusing his Kai energy, the father helped his son to gain this power in a short time. The father thought that half a month should be enough to develop his son's key energy. However, at a certain point during the session, he felt that something was wrong. The energy began to hurt him. He noticed this anomaly and could not understand what was happening. And at that very moment, when he was circulating his energy with his son's energy, there was a huge explosion that scattered everything in its path. Hedin was filled with a dark energy that seemed to burst out of the demon, and he could not control it. And at that moment, his eyes shone with a snow-white light, symbolizing the emergence of key energy in him. The whole room shone with a completely different gray light of a beautiful sunny day. When the smoke and wind cleared, the dust began to settle on the floor. My father put his hands over his face, and in the thick fog he saw it. It shook him to the core and raised many more questions. Although it seemed impossible, his son was sitting there unharmed, circulating chi energy completely unscathed. It hadn't been long since the classes had begun, and they had already achieved results that usually take months to achieve. He then came out of the meditation with a deep sigh. That was the end of their first training day. The moon had just risen in the evening sky. The boy told his father that he had completed his training. The father could not help but praise him, for the speed with which he had mastered the art was simply incredible. Hearing this, Haijin was amazed that his father had praised him. Haijin, in turn, was happy to train with his father, because during this time he was able to feel his father's energy. Despite everything, his father was proud of his son, and looked at him not as a weakling, but as a strong warrior. Although the father did not fully understand his son's thoughts and what he was striving for, he could not help but praise him for his very good work. His pride overwhelmed him, and he told his son that a meeting of the receivers would soon be held. Yesterday he wanted Jippen to go to the meeting, not you. The boy reacted calmly to this, telling his father that he understood and had no questions. But the father was shocked that his son did not show any interest in this and did not insist on participating in the event. The boy explained that he did not want to participate in this meeting. After all, who needs a bunch of empty-headed children with excessive pride? And this thought drove him to despair. Hearing all this, his father did not try to persuade him, but sent him away with his brother in anger. The next day, the horses ran playfully, carrying their owners. Heijin rode on the cart with grass in his mouth, and his brother was happy that the road was so beautiful. On the opposite side, they noticed a small cart that caught John Pan's eye because it was moving faster than the big group, and the boys set off. After a month of long travels, they reached Anhui province, riding at the head of their delegation. Driving through the densely populated streets, they noticed that there were delicious places to eat on the sides. Hyejin looked around and realized that he shouldn't be here, and wondered why his father had sent him here. However, perhaps it was for the best, because here he could learn the true nature of his enemies. After all, he did not fully understand whether their enemy at that time was a follower of the old teachings or a member of one of the 7 great clans. At the time of the attack on their clan, Heijin knew for sure that their key energy technique was the same as the Pecto technique. In addition to their clan, representatives of 6 other families were present at the meeting. Among the thieves who attacked his village, there were no members of the Namgung, Mayan, and Tang clans, so he had to keep a close eye on the other 3 clans. He smiled slyly when he realized that among those who remained were the Peng clan. the Ming clan, and of course, the Jengal clan. This brings our story to the forest in Anhui province. In the forest of Anhui province, a guy is standing behind a tree, and he is enveloped in fire. It seems that someone is attacking him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar object flies in his direction and he tries to dodge it. He manages to dodge it, and he sees that it is an explosive object that blows up the tree he just crashed into. He is being chased by a villain who is trying to blow him up. The explosion of the explosive is so powerful that it can blow up the trees around it. The villain who is chasing the boy realizes that he's very fast, and he is even faster than the thief initially thought, which becomes a serious problem for him, because the boy can counterattack at any time. Suddenly, a girl appears and tells the thief that there are many old trees here, and you are using deer equipment. The thief is standing in front of a fire for which he is responsible. The girl was coming closer and closer to him, seemingly ready for a confrontation. She realizes that he has used up all his supplies and asks him to give her the last sack. The scoundrel wants to stop her and does not understand what she's up to, but she is filled with Kai energy. Her body is filled with the power of her acquired talent, and the thief begs her to stop. But she goes ahead and hits him right in the pelvis, which incapacitates the villain and gives him a serious blow. Her powerful punch makes the guy fly so fast that he breaks through several trees and stops at the last one. The fire that remained on the battlefield after the villain fled did not go out, and the boy who had just escaped the thief's blow approached the girl's company. He is holding a bag, and it seems that it was because of it that they provoked this mess. The girl decides to check what's inside, and the guy gets angry because he's always used as bait. At this point, she ties up her disheveled hair and asks him if he wants his older sister to be safe. If so, he should have been born earlier if he thinks it's unfair. After that, they did everything they wanted to do, and the only thing left to do was to put out all the fire that was left on the battlefield because they had to do it quickly, because they might be late for the meeting. Their names were Jengal Zhong and Jengal Ahen, and the meeting they were in a hurry for was a meeting of recipients. We moved to a wonderful place called Chohongslu, a famous street where many people have lunch. This public place was like a restaurant, and there was not a single empty seat as all the tables were occupied and hungry visitors were asking for more. Ahin and June also came to this eatery looking forward to their favorite ramen. The boy was enthusiastically eating his ramen when he suddenly heard a scream. The sound didn't even catch his attention because he didn't care. However, his sister, hearing this sound, could not ignore it. Unlike her brother, Zhong, she got up from the table and told him that they had to go. With great speed, she stood up, and with the force of her movement, she knocked Zhong's ramen right onto his face. The hot ramen ended up on his head, his clothes absorbed the smell of the seasonings, and he did not fully understand why his sister moved forward so quickly. Since Jun hadn't heard anything, it was probably just her imagination that she was running so fast. On the other side of the city, a guy is standing and holding his hand, which is very sore after being hit. We see our hero, Heijin, training with this guy and remarks to him that his stable and acquired form is quite good, but has certain nuances. Heijin holds a stick above him and throws it towards the guy as his weapon. Heijin's voice reminds him to act as if it were a real battle, but the guy catches the stick and realizes that he has used up all his energy. The sweat from his eyelids, which was at the limit of his strength after intense training, drips directly onto the ground. Ahin ran to see, because she heard the sounds of this training battle from all over the city, and wanted to know what was going on. The guy asks Heijin to give him another chance. The guy tries to strike, but Heijin is a true master of the unrecognized front, and Jung and Yunhai are sitting next to him in the bushes watching the spectacle. Even though the guy asked for a second chance, Heijin's blows were very strong. At some moments, Heijin activated his chi energy, which made it impossible for the boy to deflect his swift blows. Although he dodged Heijin's stick swings, he was not yet ready to defeat him. As soon as the young master hit his leg with the stick and he managed to dodge it, the stick still caught up with him and hit his body, creating a truly painful sight. Sitting in the bushes, Ahin heard these screams and decided to run away. Heijin stood and looked at his opponent, who was screaming in pain from his blow. He was happy that he managed to do it. His body finally became much lighter and his training paid off. His true azure silk provided stability in the use of his techniques. He looked at his powerful arms and realized that soon he would be able to master the martial arts of the four gods, and it would be incredible for him. But his thoughts were interrupted by a man who approached them. This man looked quite old, but he was a strong figure, for he was the commander of a squad of hawks, and his name was Shinamo. Heijin told his commander that he would go wash up after the battle and leave the guests who were sitting in the bushes watching him to this commander. Shinamo followed the young gentleman's order, realizing that he was being watched by two spies. He just stood there and made no sudden movements. But after a while, he said that he could wait all day, so they had better leave kindly. The rustling of the leaves was not long in coming. Ahin came out of the bushes. She stood up because she realized that they had been spotted, and her brother, who was nearby, was impressed by her maneuver. The girl introduced herself to the Hawk's commander and apologized. And the reason she came was that she heard the screams and, seeing the battle, could not take her eyes off the battle. After a while, she also picked up her clumsy brother, who did not even know how to react. The Hawk's commander said it was good that they confessed, but it was rather rude to spy. Hygiene turned around to see the guests and noticed that they were his old acquaintances, and he could not feel their ki energy well. Aehyun, to justify her actions, said that her brother came first, and in the future she would look after him as usual by making him a decoy. Of course, he was angry with her for talking about him again, and ran after her in anger. The commander did not react to this because they were just children. He knew that their human nature and ki energy were different from the thief he had met, but he couldn't jump to conclusions without seeing them in battle, because in the world, even a monk can become a killer. Passing by, the girl noticed that the boy was standing still. Although he stood there without turning around, she realized that this guy was watching them and they should be careful of him. Soon evening came, and something incredible happened over the tavern where people were having dinner. Flames broke out nearby and rose several meters up. People stood up from their tables in shock as the nearby explosion shattered the furniture and dishes on their tables, frightening them. Pushing each other, they began to run out of the tavern to escape the unknown threat. Smoke was rising from a nearby window from the recent explosion they feared. Someone's foot stepped on the floor, which was engulfed in flames, as if someone was controlling it. A rather unpleasant man, wrapped in explosive bags, stepped out of the circle of the explosion and began to explain who had been mocking his subordinates. The man poured some liquid out of the package, saying that the perpetrator of the previous incident had better leave nicely. Otherwise, he was ready to burn everything here. Ahen and June watched this scene from the roof, realizing that the events of the evening were continuing. When the boy heard his sister's words, he did not understand what she was talking about. But she quickly explained to him that it was the boss of the guy she had beaten earlier. She quickly ran forward, ignoring her brother's words, who suggested that she seek help from the Yen clan. When he saw that Ahen ignored him again and decided to act on her own, he realized that this was very similar to her behavior. When she started to land her boot on one of the roofs, he was right above the site of the explosion, and an elusive force of air kept him in the air. She shouted to the thief that the person who had insulted his servant was already here, and suggested that he stop playing with fire. The man's people noticed that the girl who had caused all this mess had arrived, and they all started shouting that she was there on the roof. Some of them were glad to see her because they were going to take her prisoner. His beaten servant with a broken arm noticed the girl and urged his master to grab her quickly. But the master struck his servant hard, showing no compassion for him. This happened because he could not see the girl properly because of his subordinate. The knockdown maid fell to the ground, and now nothing prevented the boss from getting a good look at her. The unworthy boss shouted to the girl to come downstairs and discuss everything, because they needed to meet face to face. From the height of the roof, she noticed that the villain was using a shadow hand, a technique that causes severe pain when energy enters the body of another person. Therefore, she had to be careful with this villain. She thought long and hard about going downstairs, but decided to stay on the roof. Meanwhile, the guys downstairs decided to teach her a lesson and started throwing large amounts of explosives directly in her direction. The boss was not alone, and he was gesturing where to throw the explosives, giving the impression that he was an orchestra conductor. The boss realized that the bags of explosives flying at the girl were very dangerous, and something bad could happen to her after this volley. The bags of explosives were flying directly at the girl, and she did not react immediately, and perhaps would not have had time if not for her brother, who intervened and came to her sister's aid. By activating the little star technique, he was able to stop the flying bombs, protecting his sister. He even took them into his own hands, stopping them from exploding. After that, with his hands full of goodness, he came down to earth. But he realized that his technique required a huge amount of energy. Soon he noticed that there were daggers stuck in his leg, and his sister was already rushing to help. They were devil daggers that had stabbed right into his body, and the wounds were bleeding as if they were charged with some kind of energy. Jun, feeling nauseous, began to spit blood on the ground. As soon as the blood hit the ground, a terrible smell rose, and the girl, approaching her brother, realized that it was the smell of poison. The owner, returning the daggers with fresh blood to his hands, assured the girl not to worry. Because he has an antidote, and it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, they have to be alive to be sold. And all of this showed that he adhered to this philosophy, and considered himself a great Fire Lord. Against this background, everything was on fire, and the name of this criminal was Banga. When she saw this criminal's horrific attack on her brother, she was overcome with rage. She gathered her ki energy and prepared to take the antidote from him by force. A poisonous chaos enveloped the place where people had recently been having dinner, and debris could be seen below. Hejin came out of his hotel and saw what was happening. Soon after, his brother ran out of his bedroom, saw the aftermath, and said he would not inform the Hawk Squad about the fire. In turn, the other clan asked for help, to which Hejin assured them that they should not worry because the wind was blowing the other way and the fire would not spread. In response, his brother told him to help the Jagal clan and make sure that help came as soon as possible. But Jongpan looked at his brother and noticed that he did not respond to any of his words. Hejin watched the events closely. His eyes were filled with an unknown power. He saw how Ahin had attacked the owner in a rage when he decided to attack the tavern, and he wanted her to continue in the same way. He wanted her to show him more, to show him the martial arts of her clan that he wanted to see so badly. While the girl was attacking the scoundrel boss, he easily dodged her attack. Our hero looked at the blazing flames of battle and realized that if only these people from the Jegal clan had put an end to his own clan in his previous life, only he could feel the power of this energy and understand its origin. The Emperor of Darkness would turn the entire Hebei province into a sea of fire filled with blood. The battle continues, and Ahin's failed assassination attempt on his boss causes confusion in the city. Smoke fills the streets, and a roar echoes in the buildings. She activates her clan's mysterious technique, suddenly revealing all the cards on the table. The light of her aura illuminates the surrounding shadows. Her opponent, an unworthy fighter, takes a defensive stance, creating the illusion that he is in control of the battle. He laughs at her efforts, mocking her failures. Knowing the secret of the Jagal clan, he defiantly raises his daggers, condemning the girl for using the divine first black birch technique. Meanwhile, the girl concentrates the energy of the divine technique, realizing that, despite all the obstacles, she must hurry, because her brother is on the verge of death. The scoundrel mockingly calls her a heartless sister, pointing out that she decided to use the secret technique only after her brother fainted. His words deeply wound the girl, but she does not let it distract her from her goal. The bandit, in turn, puts his hand on her head, thinking that the girl is actually sorry, and prepares to end her short life. Ahin kicks, trying to hurt his opponent. However, the boss does not run his organization in vain, because his strength makes it easy to parry his kicks, confirming his dominance in the fight. In a moment, he throws a volley of his sharp daggers, generously coated with poison at her. The daggers fly towards the girl, but do not hit her due to her incredible agility. Accumulating the energy of the divine technique, Ahin rushes forward, her aura shining, forming a powerful punch. This punch is designed to meet the ugly face of a cunning villain. She activates the palm of the small star technique, and her punch pierces the boss's body. He stumbled backward from the blow, his legs buckled, and he stopped. Although she had hit him hard, the boss seemed completely indifferent to the injury. She was sure that she had executed the punch flawlessly, feeling that she had achieved her goal. However, the villain did not fall, so she decides to attack again. There was no time to think, she had to act quickly. Resolutely standing up, she again heads towards her enemy. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appears out of nowhere and flies straight at her. She sees that the dagger is glowing with red chai energy. With the speed of light, she turns away, avoiding the blow, and thus prolongs her life for a while. Although she does not understand how this happened. She can't understand how after her powerful blow, this old rascal is still standing and seems to magically throw a dagger at her. She decides to step back to a safe distance to analyze the situation again, because everything happened too suddenly. Against the backdrop of his burning boss, who is bleeding, he tells her that her stab was not bad and that he even seems to have been hurt. The Fire Lord's rage is overwhelming, and he frantically seeks to tear the girl to pieces, attacking her with his treacherous daggers. Dodging them with all her might, she tries not to fall for his hook. She even has to dodge the daggers because there are so many of them. But her technique is also powerful, and she can break the daggers into pieces with her divine chi energy. But with every demonic technique that is reduced, this Fire Lord adds his attack at close range, increasing the pressure on the girl. In a fierce fight, they collide, and he kicks the girl in the arm with his flaming foot. The blow was brutal and burning, and the girl felt it pierce her body with full force. But she wasn't going to give up. She grabbed his leg with one hand and decided to hit him with the other. Her fist flew straight into his face, and she hoped that this blow would be fatal for him. After the fist collided with the scoundrel's face, he received enough injuries that could have made him a better person. But despite this, he remained on his feet, effectively defending and counterattacking. The scoundrel moved away to a comfortable distance and saw that the girl was already tired and starting to fall. He hoped that she would not be able to hold out for long using her technique. After all, her martial art was very powerful and difficult for her, making her easy prey for the enemy. And as she held onto her body, and her energy was already fading, she realized that the situation was getting worse. Suddenly, the boss reminds his subordinates to waste no time and start attacking the girl, aiming to capture her. A crowd of barbarians begins to surround her. Her strength begins to leave her, and she realizes that she cannot cope with them alone. What hurts her the most is the realization that all this happened because of her, and her brother may never wake up. This moonlit night is flooded with fiery light, creating a threatening atmosphere. Our hero stands aside, observing the technique the girl uses, but is in no hurry to help her. But suddenly her brother, John Pan, cannot stand such lawlessness and intervenes in the fight. He decides to help her, despite the danger. Hee-jin looks at him and realizes that he has to support his brother. He exhales, catching himself thinking that he feels something strange. This unusual sensation is haunting him, and perhaps it can reveal something mysterious to him. But he had no time to think. He picked up his wooden staff, preparing for action. He raises the staff above him like a spear, aiming at the enemy. His task is to throw and hit the villain to intervene in the battle. Activating his energy, he throws the staff into the crowd of villains. At this point, a bunch of barbarians furiously smash everything in their path. One of the blows hits Aen's body right on the spot. Falling to the ground, she kneels down and realizes that her strength is leaving her. At this moment, she thinks that her life could have ended in such an unpleasant place. The bandits surrounded her and laugh, remembering how she used to move nimbly, and now it seems that everything is over for her. One of the bandits, seeing the helpless girl, thought of using the situation to his advantage and asked his commander for permission. But at the same time, a staff flies with great force and cuts off his head, stopping his terrible thoughts. The girl who saw this incredible sight did not understand who took her side, and the face of the slain villain was covered with blood. When the bandit fell, everyone held their breath, trying to understand what had happened. Our hero emerged from the thick smoke that enveloped the chaos. The bandits were distracted by the brutal decapitation of their fellow soldier, and it is clear that they cannot leave it unanswered. The guy, realizing the possible consequences of his intervention in the battle, silently goes forward. One of the bandits looks at him and asks who he is, who could have done this. The girl, in turn, looks at the young master of the Peksanyan clan, noticing his strong figure. She realizes that he was not afraid to intervene in the fight. But the main question that worries her is why he is helping her, and why he is looking at her so coldly. One of the soldiers, who was carrying a mace-like weapon on his shoulder, approached Haddon. He was running closer and closer to remind Haddon of a very important thing that he might not have known. When a superior asks you a question, you have to answer quickly, and he wanted to make Haddon answer. But a minute later, the warrior falls to the ground, burned to death. His weapon falls and rolls to the feet of the boy, who bends down to pick it up. The crowd of bandits stands and stares in disbelief at what has happened, but their comrade is lying on the ground, and his weapon is now in the boy's hands. Of course, they don't intend to leave it at that and surround him, ready to attack. Some with claws, some with swords, some with sabers, and all of it comes down on Haddon. But what did he do to kill their comrade without even touching him? Haddon takes a fighting stance, and the asphalt breaks under him. The boss of these thugs shouts to his army to stop him at any cost. The calm guy instantly doubles in size in the eyes of the bandits, almost like an illusion. With incredible speed, holding a mace in his hands, he rushes in different directions to scatter these miserable scoundrels. He mercilessly beats them, smashing their ugly faces, thus making the world a little better. Although he didn't really want to help this girl, he realizes that he won't learn anything if she just dies. Holding the weapon he took from the bandits, he scatters the pile of bodies of these scoundrels in different directions, and no one can hurt him, while the bones of the bandits crunch like crackers. With their arms twisted, at best alive, they remain on the battlefield, all destroyed. And the Lord of Fire instantly turns pale and feels sick because he is facing a guy with unknown power. In 1 minute, he has destroyed his entire army, and the last warrior has just fainted. Haddon stands there, concentrating his Kai energy, which scares the boss to the core. Even the fire that was burning in that direction falls silent under the power of this guy. The boss simply doesn't know how to react, because all his soldiers are dead, and he only hit the vulnerable spots. At that moment, he realizes that he cannot afford to relax, because he is not just a girl. He activates his devilish fire daggers. He takes them in his hands and turns to the guy with a question on his lips. Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, Hee-jin approaches the girl he saved. She is in a state of shock and cannot find the words to express her gratitude. Our hero takes her hand and squeezes it tightly. He stands next to her, and his chakra seems to merge with her body, causing the girl pain that makes her scream. But the guy tells her, "Shut up." But he thinks to himself that she has to show him the real Kai energy. And as soon as she stops talking for a few seconds, his power begins to penetrate her body. The guy feels that something is wrong with her because he realizes that her energy is actually hostile. He wonders if the girl is really his enemy, like her whole clan. Having felt everything he wanted, he even gets a little angry. He casually throws her hand aside and prepares to say something. I wanted her to take care of her younger brother while he was the boss. The girl wants to tell him that he probably doesn't know who he's dealing with, because the boss's main weapon is poison daggers, and one scratch can lead to death. Hee-jin stands in front of her and reminds her that he's not going to put up with her for long, and asks if she heard what he said. With an incredibly cold and angry energy, he turns to her and rudely tells her to get out because she is only bothering him. When she saw the way she was responded to and felt a chill on her skin, she had no words to say in response. She could only shut up, take her brother, and take him to a safe place. The gangster boss is watching all this closely and decides to intervene to see if the boy is done with his family showdown. The gangster noticed that the boy was only pretending to be strong in front of the girl, and that he was not really a threat, to which the boy replied that his silent red tribe art was quite insignificant. The bandit was impressed by his knowledge because no one knew about his clan and his technique. This made the bandit angry, because how could this poor guy know about his technique? But our hero took the mace, twirled it in front of him, standing in a stance, and told the bandit that he was going to ask him a question, which he would have to answer. What kind of technique he used. We cut to a girl carrying her unconscious brother under a moonlit sky. It seems to her that he's getting worse and worse, but she can't get the thought out of her head about how the clan boy treated her and drove her crazy. She promises that next time she will make him her debtor, because this arrogant eldest son of the clan humiliated her. There was also a squad of hawks in the courtyard, and the commander told Jipeng's brother that they had put out the fire at the southwest gate. He wanted to ask him if he should help Master Hojin in this situation. Jipeng's brother hesitantly surveyed the situation, wondering if their help was really needed in this conflict, or if Hojin could handle the consequences himself. Jipeng could not even respond with a word because he had nothing to say in this situation. The Hawk's commander was looking at him at that moment, trying to reach him. He looked around and saw the corpses of these scoundrels lying on the ground. Hejin's fight with the boss was so powerful that support seemed unnecessary. His brother, Joe Pan, said he didn't think Hejin needed help, while the fight was going on in the background. It was a fight that would leave only one man alive, and the bandit leader already felt his doom. At the same moment, Hejin attacked him, and not just with cold hands. He was also sharp and had a mace that could knock the spirit out of him with a single blow. And it so happened that the bandit missed one of our hero's blows. It was so strong and precise that the bandit's teeth were shattered. He came to for a few seconds, but the dagger remained in his hand. Although he had been beaten almost to death, he still counterattacked, shooting from under our hero's feet. This dagger flew past Hejin without even hitting him. He flies over the enemy, does a flip, and in an incredible maneuver ends up behind the enemy. The boss, the Fire Lord, was amazed by this maneuver and couldn't even react in time. But a second later, a heavy mace flew right into his back. The blow severely crushed his limbs, and he was even on the verge of surrendering. But in this battle, someone had to die, and he decided to tell the guy that he needed to end this nonsense and send Hejin to the next world. In turn, our hero told him that he was the most boring fighter, and he wasn't even interested in fighting him. And without saying a word, he did not use the art of the Silent Red Tribe or the Silent God of the Left, which he really wanted to see. After analyzing the situation, our hero realized that the bandit was only using his technique to strengthen his daggers, while the technique itself is the strongest in the world, and he shouldn't waste it so thoughtlessly. The bandit tensed up, but our hero continued to shame him, calling him a liar, because although he calls himself the Lord of Fire, his attacks do not contain a single drop of fire energy, and he does not deserve this title. The guy even doubts that the bandit has actually learned the Silent Left God technique, and these words, like a knife in the heart, deeply hurt the bandit, making him very angry. It was a special psychological attack on the stupid bandit, who became so angry that he decided to demonstrate the art of the Silent Red Tribe in real life to this guy. The boy recalls how in his past life, in one of the cold caves, he learned about the Four Gods technique, which began with the divine energy of the north. He asks the old man why it was necessary to start learning with this energy, and the old man begins to punch a hole in the rock with his finger. After his energy stops working, he pulls his finger out, leaving a precise hole in the rock. The old man says that the energy of the water god is the hardest of the four gods, but also the softest. It can power battering rams and artillery, and raising his hand, the old man wants to show him another trick. Touching the wall with his hand, a wave comes out of it. As if on water, the old man demonstrates. Then he starts doing incredible things with his own hand. He draws as if with a laser on a stone rock. This technique allows him to improve the martial arts he has already learned. His hands continue to draw something on the stone using energy. After a minute, he drew a picture depicting the Box of the North, the water god Kayahi. Heijin asks him if he wants to awaken the power of the four gods, what he needs to do. The old man replies that, to be honest, he is not at that stage of development yet. He says that you need to use the intention to kill and the morale of the enemy. We cut to the battlefield, where Heijin uses the flames of hell to fight the bandits, driving them crazy, all on purpose to summon the energy of God in the battle. The leader of the bandits grinds his teeth, energy filling every corner of his body. In an instant, his muscles become bigger, and his body is engulfed in flames, all to show the boy his place. He throws away the daggers he favored. He rushes into the attack without them, because he no longer needs them. His strength is off the charts, and the guy is calmly standing there waiting for his attack. For him, it's all very boring, and he doesn't show any emotion of sadness or fear on his face. He sees his boss in front of him, burning with the flames of the so-called unconditional Red Tribe technique. But this still doesn't impress our hero, as he easily dodges all attacks, Like a child playing with a ball, he plays with this scoundrel. The blows are strong, but at the same time weak for the Emperor of Darkness. He mocks the warrior and tells him that even an anthill cannot be stopped with such fire. And this rascal makes him laugh. "Don't you know how to do anything else?" He mocks. The leader of the bandits can't find a place to stand because he has never heard such an insult before. He promises to burn everything around him, both inside Gedzin and around him. The power is out of control, and his inner demon is unleashed, filling the situation with even more rage and even more fire. The relationship with the boyfriend heats up to the breaking point. The blow flies past Hedgen with great speed and force, destroying trees and walls. But after a strong punch broke off against a tree, leaving a mark there, his strength began to fade. The gangster did all this to see the reaction of the guy who was smiling. Not only is he using all his strength, but he is being laughed at in a different situation. A tornado of fire comes down on the guy, who skillfully continues to dodge it. He seems to ignore this fight, not allowing the boss to catch up with him and hit him. This infuriates the boss and makes him attack harder and harder. But all he wants to do is exhaust the enemy's strength and find his vulnerabilities. He even drops the mace from his hands to prolong the intrigue and dodge attacks. At this point, the boss thinks he's found his weak point and catches him, trying to catch the guy with his huge fire hand to kill him. And he, in turn, catches him with his bare hand, and they cross their arms. Although the boss thought he was going to kill him and caught what he thought was a stupid bastard. Holding his hand, the boss was already planning how he would kill him, starting with breaking all his bones. He was already laughing as he imagined the boy's corpse in front of him, but suddenly he smelled the energy of water appearing in the air. His fiery hand begins to extinguish, and steam begins to rise from his arm. The shocked boss does not understand where the steam came from or how it is possible. But a second later, he realizes that his feet are knee-deep in water. He looks at the water rising up. The water rises and extinguishes all the fire of his technique and strength. Not understanding what happened and how it happened, he starts to get nervous. And now we see that the guy is holding his hand, and everything around them is enveloped in a shell-like energy. And they seem to be in water, although they are not in water. And suddenly the great god's equipment disappeared. This made the boss realize that things had not gone according to plan, and his face changed dramatically. But how exactly was the boy able to awaken the water god, the ruler of the north? The energy was so powerful that it began to rain from the sky. In front of the fire, Lord stood a huge water god, a mythical creature in the form of a turtle with a snake, symbolizing the god who protects the north and one of the 4 directions of the world, Henma. The boss realizes that all his tricks are useless. The fire in his demonic hands no longer ignites. It seemed that in an incredible way, his technique was completely absorbed. This overload causes blood to flow from his nostrils and mouth. He doesn't give up and yelling "son of a bitch" at the guy tries to do something. He asks the guy what he did with his energy, and at the same time tries to hit him. Although the fire over the tavern had not yet died down, it was only gaining strength. The body of the culprit of this party was thrown to the ground from the strong blows. The guy approaches the body of his boss, who is lying exhausted on the ground, and thanks him. His gratitude lies in the fact that thanks to his boss, he was able to awaken God Henma. The robber, in turn, begs for mercy, lying on the ground and promising the boy mountains of gold for his mercy. But our hero, looking directly into the eyes of this scoundrel, tells him that he can play with his favorite fire. Coming closer, he directs his hands, accumulating all the energy near the villain's subdued body. The ammunition flies straight into the face of this disgusting boss. It hits him right in the middle of the fire, which he can no longer control. And at that moment, his body starts burning like never before, and the Fire Lord is defeated. The last thing he sees before he dies is the silhouette of a boy, and his scream fills the streets of the city, destroying everything in its path and taking the villain with it. The boy watches everything with extreme curiosity, cold and sophisticated. Suddenly, his brother Jin Peng comes up to him, and he can't say a word because he is shocked to see his brother and doesn't recognize him. The day after the battle, the air in the tavern was filled with the smell of burning, but there was no more fire. People gathered to rebuild what had been destroyed. The builders worked tirelessly to restore the destroyed building, and surprisingly, the walls were not so badly damaged. One construction worker tells another that a gentleman from the Yen clan personally caught the arsonist. As the construction worker was hammering a nail, a smelly guy approached him and asked him to tell him about the incident. The construction worker replied that he had not only caught the arsonist, but had also burned him to death. Smelling the stench from the boy, the builder waved him off, but the boy did not believe him, because he could not imagine that a young gentleman from a respectable clan was capable of such a thing. Suddenly, the boss ran up to them. He opened his arms and wanted to embrace the boy who was flying over him from the stench, welcoming him and saying that he had heard about his journey here. When he approached him, he took him by the hand and told him that if they hadn't contacted him beforehand, they would have killed him. They would have freed up all their time and schedule for him, said the respectable man, who belonged to a well-known noble family. But this scruffy guy says that since they are only beggars, maybe they can try to take time away from the owner of the Thorny Melody Pavilion. He asks how the repairs are going and is told that the work is progressing well and quickly thanks to the efforts of the Poor People's Sect. The scruffy man then says that if they have any difficulties, they can contact him at any time and leaves the construction site. The construction workers wonder about the man's status because he looks like a complete homeless person. The official explains that he is the man who hired them to help build the Thorny Melody Pavilion. The construction workers look at his figure and cannot believe that this man can afford something so impressive, even though he has enough money. It turns out that he was the successor of the White Islands faction organization. When he stepped away from the construction site and heard about the rumors, he was amazed at how easily the guy had defeated Bang, one of the 13 strongest in the Black Islands faction. He became curious and wanted to see with his own eyes who this young gentleman from the Yen clan was. And, full of enthusiasm, spreading his wings, he rushes to the city of his successor's gathering, where he's going to start begging. The sounds of training can be heard in the dense forest. As always, Henjin is practicing his techniques. He hits a tree, making a hole, using the Xuan Guardian technique, which specializes in defense. Proper use of the power of direction can turn this martial art into a powerful offensive tool. This Xuan Guardian art is also effective in clearing turbid ki. It has been said since ancient times that if the Xuan Guardian is strong, then there will not be much turbid ki in your body. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a team of hawks. They inform the young master that they have finished training. At this point, Hyunjin wonders what is happening to Jiping. The Hawks commander said that Jiping wanted to fight a little by himself. The boy couldn't believe his ears because it didn't sound like Jiping, but suddenly he strained his eyes and noticed one of the men. There was a strange atmosphere in this circle of fencers. A girl came out from the side, and it was her again. Heejin said, "If you have recovered, then return to the clan." But she tried to stop him by grabbing his clothes. She had some questions for him and wanted to ask him. At that time, his brother was sitting in a tree. It was hard for him to understand all this. He was breathing slowly, trying to calm down. From the height of his position, he wondered if he really knew his brother well. But at the last moment, something happened to his brother that he could not even recognize him. The image of his brother kept coming back to him, and he wondered if he had made a mistake. But suddenly, his loneliness was broken by Heejin and A-kyung. He didn't expect to see them, but they were walking next to each other, discussing something, and didn't notice John Pan. Looking at them, he wondered if he was doing the right thing by listening to their conversations. The dark side tells him that in his place, he would have done the same, but the white side holds him back, saying that it is not right. However, he jumps from the tree, apologizing to the good side. For him, it is not honor that matters, but curiosity. Heejin and the girl stop in a deep forest, convinced that no one will hear them. The boy asks what she wants from him. The girl takes his hand and begins to materialize energy, which takes the form of a ball. This is the technique of the divine first black birch. For her, it is important that her punch is filled with energy that penetrates the belly of Bang, the Lord of Fire. However, her technique does not cause him any harm, and even he does not feel any pain from it. Although he defeated him so easily with his wood chi energy, our hero has not yet fully realized it. He filled his lungs with the fresh air of the magical forest, noting that the light and soft, refreshing scent of her chi smelled like birch. But on the other hand, everything turned out to be far from so friendly. The martial art of that irresponsible type is the path of silent union, which masters the fiery chi that burns everything in its path. So he asked the girl a question. What does she think would happen if he threw fire at a tree? Would it catch fire? For him, this opponent was not the best choice for this girl, and when she realized this, her heart fell from disappointment. She realized that she could not even imagine that this could be due to different chi energies. Although she got the answer to her question, her curiosity was not extinguished, and she wanted to ask another one. However, it seemed that the guy who stood silently did not realize how complicated it was. The girl explained that she was referring to the irresponsible boy he had burned, because that irresponsible boy called himself the Lord of Fire and Lightning, and the boy mockingly burned him in his own fire. When asked why it was so cruel, the girl replied that a normal person would probably not be able to do that, and everyone who saw this scene was probably shocked. And immediately after these words, the boy realized why his brother Jin Pan wanted to be alone with him, and why there had been such tension in his brigade in his presence before. Since this was the territory of the white faction of the islands and his actions were similar to those of the Dark Emperor, it was unacceptable in terms of the norms he followed. But despite this, he smiled and decided to forgive himself. By telling the girl that he could have killed you and your brother, and that he was a real criminal, he first lit the fire. And in the face of danger to the lives of many people, why should he feel sorry for someone like him? The girl couldn't help but agree, because death is indeed fair. No matter if you are a good person or a bad person, death will still meet you. But should the method of killing be different for good and bad people? In our hero's opinion, thieves should die in agony, This is what he considers fair, honest, and righteous. And at that moment, the girl simply could not say anything else. She looked at the boy, wondering how old he was, and he seemed to be her age, but he thought like her father. There was one important detail that Ahin noticed. His aura was similar to that of an older man, but despite this, the guy explains to her that he is only 18. Then the girl asks why he always looks so gloomy, as if he has already lived at least 2 lives. At this point, the guy reluctantly realizes the point of her joke. He remains silent, but the thought flashes through his mind that one day his brother will understand. Despite all this, he continues to receive help from this man. And the thought of him standing over her brother, who is smoldering from the poison that the scoundrel poured into him, remains in his memory. The girl who wants to leave him says that she hates him with all her might. But the guy insists that she do something to get her brother back and make amends. But she slyly tells him to go to hell, noting that she is a year older than him, and urges him to treat her like an older sister, to which the hero simply remains silent. 2 days later, at a meeting of the heirs in the city of Ainshan, everything was ready for the ceremony. The brothers, accompanied by Hawks, arrived on time and in full force. The Hawks commander emphasized that they were already here and that they would dismount. Lizzie was the first to dismount and came to the door. He started knocking and said, "If someone is here, please open the door." After a minute of waiting, the door opened, and it became clear that people were waiting there. A fat man was sitting in the center, and his people were standing around him. He asked if this was the Green Mountain clan. He was interested in this question. The Hawks commander replied that it was and that he was Shinmo, the man in charge of the escort. The fat man introduced himself as Han Mon of the Xinchuan clan, saying that he was honored to meet the warriors of the Yen clan, since Seongjiang is the steel poison dragon of the Hahoman clan. The boy looks at this man and realizes that the person standing behind him is very familiar to him. He realizes that he has seen this person's face before. For obvious reasons, he did not like his expressionless face, and he is not sure that this person is really from the Tang clan. According to our hero, this person looks like someone he has already met, but he cannot remember exactly where and when it was. Just by looking at this guy's face, Haejin immediately realized that this was the same guy from his past life who used a special technique to defeat him at the most unexpected moment. His energy pierced through Haejin's heart, taking his life and forcing him to be reborn when he was still young. Our hero grabbed his heart and the memories haunt him. He has to take revenge on Quan for the betrayal that happened at one of the most crucial moments of his life. Haejin looks around the crowd and recognizes the fat man's son, the same scoundrel who left him dead in the past. As the delegation approaches, the Hawk Squad leader introduces the young clan master Yan Hojin and his brother Zhang Pyong as outstanding warriors of their guild. At this time, the head of the Dragon clan remarks that he has heard a lot about them. The clan leader waves his hand, asking which one of them is the second young master, because he has heard that the other is an impressive and talented left-handed fighter. His outspoken statement causes tension among all the members of the delegation, especially when the Hawks commander mentions John Pan. The outraged commander asks them to observe etiquette, as they are the leaders of the Shin Squad. However, the young master is not going to respond to provocations. He goes ahead of everyone and invites everyone to eat and satisfy his hunger, because he is hungry. The invitation to dinner turned out to be a much better offer than resolving the conflict. And the Yen clan, despite Chief Shin, moves forward without looking back. The leader of the Shin clan watches the people passing by and realizes that he is being treated just as rudely. He stands next to his son, watching as they are completely ignored. Hyejin was rude, but his son remarks that despite his appearance, he has enough courage. A young man named Yang San of the Sichuan Tang clan looks at Hyejin with concern, realizing that he has allowed himself too much in relation to the Tang clan. He watches the departing Yen clan delegation with interest, analyzing how the upcoming meeting between the heirs will develop. On this note, we move forward 2 days to the heirs' banquet hall. In one of the courtyards, 2 burly men greet their old acquaintance, who, in their opinion, has become incredibly beautiful. They wonder how much time has passed since they last met. Haejin looks in front of him and sees representatives of the Peng clan, which recently conquered Hefei. They are dressed in red and white and look quite confident. The girl who is talking to them notices that they have gained weight because, as they explain, they eat a lot. Our hero, watching them in the banquet hall, recalls that he saw them a few days ago. The moment he said hello to them, they squeezed his hand tightly. Smiling, they introduced themselves as Dai Ho and shook Haejin's hand for a long time, saying that they were very happy to meet him. During this time, our hero managed to study their internal chi energy, which was different from the energy of the criminals he was looking for. And the girl who was talking to them was Lan Moen's daughter, and she felt insecure in front of such strong men. Thinking back to his previous life, Hyejin recalls the Moen clan and the old man who was its leader, and ambushed him in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was when he was resting by a stone that this old man stabbed him in the heart. But that was in his past life, and now there is no such threat. Heijin should not be distracted by such trifles, especially at a time like this. Despite the past, there's only one clan he hasn't checked out yet. It's the Mien clan. Will Heijin feel their power? During the banquet, he carefully analyzes all the representatives, but there is no one from the Moen clan among them. From a distance, a girl with lush hair is watching him, actively looking for Heijin. Suddenly, she spots him in the crowd and is surprised to realize that she has finally found the one she was looking for. This beautiful girl causes astonishment among the people around her when they see her selflessly searching for Heijin. Meanwhile, a guy named Hyun from the Namgon clan enjoys alcohol and flirts with the girls, inviting them to spend time together. As soon as Hyun wanted to say something to the girls, he noticed a beautiful girl. Immediately after he saw her, he couldn't look away because he hadn't seen her for so many years. He left the beautiful ladies in his surroundings and went to her. As he got closer, he noticed that she started greeting and flirting with someone else. At that moment, the girl approached Heijin, who recognized her and said, "Is it you again?" The girl replied, "It's been 2 days." Hyun felt embarrassed to see the girl greeting Hyejin happily, and when Hyejin asked her to stop following him because he was busy, Hyun was extremely disappointed. Hyun wondered why such a beautiful girl from a famous clan was hanging out with this rascal Heijin. 10 minutes later, the girl invited Heijin to eat. They found a great place and started talking. She was impressed by the strength of the Yen clan's martial arts. Heijin replied that this was not a reason to brag, and that even though he was proficient in the technique, he needed to get stronger. The girl praised his modesty. She understood that he was already strong, but Heijin wanted to become the strongest in the world. His words impressed the girl. "It's better to strive for excellence than to be content with mediocrity," he said as Hyun watched them from the sidelines. Hearing this phrase, Heng realized that their Namgon clan was the closest to becoming the strongest in the world. Heijin and the girl continued their dialogue. Heijin said that no one in the world can be invincible, and everyone has the ability to constantly improve. The girl agreed with him, but noted that there is one person in the world who can truly be called the strongest in the whole world. She recalled the Emperor of the 4 battlefields, who could do incredible things and stood in her imagination on a mountain of corpses of his enemies. "This is a legendary warrior who led the blood religion 300 years ago," she said. Heijin laughed at these words because his name sounded a bit childish. According to legend, the Emperor of the 4 martial arts wanted to be called the strongest in the world because he was proficient in the 4 basic martial arts, which allowed him to attack, defend, and dodge as efficiently as possible. He was so strong that he even defeated the Golden Dragon and was named the Golden Dragon Emperor, she added. The girl folded her arms and said that she still thought it was too enthusiastic a way of looking at things, but Heijin understood that attack, defense, and evasion, as well as the 4 martial arts styles, were descriptions of the techniques of the 4 guardian gods. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Key is the highest form of the techniques of the 4 dragon gods. He stood up, realizing that perhaps the Emperor of the 4 martial directions had inherited the techniques of the 4 guardian gods. As soon as he stood up, the guy from the dragon clan we saw earlier approached them. He was surprised to see them having such a great time. He quickly looked around and saw an empty chair nearby. He brazenly moved towards them and sat down next to the beautiful girl, trying to join their company. However, their social circle was not ready to accept this guy. They did not want to talk to him, but his confidence and impudence made their communication uncomfortable. The girl sitting upright did not know what to say to him. However, recognizing him, she allowed him to stay. And now the 3 of them are sitting at the same table, but the dialogue between them somehow does not work. The girl decided to defuse the situation and introduce the guy sitting across from her, but the representative of the Dragon Clan already knew who he was. He continues his address, saying that he did not come here to meet people, and actively tries to ignore Heijin. The girl looks at this guy and feels that she has stepped on something unpleasant. The guy puts his cup on the table and demands that the girl pour him some tea. She accepts his request with a look of agreement, but in fact has no intention of pouring him anything. Then he suddenly throws his glass at her with a slight click. The glass flies toward her, but she deftly sends it back in his direction. Still smiling, she says, "Pour yourself some tea." But the guy insists that she pour it anyway. The girl continues to refuse and defends her position, rejecting his request. He points his finger at Heijin and says that she just poured tea for this guy. But the girl realizes that Heijin is her friend. Kwan tries to stop him from making impudent jokes. He tells the girl that he can be her friend too, but she notices that he is too rude and rejects his attempts. At that moment, they understood each other, but no one dared to be rude. Kunan noticed how the girl was shining, and it made him burn with envy. Ahan just smiled at him and hoped that Kunan would leave soon, realizing that no one appreciated him here. Kunan raised his glass above his head and turned to the girl. "You are very nice, which makes you different from other girls who are submissive and boring." Heng did not understand what he was getting at, but these words aroused her suspicions. At that moment, her friend Hen, who was watching the situation, came up to Kunan from behind and told him to stop.
It's not a good idea to interfere in people's relationships. Just get up and walk away, Heng said.
Kunan saw that Heng was standing behind him and warned him not to stand behind him because he was from the strong Tang clan, and his own safety was important to him. But Heng represented the Namgal clan. Suddenly, the Dragon Clan representative got up from his chair. He stood up and looked directly into Heng's eyes, telling him that the King of Swords was in no way equal to the Heavenly King. But Heng, in turn, did not understand who he was talking about. Heejin watches these two rival boys and thinks that they are like small children competing to see who is the coolest. Each of them is trying to prove that they are the strongest in the world, making a fuss out of nothing. Suddenly, a third man interrupts their argument with a mocking remark that idiots think they are the strongest. He declares that in the presence of the Mian clan, they are all nothing. The people around, watching this scene, were surprised by the appearance of this new person. Heejin feels his hand tremble as he realizes who this man is. The third young master of the Mian clan, named Harim, appears out of nowhere and declares that they are not worthy of being called the stronger clan in the presence of the real clans. This guy comes out of nowhere. No one has ever seen him before. He comes down the stairs, an aura of power and chi energy blowing behind him. The people present at the ceremony cannot take their eyes off his movements. They are so impressed by his appearance. He looked so powerful that his appearance at the very moment when the boys were arguing made a strong impression. When Hyun noticed Horim, he fell silent, and Horim remarked that they could have been stronger if they were from the Nimgal or Moen clan. Standing by the table, he looked at the two boys with contempt, as if they were no better than trash. He said that he could recognize all these clans as strong, but the Tang clan was just a joke to him. The representative of the Dragon clan, hearing these words, exploded in anger, outraged by this disrespectful attitude. There was an acute tension between them, and no one could predict what would happen next. The boy was waiting for Horim to apologize and asked him again to clarify whether he had really said that. Horim just smiled and said that he shouldn't talk so lightly about who is the strongest in the world. Kunan, unable to contain his anger, was clearly furious, which was noticeable to everyone present. Horim, in turn, told him that he was showing his weakness by allowing himself to get angry so easily and advised him to calm down. But it was too late. The chi energy began to fill every cell of the boy's body, and his entire aura glowed from the chakra. Without hesitation, he looked proudly at the Tang clan and rushed to attack Horim. The girl, seeing that a real massacre is about to take place, wants to protect her friend Heejin, who happens to be between the two fighters. Suddenly, a cup flies through the air and hits someone. The glass hits Horim in the hand, splashes him with water, and shatters. Horim picks up the pieces and looks at them in surprise, not understanding how the cup could have gotten into his hand so quickly. Kunan is indignant, thinking about the one who has unworthily interfered with their dialogue. Meanwhile, Heejin, who was sitting quietly at the table, distracted the two quarreling men from their conversation. Taking hold of their hand, he raised it up and apologized, saying it was his mistake. Horim smiled when he heard Heejin say the word mistake. Holding the glass shards in his hands, Horim could not believe it was a mistake. He was sure it was a deliberate attack. When Heejin looked into Horim's eyes, he realized that he was trying to provoke him. Their gazes locked, and Heejin behaved with dignity, not showing his weakness. Horim suddenly started laughing, saying that Heejin was such a funny young man. He curiously asks what clan Heejin belongs to, but our hero refuses to answer his question. Heejin advises Horim to focus on the person he's dealing with, and everyone present turns their attention to Kunan. Kunan, burning with hatred, radiates chakra coming from him. He shouts at Hyojin, "Hey, you bastard of the Yen clan, if you're interfering in our showdown so easily, then I'll kill you first!" And with great hatred and a demonstration of energy, Kunan runs at our hero. And Heejin just sits there and doesn't bother anyone, and no one understands why everyone is trying so hard to get him. Coming closer, Kunan asks Heejin if he's ready to die. At this point, he threatens Heejin, saying that there won't even be a wet spot left of him, and how he will be torn to pieces. But Heejin doesn't seem to care. Suddenly, a second after Kunan shouts insults at the Yen clan, a glass hits him in the head, humiliating him. The impact of the glass knocks him unconscious and dizzy, and this saves him from further violence. Heejin decides to approach the Moen clan representative. He stands up, squares his shoulders, and approaches the scoundrel. Hyun, who was standing next to him, tries to calm Heejin down, saying that he shouldn't complicate the situation. Hyun also points out that by doing something so stupid, they could undermine the trust of all the clans. When Horim and Heejin faced off, both looked quite strong and confident. But our hero only stood up to see if this scoundrel was similar to the criminal from his past life, of whom he was unsure. Heejin decided to feel Horim's energy and started asking him questions to determine his intentions, as his energy was slightly different. Meanwhile, Horim began to emit the powerful chi energy of his Moen clan. Our hero was also not averse to compete with him and activated his secret technique. This technique filled the entire space and was ready to destroy the villain at any moment. But Heejin needed to test it carefully. Horim, feeling his energy, realized that Haejin was reading his chi. Standing still, Horim wanted to try to influence Haejin with his chakra, and then activated a defensive technique. Haejin reacted sharply to this, as he considered such actions quite ugly. Jinpan tried to stop his brother, but he knew better than to interfere, while the girl, after stopping Jin, told him that he should stay away from the brothers. Her brother insisted that if he did not intervene now, the consequences could be serious. She understood him, but she couldn't understand what was happening between Haejin and Horim. She realized one thing. A man with a cold gaze like Horim's was unstoppable. Kunan's father approaches him and begins to wake him up to make sure he's awake. All this time, Kunan had been unconscious, and his relatives are trying to bring him to life, checking to see if he is okay. He grabbed his head and, faced with the question of what had happened, felt himself being overcome with anger again. Gradually realizing that no one had physically touched him, he realized that his pain had no boundaries. Feeling his status as a legitimate member of the Tang clan and the shame of defeat from an ordinary cup hitting him on the head, he is filled with anger again. His anger grows, and it seems that it cannot be stopped. He sees Haejin in front of him, who humiliated him, and activates the three Yangs. Activating his power, he approaches the two boys. But his main goal is Haejin, whom he wants to kill. His brother tries to stop Kunan and shouts, warning Haejin to be careful. Kunan, purring under his breath, sneakily tries to attack Haejin from the side. When he gets close enough, Kunan raises his hand with the intention of killing Haejin, and the thought of murder does not leave him. He is full of rage and tries to stab our hero in the back with all his might. Gathering all his strength, the Dragon Clan representative attacks Haejin, who skillfully dodges the blow. Not only does he dodge, but he also manages to grab the attacker's arm and twist it so hard that you can hear the rust creaking. The pain that gripped Kunan at that moment was indescribable. He screamed and could not calm down. Realizing that his arm could be torn off, he realizes that it is the same villain doing it. He tries to counterattack and gathers the chakra in his left hand, which is still intact. As soon as he hits the back of Haejin's head, a bone in one of them cracks. More precisely, not just a bone, but Kunan's shoulder breaks and cracks almost instantly. His eyes express incredible surprise, because he could have lost his shoulder in a second. Our hero Haejin, enveloped in the mystical energy of the 20 northern paradise walls that filled the space, activates just as Kunan is about to strike. Kunan falls to his knees in front of Haejin, sobbing, his tears and snot flying in all directions. Haejin holds his hand, looking at him like an idiot, waiting for an answer. Squinting his eyes, Haejin sees that Kunan seems to be uncontrollably frightened, to the point of losing control. Haejin feels uncomfortable watching this. Haejin wants to kill Kunan, but something in his inner world stops him. From behind him, the Emperor of Darkness, who he was in his past life, approaches him and addresses him. The Emperor directs the light of a once powerful time at Haejin, saying that now is not the time for revenge. He reminds Haejin that despite the current situation, he must remember that this is not the time for retribution. After comprehending the Emperor's words, Haejin realizes that he must now focus on the right things. His goal remains to find the criminal who destroyed his village and killed his entire family. Haejin lets go of the frightened daredevil's hand and looks into the eyes of Eren, who is watching him closely. Eren sees how the third young master of the Mean clan is giving in to his emotions uncontrollably in front of everyone. Our hero stands in a confident and strong pose, demonstrating inner peace. He remains calm, taming his anger and the power he could have used. Haejin extends his hand to Eren and asks him if he wants to play with the third host. This phrase surprised everyone present, but Eren was not at all embarrassed. He thought it was funny that Haejin decided to address him in this way. As a descendant of the Green Horizon clan, he politely asked if he understood the proposal. Pointing with his hand, he said that as the eldest among those present, he would like to express his gratitude. He points his finger at the guy who lost control, calling him a mad dog who is spoiling the atmosphere, at which point several people lift him off his knees. However, Arim emphasizes that it is time to put an end to this conflict. Arim notes that they are not alone, that there are many people here who could play with Haejin, but suggests that they do it later, and first offers to have a drink together. But Haejin interrupts him, saying that he talks too much. Arim is indignant, not understanding how Haejin dared to interrupt him. In response, our hero says that if Arim doesn't make the first move, he will. Using the incredible power of the static singularity, Haejin moves as if he were walking on water, creating an impressive effect. He leaves behind not only a water trail, but also an indefinite mystery of his actions. The guy standing in front of him doesn't understand what it is because he has never seen anything like it. Seeing Haejin slowly moving towards him, anxiety grows in him. All his nerves are on edge, and he feels dissonant as he tries to figure out what might come of this. Haejin stands in front of Eren, looking him straight in the face, catching his gaze at a crucial moment. He moves not only slowly and unhurriedly, but also quickly, fixing Eren with a victor's gaze. Although the battle had not yet taken place, a clash was inevitable. Unable to withstand the tension,
Eren is the first to strike at Hejin, who skillfully dodges his maneuvers.
Just a second later, he activates the steel chain strikes that fall on Hejin.
But Hejin deftly parries each blow, blocking it and fixing it.
The audience watching this spectacle realizes that the sequence of steel chain attacks is also exhaustive, as expected. Everyone is wondering what martial art Heijin of the Yen clan is using if he can block these blows so skillfully. At the climax, Heijin uses the 30 fists of the Yen clan, which is a basic but very effective clan martial art. And as soon as Arim's punch touches his arm, Heijin deftly parries it, pushing Arim back. The fight comes under the control of our hero Hedin, who stubbornly holds his position. Despite this, he delivers a cross kick that hits Arim's elbow hard. Although Arim blocks the blow, the force throws him to the side. Dust kicked up from the collision between the two strong opponents. Feeling the effects of the blocked punch, Arim realizes that something is wrong with his arm. He looks at his arm and suspects that he might have broken it, thinking about his carelessness. The boy looks at Hyejin, who is bursting with the incredible energy of the Yen clan, and realizes that he is facing a real monster. Meanwhile, Hyejin notices that Arim is not ready to play all his cards. Excited by the excitement of the battle, Hyejin asks Arim how long he intends to continue the game. Gathering his strength, Hyejin turns to Arim, emphasizing that it won't be that simple materializing energy fragments in front of him that form a puzzle. In order to activate his true self, he will have to fight, saying that he is going to kill him, and only then will he demonstrate all his skills. Arim looks at him and realizes that his self-confidence is off the charts and he will pay like a fool, he says. Suddenly, a group of healthy guys shout, "Stop it!" Thus, the boys find themselves surrounded by fencers who begin to surround them from all sides. They deliberately surrounded them to make them the laughingstock of this festive gathering. Their behavior in this situation is inappropriate, and they need to stop without hesitation, because a bunch of soldiers will not allow them to do anything. And at this moment, a wave of rivalry rises over them. They look at each other as if they were prey. We will find out how it all ends later. And now I thank you for watching this manga and ask you to subscribe to the channel so that we can make the headlines even more interesting and you can be happy. Thank you. When the boys were surrounded by armed warriors, they demanded silence during a sacred festival where fighting between clans was forbidden. But a cursed misunderstanding kept the boys from calming down. One of the boys, the oldest, decided to intervene. He wanted to teach the rude boy good manners, but realized that his actions went beyond the bounds of what was permitted. He stopped to warn the older man. This gesture made the owner think, although his indifferent look did not express any doubt about the correctness of his actions. The young man continued to address the hedgehog, calling him a criminal who had started an unprecedentedly violent fight at this historic gathering where no one had ever crossed such a line of impudence. In his opinion, the hedgehog had acted extremely boldly, attacking someone who could have fiercely fought back. The angry young man could not calm down, seeing the highborn ignore his claims, despite the fact that his clan, the Gal, was in control of the situation, preventing a real fight from breaking out. He wondered how much longer they would underestimate his clan. Suddenly, his loud shouting was interrupted by a woman's voice urging him to stop so as not to blame everyone around him. When he looked around to see who had so boldly spoken out against him, there was a charming girl standing in front of him, who came very close to prevent the worst from happening. Behind her was the hedgehog she had faithfully stood up for. Hen stubbornly looked him in the eye, outraged that he had called her a child, because they were at an official meeting where it was important to watch your words. At this point, Hyun suddenly fainted with shame because his attempts to resolve the situation only made things worse. The girl decided to clear the air on her end by explaining what was really going on. She pointed to Mr. Tanyan's son, who had unexpectedly interrupted the calmness of the event, adding to the nervousness of everyone present. As Tanyan's son lay nearby, exhausted from listening to the accusations, a representative of the Namgal clan asked the girl why she was seeking to blame young Mr. Yen, when it was clear that he had not started the conflict. Instead of stopping Mr. Tang from attacking Min, she argued that it was all nonsense. The girl expressed her dissatisfaction that they did not pay attention to Mr. Heijin's explanation. Hyejin, raising his hands, seemed to realize his mistake and was ready to admit it. Our hero had to stop and apologize to Mayan because, in her opinion, she stood on the side of truth, and she was not ashamed to show it to everyone present. Mayan shrugged his shoulders and could not understand the girl's logic, which seemed too complicated for him. Finding herself in the center of this ridiculous conflict, the girl explained to everyone that as far as she knew, the Green Mountain clan, to which Yen belonged, did not use any secret weapon throwing techniques. He had only tried to ask Mr. Tan, but had missed. She turned to Heijin, a member of Yen's clan, not dismissing the idea that he was partly responsible for the war. She asked him to explain what had happened between them, turning her piercing gaze on him. Jin met her gaze with a fierce expression, as he had no intention of explaining anything to anyone. His motives were personal. The girl hoped that her words would help diffuse the tense atmosphere and smooth out the conflict. However, this did not happen. Although Jean's action was evil, his anger was calmed only by his brother pinching his arm. Jean looked around to see who had done it and saw the face of his own brother, whom he loved very much. From his look, he realized that he had to stop because the situation had gone too far. He sighed with a heavy heart, letting go of the past resentment and anger that had arisen between them not so long ago. Our hero turned away to think about his actions and how he had rushed to make decisions. As he watched the crowd around him, he realized that, having found a reason to act, he could not control himself, and his intentions seemed too aggressive. He had no choice but to accept this and apologize to the mean clan, admitting that the rumors of their power were not unfounded. He admitted that he wanted to learn something from this guy, and that was what pushed him into the conflict. He decided to apologize from the bottom of his heart and asked for forgiveness. Min looked at him as an uncontrollable warrior, but at the same time he realized that he had won and was understanding. All the while, Hyejin was trying to ease the tension by saying that the atmosphere had deteriorated and reminding everyone of his father's words, who always told him to think before he acted. But he forgot about it again. The boy scratched the back of his head, realizing that he would face severe punishment and a 3-day hunger strike if his father found out about today's events. Everyone around him took his words as a joke. Ahen laughed at his joke and flirted with him nicely, which attracted his attention. This didn't sit well with one guy from the Namgal clan, who was looking at the girl he liked, and she was showing attention to another guy he thought was a scoundrel. Yejin continued to make amends and invited everyone to have a drink on their own at tomorrow's banquet to apologize for the trouble he caused today. He would have been happy if the crowd of representatives had forgiven him for his rudeness, when suddenly a large man came out of the crowd and said that this was imprudent. He walked right up to Hejins, put his hands on his sides, and addressed him, looking him straight in the eye. "What do you want, Mr. Daho?" Mr. Daho replied that 1 cup of liquor would not be enough for a judge of his size. He invited everyone at the banquet tomorrow to drink until they drop, saying that if the host could hold out until the end, he would consider forgiving him. Hyejin accepted the offer with a smile on his face, because he had no other choice. Everyone was eagerly preparing for the feast, appreciating the courageous act of the master of the Yen clan, and the representative of the Nimgal clan was left alone, motionless with surprise and confusion. He heard people discussing this scoundrel and the situation that had turned him into a laughingstock. For Gennady, it is unclear how it happened that the whole situation got out of hand, and he found himself in the role of the outlier. Watching Heijin and Meng, he considered them his main opponents, but he still had time to act. In the Poison Dragon clan's courtyard, a large healthy guy asked him who he was. Right there in the courtyard, the 2 clan leaders began to get to know each other, while the culprit of all events was lying on the ground, knocked out and helpless. The next day at a restaurant, at a local gathering, people gathered around tables to eat and spend time together. Hyejin also attended this gathering and was having a good time, as were the others, until a man approached him. The man introduced himself as Jusun, a security captain, and looked quite stern. Chusan addressed Hyejin, insisting on frankness and telling him that he must leave the city just before the banquet began. Zhongpan, hearing that the guard had been rude to his brother, angrily threw his spoon on the table. "You are too rough with my brother," he told the guard. "If you are so brave, do it again." However, Chusan did not back down, and without moving away from the brothers, once again emphasized that they must leave the place before the celebrations began at noon. A representative of the Nimgal clan, who had been watching this scene closely, could not hide his satisfaction that they would leave the feast and drink a glass of alcohol to celebrate. The guard did not leave them alone, deciding to launch a powerful psychological attack. Heijin put down the chopsticks he had been eating with, feeling increasing pressure from the guards. Trying to remain calm, he asked the guard again if he really wanted him to leave. The guard confidently replied that this was exactly what he wanted, but Heijin insisted on knowing why. The security officer explained that due to numerous events in the past, Heijin had too much of the past dragging him down. Since he was in charge of order, the security guard believed that Heijin had no right to attend the meeting. But John Penn couldn't contain his anger, as they had already decided this issue yesterday, and he couldn't let this rascal dictate to them what to do. Heijin said he planned to apologize during tonight's banquet in an attempt to resolve the conflict peacefully. However, the security guard pointed his finger at Heijin, saying that his behavior was already suspicious, and that an apology from him would not be enough because of his unworthy behavior yesterday. He then coolly walked out and continued eating. By trying to remain calm, Heijin demonstrated that the guard might be doubting his actions yesterday, and not fully realizing the consequences of his behavior. Having said that, the security guard decided to leave, but not without a warning. If they didn't leave the party, he would force them out. Even Pan, amazed by this impudence, decided to stop this rascal, claiming that he had no right to expel his brother. You are only one of the guards of one clan, he said, drawing attention to the abuse of power. You have no right to restrict the rights of other clans at this banquet, John Pan continued, speaking out for justice. The guard just smiled mockingly and replied that John Pan was inexperienced and did not understand the situation. This whole meeting was called by the Namgal clan, and all the guests were personally invited by our clan. This means, he explained, that we have the right to refuse any undesirable element that might interfere with the meeting, the guard added, emphasizing his right to maintain order. Our owner wanted to settle this yesterday out of the goodness of his heart, but I'm not as easy as I look. I won't ignore the source of the problem. The guard expressed his determination. Hengsh, who was sitting next to him, overheard the guard planning to expel those he didn't like, and felt happy at the thought of them being kicked out of the feast soon. Heijin turned to his brother, wondering what to do next, how they could protect their rights and save face in this difficult situation. Heijin picked up the rice sticks that kept reaching for the plate of food. He took a bite of the delicious dinner and gently put it in his brother's mouth, trying to calm him down. Eat until everything is cold. You shouldn't skip meals because of the dog barking, Heijin said, trying to give his brother moral support. When the guard heard that he was called a dirty, stinking dog, his face distorted with rage. Heijin continued to make jokes about the guard, but his words only served to inflame the atmosphere further. The guard walked over to their table again and loudly kicked the floor, attracting the attention of the entire room. Repeat what you said, the guard demanded. But Heijin only said that the noise made him feel ashamed. Maybe this dog is so eager to go outside and bark because he's very hungry. He needs his owner to tame him and take him aside, Heijin joked, emphasizing the offensive words. The defender of the ceremony had never heard such disrespect for himself in his entire history. Unable to contain his rage, he pulled his sword from its sheath, preparing to attack. You will leave here, Heijin, even if I have to use force, he threatened. Behind them, Hyun appeared, grabbed the guard's arm in time to stop his sword, and gently emphasized that it was not appropriate for the leader of the squad to make so much noise. You must not be angry no matter what. We are all here for a celebration, he said calmly, holding the guard's sword in his hand. When Heijin saw Han, he exclaimed joyfully, Here comes the owner of the hungry, stinking dog, and looked at the guard with a smile. The man was sitting at a table nearby, listening to everything that was happening, and greedily eating his food, swallowing it in large chunks. He chewed so loudly that crumbs flew out of his mouth and he looked somewhat untidy and homeless. This man watched the ruckus and realized that the meeting was turning into big trouble. He didn't like it because he wanted to draw attention to himself during the ceremony, but because of these people, no one was paying attention to him. Squinting his eyes, he focused on the young master who interested him. He had heard about his victory over Mabang, and he was curious to see how this guy would handle the situation now. Hyun, approaching the table, told Heijin that he had just humiliated the captain of the Namgal clan's guard. Our hero, in turn, did not consider the guard to be the main problem, but he felt no less humiliated by their verbal altercation. Heijin believed that Hyun was using his subordinate as a dog because he was afraid to confront him directly. Hyun was enraged by these accusations because he was not afraid of Heijin at all. Feeling that Hyun was hiding his anger because of the story with his older sister, he decided that as a true warrior, Hyun should challenge him to a duel instead of using his subordinates. This statement deeply shocked Gennady, as his own eyes openly reflected the cruelty and surprise of such words. Hearing this, the people around him realized that the accusations were true, and tension spread in the room. Hearing this, Hyun felt the resentment towards his sister Namgal Shinhwa, who was now at the banquet, take over his mind, making him even more aggressive. Enraged, he yelled at Heijin to stop spreading rumors because he would never give such an order, and the fact that Heijin was discussing it in front of everyone was a humiliation for his clan. Heijin replied with a smile, So you're saying you didn't give the order? Then I hope you won't interfere when I teach your bodyguard a lesson for disrespecting another clan. At that moment, Hyun realized that Heijin had taken him at his word and beaten him at his own game. Sitting at the table with a smile, Heijin offered an alternative. Perhaps I'll teach your bodyguard a lesson myself, as I'm also a young master, and have the right to protect my clan. This misunderstanding had gone too far, and Hyun realized how difficult it would be for him to get out of this situation with honor. The security commander intervened, saying that he was ready to take full responsibility for the actions of his subordinates. I will decide this issue myself, he said, intending to expel Heijin if he did not stop provoking him. Heijin, in turn, offered to organize a duel to resolve the conflict once and for all on an equal footing. I'll teach this guard a painful lesson, and it won't affect our inter-clan training. A fight can create a pleasant atmosphere and even help us become friends, said Heijin. The guard commander, although reluctant, agreed to the duel, as he had no choice and could not go back on his words. The guests at the table realized that this duel might not end well. He was also planning to use this opportunity to impress his former opponent, Mishan. The girls, who were sitting separately, watched the events, realizing that Cho Hong, although he looked like a regular warrior, had something more in him. This situation created a tense atmosphere, but it also gave Hejin and Hyun an opportunity to reach a new level of relationship and test their strength in a fair fight. He was one of the most powerful warriors, rumored to have conquered a third of all the bandits in Hefei, the city where they were staying. The girl approached Han and urged Jung Pyo to stop them before it was too late. John Penn, feeling desperate, knew that stopping them was almost impossible, especially with such high stakes. Now that it has come to battle, we cannot retreat without defending our brother's honor. For if he loses, the honor of our house will go down with the ruins, he said. Ah-hin suddenly stood up from the table, saying that she had to stop Kejin and that they had to hurry. Her brother, however, interrupted her, suggesting that they hurry to the field to watch the match instead of stopping him. He had already prepared an outfit for her, anticipating the possibility of a duel. She unexpectedly dressed in it and remarked, "We will all meet there," referring to the battlefield. John Pan, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, admitted that it was hard for him to have such a sister, to which the boy replied that it was no easier with his brother. A few minutes later, they all gathered on the training field, where everyone was amazed by what was happening, feeling real excitement at the growing intrigue. The security commander confidently thought he could easily defeat Hae-jin, perceiving his audacity as youthful maximalism. Hae-jin, full of determination, pulled out his huge staff and began to swing it, demonstrating his readiness for battle. He stood in a fighting stance and called out to the commander of the guard to start the battle without wasting a second. But instead of attacking immediately, the guard commander stretched out his hand and held up 3 fingers, symbolizing to Hae-jin that he was giving him the opportunity to strike 3 times. Hae-jin did not understand the sign at first, but assumed that it was a suggestion of 3 attempts to attack. The guard commander confirmed this, explaining that as the acting head of the swordsman's department of the Great Namgal clan, he naturally gives his opponent 3 strikes as a sign of respect for his rank and skill. For Hae-jin, this offer sounded quite absurd, because in his past life he had defeated much more serious opponents, and now this possibility only made him smile ironically. Hae-jin and his opponent got into a fighting stance. The first blow fell on Hae-jin, so he had to think fast and decide on his tactics. Furrowing his brows, our hero looked around, comparing the circumstances with his plan of action, which he had already developed in his head. Hae-jin started the attack with a threatening look, but his intuition told him not to rush. Deciding to change his tactics, he switched to defense, easily lowering his sharp, long sword to his shoulder in preparation for a possible counterattack. This maneuver surprised the enemy captain as he realized Hae-jin was not going to attack first. "I've changed my mind," Hae-jin said succinctly, escalating the intrigue of the fight. The next moment, Hae-jin swung and his long dagger began to split, emitting streams of dark energy. "Are you ready to pay for your words?" The commander relented and made it clear that if he lowered his sword before Hae-jin's 3rd strike, his head would come off his shoulders, painting everything around him red. After Hae-jin's speech and his impressive maneuvers, the audience held their breath, shocked by the sudden turn of events. However, the representatives of the higher clans were most impressed by Hae-jin's stance, which reflected not only physical fitness, but also a deep understanding of martial arts. Some of the spectators held their breath, having seen such skill and uniqueness of coinage technique for the first time. Heng, realizing that his protector and fellow soldier was in great danger, screamed, trying to attract his attention with a loud shout. But the leader of the Chusun clan, surprised by Hae-jin's technique, could not look away, standing with his mouth open in amazement. Suddenly, everything in his eyes turned red and a huge axe appeared in front of him, as if materialized out of thin air. Hae-jin pushed off the ground sharply, causing it to collapse beneath him, which was the beginning of his first strike. He was not going to spare his opponent, and a powerful blow, like lightning, struck the enemy, illuminating the battlefield with bright light. In an attempt to repel the attack, the commander put up a block, hoping to stop the next attack. As soon as Hae-jin's spear hit the captain's block, he gritted his teeth in pain and tried his best to hold back the blow. It was not easy to hold back such a powerful blow, and the second question on the lips of the spectators was, how did such a young fighter have such incredible strength? However, Hae-jin had no intention of stopping the fight. He was preparing to deliver a new blow. This strike was filled with even more rage and indignation at the captain for his audacity. The captain deftly dodged the blow, for the force of this blow could have split even a stone. The speed of the attack was unprecedented, far outpacing any previous attacks the commander had ever seen. Although the captain avoided a direct hit, the force of the explosion still damaged his clothes. This seriously angered the captain, as he believed that such force on the part of the young fighter was excessive. The 3rd strike was the most unexpected. Dozens of sharp points filled with dark energy fell on the captain. Horrified by the fatal blow, the commander realized that he might die. However, gathering his will into a fist, he drew his sword and began to parry the attacks, fighting for his life. Meanwhile, our hero watched the result of his blows, waiting for an opportunity to end the fight. Having repelled 3 powerful blows of the Heijin, the commander felt very tired and regretted that he had allowed the battle to gain such momentum. At this critical moment, it was extremely dangerous for the commander because he almost lost his vigilance. Although he was blocking the blows, a picture flashed through his mind of his body being riddled with holes from the sharp attacks. Hedzin's words that the commander was already dead brought him back to his senses. Holding the spear on his shoulder, Heijin had already warned him, emphasizing the inevitability of defeat. If the commander did not survive the 3rd blow, Heijin promised to kill him. Heijin intended to make the commander pay for his inappropriate words. The battle continues, and Heijin attacks with renewed vigor, sharply raising his spear. At this time, the audience was intensely watching the events of this exciting duel. The 2 strong men with serious faces watched intently, realizing that the battle was much more difficult than they had originally thought. Looking at each other, they already realized who would win this battle. Heijin, like a madman, struck harder and harder. The squad leader was already exhausted by these merciless attacks, which were gradually destroying his reputation. The guy, like a swallow, quickly flew up and swung his weapon. He struck a blow, which the commander met with his sword, but the force of the blow caused the sword to fly out and hit the commander right in the face, causing his mouth to bleed. The general, stunned by the blow, grabbed his head, and it seemed that he would instantly lose consciousness. As soon as he let his guard down, a dark spear flew straight at his head. The commander made every effort to repel this unexpected attack. However, all the brave commander could do was block the blows, and Heijin took off again, determined to erase the last doubts in the captain's mind. The commander instantly activates the lazy donkey technique, elegantly avoiding the fatal blow as if dancing with death itself. He almost laughs in the face of danger, feeling the adrenaline rush of the joy of saving a life. His gaze suddenly turns serious, realizing that every next move can decide the fate of the fight. There is no sense of relief anywhere, but every muscle is tense, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The commander looks at his body with conviction, reminding himself of his invincibility and greatness. His sword flashes with renewed vigor, chi energy filling his blade, ready to unleash his anger. He takes a fighting stance, declaring his intention to resume the battle and prove his superiority. Pride and duty drive him to fight to the end, setting an example of courage for all his subordinates.
Now we'll see who the real warrior is! The commander declares with a loud roar, ready to take on any challenge.
Suddenly, as he prepares for the next attack, an unexpected blow hits him in the chest, knocking him back at the speed of thought. The pain of the blow was so intense that the commander could not help but burst into an angry scream, calling his opponent the worst names. Filled with hatred and rage, he raised his sword high above his head, ready to demonstrate his true strength in a decisive attack. At this critical moment, the boy suddenly throws a stone at the commander. The stone hits the commander with great force, effectively interrupting his attack and forcing him to stop. Then the boy activates the 3 swords in pursuit of life technique, a brutal method that leaves no chance for those who stand in his way. Heijin found himself surrounded by 3 powerful blows from different directions, each of which he had to meet with strength and skill, because his survival depended on it. Although the boy deftly deflected each blow, one of the attacks flew so close to him that it almost hit him. His brother, John Pan, thought for a moment that Heijin had been seriously injured, because everything indicated that this might have happened. Heijin deftly avoided the fatal blow, feeling death whispering in his ear. He knew that the fight could end at any moment. As always, the guy kept his composure, calmly accepting each new challenge. He concentrated all his energy by activating the static singularity technique, which allowed him to stop time. This technique focused on his leg, giving him unusual abilities and advantages in maneuvering. His opponent, the commander, was puzzled by this magic because he had never seen anything like it in his long life. The commander tries to strike with his sword, hoping to catch Heijin. However, the invisible armor protecting Heijin's did not allow the powerful blow to reach its target. The reaction was instantaneous. The blow he delivered immediately hit the commander's right side. Heijin not only used the technique of a great warrior, but also mastered all its nuances. He had mastered the 12 heavenly walls in the North technique, which protected him like an impenetrable shield. The commander's punch seriously damaged his arm, causing a piercing response of pain. When the commander retreated, he realized that the boy was a real villain, hiding his true power under the mask of a young man. Behind him was not only youth, but also a tremendous inner strength that turned him from an ordinary opponent into a dangerous killer. This strength makes him a deadly warrior capable of many things, despite his age. The commander howled in pain, feeling humiliated and angry at the boy. Although his arm was almost unresponsive, he had no intention of giving up. He gathered all his strength to fight to the last and kill this rascal who stood in his way. Heijin held his spear ready to fight back, trying to end the fight with his victory. It was no longer just a sword, but a massive cold weapon filled with chi energy that sparkled in his hands. The commander jumped off the ground, activating the equipment which sliced through the air with its powerful energy.
Our hero rushed forward, his weapon bifurcated, creating the illusion of 1,000 spears rushing toward the commander.
Two mighty warriors, each with a unique technique, are ready to face off in a final confrontation from which only one will be able to escape alive. But suddenly, the commander saw that Heijin's swords were not ordinary swords. They were the real art of a wild beast, with huge, sharp teeth that brutally cut his body from all sides. Each tooth desperately cut into the skin, causing the commander to feel sharp pain. In this fight, Heijin clearly won, flying over the commander, who was falling powerlessly to the ground like a corpse. His sword slipped out of his hands and his body lost coordination. At the same time, Hyekian remained steadfast, as if nothing had happened. The battle-weary commander fell to the ground, but something inside him did not allow him to die immediately. In front of the crowd, he fell to his knees, spitting blood. Everyone realized that the great lord of the N-clan was defeated. The boy decided to end the battle with the death of the captain. He rushed at the enemy with a spear, and everyone realized that it was a mistake, shouted at him to stop. At the same second, Heijin flew with incredible speed with his spear, like the wind, and the commander was on his knees, no longer hoping to see the light. And as soon as he saw the blade in front of his head with one eye, the commander realized that death was coming. But suddenly someone intervened, stopping Heijin's fatal stroke. It was an inconspicuous, poorly dressed man, looking like a homeless man, who held back Heijin's powerful blow, saving the commander from the decisive blow. The guy recognized him and was surprised by his presence. As it turned out, this man was not a simple homeless man. He was the leader of the Dragon Union, a great man in every sense. The man was amazed that Heijin recognized him, even though he was holding a spear with both hands. The veins in his arms were tense, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. He told our hero that he was still just a receiver and his master was still doing well. Holding Heijin's punch, he praised him for his strength but advised him to stop and talk. The guy released his tension and took the spear aside, showing his willingness to dialogue. At that moment, Heijin rushed with the spear to the commander, who was already on his knees, realizing that he could no longer fight. Heijin asked the leader of the poor man's sect why he stopped the stroke, because if he had done something wrong, his arm would have flown off, to which the leader replied that it would only help him in his future begging. After stopping the boy, the poor man was surprised that Heijin knew him, but he had never been to the territory of the N-clan, and had never met him or his father. Heijin explained that he had heard various rumors that he was the future head of the poor man's sect. The poor man just scratched the back of his head, because he thought it was strange that such an inconspicuous guy would be the subject of such rumors. He remembered how he used to drink vodka with Gaduk-san in his past life, and how he hadn't changed at all. But Heijin had only met Gaduk-san when he became the Dark Emperor in his previous life, which was much later than the present. Although Gaduk-san joked that losing one arm was a small price to pay for saving someone's life, the point was that he shouldn't have been in this place in the past. And so our hero realized that the present was changing because of his actions. At the same time, he couldn't even imagine that if he hadn't come to the pavilion with the tennis tunes, his brother and sister would have already died at the hands of Ma Bang, and the reality would have been completely different. The poor man interrupted him, pointed his finger in the direction Heijin was supposed to go, and said they were waiting for him there. Heijin turned in the direction indicated. He saw a huge crowd of spectators who were shocked by the boy's cruelty. After all, he had almost killed the commander, which was completely inhuman. People were horrified to realize that Heijin was a thief who had organized something more than just a practice match. Meanwhile, the commander was lying in a completely broken state, with no hope of getting up after the fight. Our hero realized that his actions had confused everyone present, and although he had originally planned to kill the captain, this did not give people an understanding of his motives. This was unacceptable for the ceremony, and many were shocked by his words. Someone in the crowd raised his hand, and all eyes were on this person. It was a big guy from the Dragon Clan who asked Heijin a question. "Don't you think you've gone too far?" He added, "Everyone here thought it was just a conflict of opinion, and you fought him to the death. Was that really necessary?" We move on to a room where the clan representative who had gathered everyone was far away from the battlefield where his warrior commander had been defeated. He watched the events from a considerable distance, feeling the tension building. Hen, full of anger, ruthlessly smashed the walls around him. Fragments of broken bricks fell to the floor, indicating his anger. He did not know how to calm down after such a defeat of his soldier. He was also hurt by the realization that this guy had humiliated him in front of the girl he liked, whose name was Ahia. His despair knew no bounds, and as he watched himself, he felt himself overwhelmed with rage. He was so angry that he could not stop himself and continued to vent his anger at the innocent brick wall. When Hen and his servant arrived at the battlefield, he saw a terrible scene. He turned to his servant with a request. At this critical moment, Hen ordered his servant to immediately find out which hospital his soldier was in and report back to him. The servant beat his chest in agreement and hurried to fulfill the order. The boy gritted his teeth when he thought of the scoundrel Gigan and swore that he would kill him. It was a beautiful sunny day, and Gigan turned to the great man, Pendaho. He was amazed at his request, because after the incident with the captain, he was terrified to take out insurance.
Heijin threw the stick into his brother's hands.
The latter did not understand why he was entrusted with this staff. He asked the big man if he could teach his brother. The big man did not want to agree at first, but Heijin persuaded him because he considered him a strong opponent for his talented brother, who had not yet met worthy opponents. Since the match of honor was over, it was time to strengthen their friendship, which was the purpose of this meeting. Heijin looked at his brother with a smile, who was amazed by the unpredictable actions of this guy. Taking the stick, he dispelled all negative thoughts, but John Peng was not going to waste time. He asked Brother Peng to become his mentor, and he gladly accepted the offer. Everyone took up the idea and began to popularize it. Some of the crowd even expressed a desire to compete with the Juga clanmaster. The hostess, in turn, looking at the big man, also expressed a desire to check his changes in martial arts. A young man approached the poor man and asked to learn from the master. This made the master laugh, because the conflict was over, and the atmosphere was diffused. The master supported the young man who approached him, promising to have a good time. Heijin approached the boy and told him that their previous duel had been quickly interrupted, and that if he offered to fight now, there would be no problem. It was the second attempt, and the young master tried to get another fool to fight. Everyone began to train on the grounds, learning from each other and gaining skills. But again, the brutal sound of battle was heard. Everyone held their breath. Is it really happening again? Yes, it was Heijin fighting again with another representative of a strong noble and influential clan. People wondered where the boy's strength came from, because he had recently fought a warlord. But Heijin did not care. He attacked the guy with a stick. The boy blocks his punch, but he hears the crack of the stick. Looking closely, he sees that Heijin's blow has even started to cut through the stick. He deflects the blow to the side. And demonstrating a few tricks, the boy threw Heijin's back to a distance that gave him a chance to think. How did it happen that his opponent was hitting so hard?
But our hero was not going to give up or stand still.
The guy was even afraid of his opponent's quick attack. And because of that, he couldn't even block his punch. But at the last moment, he managed to repel the attack.
Activating his chi energy, he repelled one attack after another,
attacking Heijin and not letting him rest, putting chi energy into each blow. Heijin was just testing this rascal to see who was who. During one of the attacks, the guy's body caught fire with an aura. At that moment, our hero realized that he was very familiar with this. It was the moment when his opponent was filling up with chakra and preparing to attack. Heijin did not stand aside and materialize the axe of the god of darkness. Two great forces clashed in a battle on the training ground. After the opponent's blow, the stick fell in half, shattering into pieces. The guy, out of breath, defending himself against Gigan but with a broken stick, suggested that the courageous fight end there. It was very important, because a lot could depend on it. Our hero agreed to this offer, but something in his behavior changed. He moved away from his opponent and did not say a word to him. Suddenly, his face expressed a change of mood. As he walked away, he realized that his chi energy was the same, and his techniques were identical to those that had brought him great grief in the past. When he compared the pros and cons, he already knew that the people who attacked his village, they had killed his brother and taken the lives of his people, ending the existence of their cult. No doubt they were from the Ming clan, and as he stood with his back to this villain, our hero realized that the Ming clan's hands were stained with blood, and it was they, the scoundrels, who had destroyed his dynasty. In an instant, the day turned into night. The moon hung high, illuminating the city where our hero was staying. He silently watched the silvery light fall on the houses. Heijin focused on accumulating chi energy by rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. He felt every molecule of his body like never before. Sitting in a meditative pose in the middle of nature, Heijin glowed like a firefly, continuously increasing his strength amidst the peace and quiet. Thanks to this technique, he almost completely cleansed himself of the dark, murky chi energy, feeling a surge of pure power. Deciding to rest for a while, Heijin stopped his intense concentration. He lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and let nature envelop him. As he rested, Heijin felt a growing fatigue from everything he had experienced during this meditation. Eventually, he learned that the Ming clan was responsible for his suffering in his past life, and this discovery stunned him. During a fight with a Ming clan member, Heijin noticed that their method of controlling internal chi energy was exactly the same as the martial art he had seen in his past life when his clan was attacked. It turned out that chi energy is different for each clan depending on the breathing technique, so clan leaders strictly control the transmission of internal energy management techniques. The same blade technique that Heijin had seen in his past life now looked slightly different simply because of the change in weaponry, so he didn't recognize it at first. The weapon had changed, but the essence of the technique remained the same as it had been on that fateful day, and that was what confused Heijin when he finally realized it. Lying on the ground, Heijin delved into his memories. revisiting moments of the past. He couldn't understand how this could have happened, replaying in his mind the moment when he was tearing up the leaves on the bushes, trying to escape reality. The memories brought him back to the moment when his brother was on his knees and the big man raised his hand, ready to deliver the blow that changed Hejin's life forever. Even at that critical moment when his brother's life was coming to an end, and as the enemy's attacks grew stronger and Hejin's life was on the line, his brother kept begging Jae-jin to run away to save his life. And even when he was being killed, he did not betray his brother, did not give away his whereabouts. He did not look back at Hejin, because he knew that if he was exposed, he too would face death. Hejin, hiding in the bamboo bushes, was so frightened by what he saw that he could not force his body to move. Fear paralyzed him, but his instinct for self-preservation took over, and he ran as fast as he could. Tears of pain mixed with blood dripped to the ground as he ran, filling the night with his suffering. In the end, he was able to escape certain death, but his family and friends could not. The grief and pain struck him right in the heart, causing Gedzin to cry continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The pain did not subside, and his hatred for his enemies only grew. At that moment, Hejin made a promise to himself, a promise that changed his entire life. He would never regret anything again. As he lay on the ground, he remembered the pain, the all-too-familiar moment when his heart was filled with unwavering determination. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and said, "You, what a bitter one." Shocked by the sudden interruption, Hejin stood up, ready to find out who dared to disturb his peace in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a member of the poor man's clan appeared, claiming that all the plants around him had wilted because of his murderous energy and mood. Hejin was completely unprepared for the meeting and wiped away his tears, trying to find the words to respond. He asked the poor man what brought him here, noticing that he was holding something behind his back. "Nothing special, just this bag," the man replied. He showed the bag to Hejin and dumped its contents on the ground, explaining that he had come because Hejin hadn't shown up to the party that night. The poor man had brought alcohol and snacks with him, hoping they would drink together. The idea seemed very appealing to Gedzin, and he smiled at the unexpected hospitality. They sat down on the stones by the tree, and the first glass of delicious alcohol was poured, waiting for them to take it. Clinking their glasses, they decided to drink. They poured the strong liquor and snacked on the meat the poor man had brought with him, enjoying a relaxing evening after so much trouble. After a drink, the poor man reassured Hejin, saying that he should not worry about his brother because he had great relationships with other people. "Your brother is a wonderful person," he continued. "If you could see him, you would realize his innocence and charisma that attracts others. Unlike you, who is always so frowning," the poor man added. Hejin did not object, recognizing that they were indeed very different. The poor man went on to advise Hejin to smile more often, because he was happy to see him happy. Hejin replied that he would not smile for no reason. The poor man replied, "If you are as strong as a stone, what is stopping you from smiling? Smile more often, and then you will find things to smile about." Changing the subject, Hejin said that he would not be able to hold the bottle of alcohol for long, and that he needed to replace the glass immediately. As he poured alcohol into the glass, Hejin asked if he could ask the poor man for anything special. The poor man was surprised that a strong guy like Hejin would want to ask for something, assuming it was more like a task than a simple request. But the poor man was up for the task, because his sect values information, and he promised to do whatever was required of him, waiting for the details of the task from Hyunjin. Hejin got up from the table because he was supposed to speak quietly and walked over to the poor man, whispering in his ear. Hejin's words shocked the poor man, causing his pupils to dilate. A cold wind swept through the night forest, filling the atmosphere with tension. The poor man, stunned, did not know what to say to Hejin's serious words. After a few sips of alcohol, the poor man admitted that the first 2 requests were easy for him, but the third one, to dig for the clan, was something else entirely. Hejin replied that if it was too hard, the poor man could refuse. The poor man hit the stone, stood up and said he could do it, but he needed a reason why it was worth doing. The guy gestured with the number 3 and said that if the poor man would do 3 requests for him and do his job well, Hejin would tell him all the reasons. The poor man stood up, shocked. He wondered why he had to participate in such a business. In the dark room, the 2 friends discussed the plan. One of them, a member of the Tang clan, suggests attacking a powerful villain who has offended him personally. His friend doesn't want to get his hands dirty, but for a member of the Tang clan, it's a matter of honor. The Tang clan member agrees to work together, but emphasizes the need for careful preparation. He promises to contact his ally as soon as he leaves a meeting at a place called The Heirs with a Broken Arm. Khan stands by the door so that no one can hear their conversation. One of them asks why he hates his victim so much. Han in turn justifies his hatred, but the representative of the Tang clan laughs ironically, considering his reasons not serious enough even to offend a dog. Han is annoyed by the comments of the Tang clan member,
who says that before resorting to such beliefs, Han should have curbed his thirst for killing. Eventually, it becomes clear that Han doesn't just hate his victim, he wants him dead. Khan denies it, but tells his friend to seize the opportunity while he can still keep his pride. If he doesn't take this opportunity, he will regret it later. No matter what, Khan decides to make the attack, even though his friend did not ask him to. Left with only one hand, he smiles through the hatred that burns in his heart and promises the Khan that he will not return to this city until he has dipped his hands in the blood of the enemy. Thus begins the 20th chapter of the story, and we are transported to a place devoid of grass, covered with mud, where autumn leaves fly. Hae-jin walks down the street, where autumn leaves fall directly into his hair, painting a picture of an encounter with autumn. After a long stay in this place, he feels that it is time to return to the end. The boy realizes that he has a lot of things to do and needs to get home as soon as possible. Since he has learned about the thieves who may threaten his clan, Hae-jin must improve his martial arts skills and reorganize the clan's forces. He does not recall any pleasant moments with the poor man and hopes that he can get the information he needs. During their conversation at a picnic under the moonlight, the poor man was preparing to leave and gave him some advice. It is better to strike while the iron is hot. The poor man gathered up everything he had brought with him and told Hae-jin that in order to fulfill his request, he needed to contact the poor people to find out what had happened that evening. But that might not be enough. In response, Hae-jin asked if he needed to pay the contact person from the poor man's sect in his clan. The poor man, hearing this, raised his hand up and waved it to indicate that he did not need to pay. He said that he did not need money, and it was better to prepare a tasty meal for him as payment. Hae-jin was absolutely sure that he would succeed. His faith in himself was unshakable. As he and his brother stood there, they were approached by burly men, who asked if they were going to leave so soon and congratulated them. Hae-jin replied that if fate brought them together again, they would meet again. He felt sad that they hadn't even had a drink together yet. The big guy's second brother patted Janpeng on the back in support and laughed, knowing that Janpeng had worked hard yesterday, helping to deliver alcohol instead of his brother, and was now suffering from a hangover. It was an enjoyable experience for each of them, as they were excited to make new friends and have such connections with other fraternities. Just as Hae-jin was about to go to his car, someone else decided to come and say goodbye to him. It was Hyun's girlfriend, who was outraged that they hadn't even had lunch together before leaving. Hae-jin refused, explaining that they were in a hurry. Hae-jin approached the girl's brother and said that if he came, he would show him around the city. Hearing this, the girl asked, "What about me?" Hae-jin looked at her seriously and said, "Well, you can do it too." But she was angry that he hadn't told her about it for so long. A-hen pulled out a pouch from his pocket and held it out to Hae-jin, palm forward. Hae-jin was surprised by the unexpected gift and did not understand what it was, to which she explained that it was a brightly colored plate from the Juge clan. Since they have recently started producing weapons, the company is located near the famous mountain with a map attached. Hae-jin should visit the place when he has time. Hae-jin wondered why the girl had decided to give him this information. It was because she thought that a spear and a staff were not the best fighting companions for a boy, and although she didn't know what his main weapon was, if he went there when he had free time, he could choose a really good and high-quality weapon. Hae-jin held the plate in his hands and was very interested in the offer. He sincerely thanked the girl for such a gift, despite their different backgrounds. The girl, in turn, said that it did not cost her anything. She also explained that it was her way of repaying him for saving the first daughter of the Juge clan, who can now live her luxurious life, and even her father would consider it a good thing for their clan. After this meeting, they became friends and exchanged pleasantries. Hae-jin and his brother were leaving the city where the heirs were meeting, and everyone was happily saying goodbye to them, but Hae-jin didn't even look back at them. A girl who was watching him walk away noticed that he didn't even turn around. As Hae-jin was leaving, her red-haired friend Yun-woo came up to the girl and said with admiration, "He's amazing, isn't he?" Yun-woo knew Hae-jin well, as she had constantly watched him on his journey to becoming one of the 7 great clans, which happened in a very short time. Both girls were impressed by his strength and confidence, and they couldn't believe that such a person really existed. Manhwa hoped that she would meet Hae-jin again soon, and wondered if they would be on the same side of the conflict when they met again. It was not known whether they would be allies or enemies, but the curiosity and anticipation of the next meeting remained. As Hae-jin walked away, he was watched by another friend who hated him with all his heart and had avoided any contact after the past events. This man stood off to the side, tapping on a wooden beam, his eyes filled with anger at every glance at Hae-jin. Hate filled him every time he saw Hae-jin. He knocked loudly on the wooden window and decided that his servants should inform the boy from the Tang clan of his feelings and intentions. All this was happening under the mysterious gaze of his friend, who, although standing in the shadows, was already planning how to regain his influence and take revenge on Hae-jin. With tension in his voice and hatred in his words, he ordered his servant to leave immediately. The servant hurriedly ran to fulfill his master's order. At the same time, an ancient scroll was found in the Green Mountain Yen clan where his father was staying. A servant knocked on the door and addressed the clan leader as an elder, causing a tense atmosphere. The chief administrator entered the room with a scroll in his hand. He had important information for the clan leader. Among other news, the important news was that the young master was returning to the clan. This news made his father happy. But at the same time, the Moye clan handed over a letter that the clan leader had to read personally. When he opened the scroll, the head of the Yen clan felt that something was wrong because the Moye clan did not have a custom of writing to them. What could have prompted them to do this? Unfolding the letter, he began to read in surprise. The information contained in the scroll was truly amazing. The letter contained a proposal to unite the forces of the two clans, which came as a surprise to everyone. And in the office of the Mo clan elder, there were also interesting events related to this proposal, which could change a lot in their relations with the Yen clan. The head of the Mo clan was writing intently on a scroll containing important records. At that moment, a golden-colored sparrow flew into the room and watched the man writing in an important script with interest. The sparrow, not afraid of the human presence, boldly flew into the room and landed. It landed directly on the ink and began to run around the scroll, leaving traces. The head of the Moyen clan saw that this impudent bird had decided to interfere with his important documents. He waited for it to approach his hand and calm down. Holding his breath and keeping his eyes on the sparrow, he suddenly grabbed it. Squeezing the bird in his hand and using his chi energy, he killed it. Meanwhile, the clan leader continued to write a document describing the priceless sword god weapon belonging to the Moen clan. Nothing could distract him from this work, because the continuation of the family depended on it. In the intimate atmosphere of his chambers, the head of the Green Mountain clan carefully examines the scroll he received from the Moen clan. The ancient paper rustles under his fingers, and his mind travels back in time. Opening the document, he quickly realized that it was not just a letter. It was a business proposal. Suddenly, the Moye clan begins to try their hand at trade, which is mind-boggling in its boldness. Upon reflection, he remembers how 300 years ago, after a bloody uprising, their clan was forced to move from Liaoning province to the central region of Huang province. History turns the pages of a bright memory. Back then, they settled in new lands, and it seemed that the sea trade would no longer interest them. But times change, and circumstances change with them. Now, when the unexpected becomes a reality, a leader has to rethink old plans and adapt to new challenges that fate throws at him. However, as they think about the proposal, they realize that such cooperation may not be as profitable as it seemed at first glance. This issue requires caution. He orders his servant to prepare paper, scythe, and ink, because the answer must be sent immediately. Every moment is worth its weight in gold. Pulling back the curtain on the window, he fills the room with sunlight, which looks like a symbol of new beginnings and opportunities. Looking outside, the manager wonders how long he hasn't left his office. Life seems distant and completely different when you are outside the usual framework. But today's weather is so pleasant that he can't help but go outside and enjoy the day. The cold but clean air fills his lungs with freshness and peace. But despite the peaceful day, his heart was pounding because his children had not yet returned home. He prayed that they would be okay, especially in this unpredictable weather. Our heroes were returning home, full of fatigue, their bodies exhausted from the heat that prevented them from moving normally. The sun was scorching mercilessly, and the air was so dry that it was getting harder to breathe with every step. Ivan Pan was exhaustedly wiping sweat from his forehead, which was pouring down continuously, and could barely stand up from the unbearable heat. Seeing this, his brother began to worry about him because John looked very bad. When he finally arrived, he saw the swordsman lying exhausted on the ground, and his brother, who had just gotten to his feet, sighed in despair, explaining his condition as a hangover. "We ran here from far away Hefei, and it was so exhausting that we can barely stand," John Pan explained, stopping to rest. The swordsman's commander looked around and saw that their formation had completely broken down and the soldiers could barely stand. He began to loudly scold the soldiers for their poor form, showering them with words of irritation and discontent. But Hyojin noticed that the swordsman's stamina was not enough for such conditions, and he told the commander, "At this rate, they will never make it. At this rate, they will never become worthy members of the Blue Task Force." Meanwhile, the Blue Task Force is preparing for intensive training that will continue until they are fully recovered and back in action. Despite all the difficulties, Hyojin tells the commander that he will go look for food for the exhausted soldiers and orders them to stay put. The commander is confused because he thinks he should have taken care of it himself. On the horizon, our hero notices a building that stands out in the forest and heads towards it. The door creaked open, and a ray of sunlight penetrated into a dark room with only old glass. From the inside, this place resembled a bar that Gigan had visited before, but now it seemed forgotten and abandoned. Our hero calls out loudly, "Is anyone here?" and hears a response in the form of a creaking door and a distant voice. He approaches the small window, pulls back the curtain and asks if it is open. The man answers in the affirmative, but Hyejin immediately adds that he needs food and water for 30 people. As the owner begins to make excuses, a stranger suddenly bursts into the bar. Hyejin immediately recognizes this rascal. He starts the conversation with an ironic greeting. "Oh, look how long it's been." It was a member of the Tani clan with a broken arm, which he deserved, being a rather cruel person. "It was only 2 days ago that we saw each other for the last time," says the descendant of the Tani clan, bandaging his broken arm, which was tied to a board. They meet in this bar, where the descendant of the Tani clan sits down by the window and starts a conversation. Our hero can't help but laugh when he sees his opponent in front of him. He realizes that this is an ambush, but the guy insists on showing up and asks him if he's surprised to see him. The guy laughs. "I thought you'd wet yourself when you saw me, or lose another arm so I could strike fear into you." The heir to the Tani clan only laughs in response to his words, realizing that now he will not be able to yap as confidently. Watching all this, our hero realizes that his opponent is ready to attack. Tanya's heir declares that he is already much more desperate than death, and it would be foolish of him to attack. "You have to say your last words. The poison is already in the air, and if you have heard of the shadow dance technique, you know that it has no smell or color," he warns. However, the descendant of the Tani clan is sure that his opponent knows nothing about this technique and starts laughing. "How would you know about it? It's invisible." Feeling that he is about to regain consciousness, Hyejin pushes off the ground with all his might, preparing to attack. At this moment, when his opponent defiantly declares that people like him have no right to live and cannot notice his technique, Hyejin prepares to strike. A strong punch hits his opponent's stomach with such force that it seems as if his organs are about to fly out. The heir to the Tani clan even burps out in surprise and pain, and his belongings are scattered in all directions. A moment later, Hyejin struck again, precisely and deservedly. The heir to the Tani clan falls, scattering furniture, and the glass on the table ends up on the floor. The force of the blow is so great that he falls to his knees, belching in pain and shock. The representative of the Tani clan asks himself the question, did he really use the 3 poisonous energies? It seems obvious to him that the 3 poisonous energies were enough to activate the shadow dance technique. Now he is on his knees, powerless and unable to do anything. At this critical moment, Hyejin approaches him. Although he looks pensive, he is ready to act. With all his strength, Hyejin hits the bandaged arm of the Tani clan descendant, which is still healing, causing sharp pain. The descendant's father, Jin, sees Hyejin's foot hitting his son's arm and is frozen in shock. From the top floor, he calls out to Hyejin to stop, emphasizing the inadmissibility of such behavior. Seeing the pain of his descendant, Jin's squad launches an attack on Hyejin with his own squad. As a descendant of the Tang clan is taken hostage by Hyejin, his men immediately ask him to stop the attack, warning of serious consequences. At this point, Tan is lying on the floor with Hyejin's sharp boot on his throat, which is ruthlessly pressing down on him, making him suffer. Feeling superior, Hyejin asks the others what they are going to do with their descendants. In a mixture of pain and anger, the head of the Jin clan exclaims how Hyejin could dare to take the young heir hostage. Pointing his finger at the pack of people around him, Hyejin says he has a few words for them. "If you take even 1 step forward, I will be forced to attack, unless you want this bastard's neck to break," he threatens, keeping the tension high. Hoping for sympathy for his son, the clan leader taps his foot on the floor, trying to get Hyejin's attention. As Hyejin continues to stamp his foot on the scoundrel's neck, the fat father comes closer, trying to show calm. The tension between the parties reaches a maximum, and it seems that there is no other way out. Suddenly, the clan leader attacks Hyejin with a metal weapon in his hands, which he clearly did not expect. A shocking blow, and immediately someone's head flies off their shoulders. Blood spills everywhere. The clan leader feels victorious, convinced that his blow has decided the outcome of the battle. However, Hyejin's punch hits him in the face with such force that his jaw breaks and his teeth fly out. Having received a powerful blow to the face, the clan leader holds his jaw, and Hyejin approaches him and tells him not to look for easy ways, because it is useless. Our hero demands that the enemy hand over his weapon, emphasizing that the sooner he does so, the better his chances of survival. Zdoroviak looks at the metal rod in his hand, not understanding why the young warrior is so insistent on giving it away. Gathering all his strength, he exhales the air from his lungs, preparing for action. Decisively, he pushes on the young warrior's leg with such force that it probably broke again. The impudent and stupid master lay on the ground, writhing in pain and cursing himself for his own stupidity. The main goal of the Tang clan in this conflict is to preserve the heir, so they give Hyejin a metal rod. Picking up the weapon, Hyejin feels the power of steel in it. He immediately starts swinging this metal cross around the bar, smashing furniture and everything around him. The warriors of the Tang clan realize the danger their master poses with such a weapon. They quickly take the old, fat boss away from the aggressive ninja. All they have to do is prepare for the attack because Hejin looks very dangerous. But the fat clan leader reassures his warriors, telling them not to try to fight because they are not on his level. Despite their leader's warnings, the self-confident warriors of the Tang clan decided to attack Hejin with their swords. Seeing their arbitrariness, Hejin realizes that it is time to act. He uses the metal whip he is holding to strike one of the red warriors, literally tearing his flesh and tearing off a part of his body. He hits the next warrior so hard that his arm flies off, and another warrior loses his head from the flying metal tip. These maneuvers of Hejin's turn into a brutal meat grinder, in which he turns over half of their squad in a matter of seconds. Despite the clan leader's warnings, it was too late for his subordinates. The chains of the metal whip envelop the space, and parts of the bodies of their comrades fly in different directions. All this terrifies the survivors. Hejin, filling the weapon with his energy, sows terror among the Tang clan warriors, who are watching this picture of devastation in a state of incomprehension and fear. The blade of the iron sword stops, and the boy suddenly realizes that everything around him is covered in blood. He has overdone it, using his powers. Traces of blood are scattered everywhere, and he realizes that he has overdone it with his supernatural powers. If I had shackles, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much with such a small axe, he thinks, looking back at his tool. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy realizes that he needs to find a new target. At this point, the colossus named Tang kneels down and begs for mercy. Chaos reigns around him, but the hedgehog decisively throws away the iron whip he borrowed. The head of the Tang clan realizes that he has never met a scoundrel like him and is outraged by such disrespectful treatment of himself and his weapon. Despite having only a minute to live, his thirst for revenge never left him, and he decides to strike again at the hedge fund. The moment he shoots an arrow into our hero's back, everything changes. Using a quick technique, the hedgehog grabs his enemy's son. In response to the blow, he throws a gingerbread man, and the clan leader's palm, heated by the force of the blow, pierces his son. A moment later, he is already turning away from the horror of what has happened, as the heir to the Tang clan screams in pain and the last sparks of life go out in his eyes. The big man is frozen in horror at what has happened, his jaw open in shock, and he wants to scream in pain. He immediately rushed to the young owner whom he had accidentally hit. He asks if he's okay, but only gets a question in return. "Why did you hit me?" And at that moment, the young owner dies in his arms, while the hedgehog stands by and watches with interest how the head of the Tang clan reacts, especially after they had hired the big man to protect their son. And he had dealt him a fatal blow with his own hands. Fear and horror gripped the big man, and he realized with horror that he would be punished for such an act. But the hedgehog offers him an alternative if he wants to survive, if he can answer his questions in this state. But on his knees and with nothing to lose, the big guy realizes that he has to answer. Hejin asks, "Why aren't you talking?" Silence envelops the room where this terrible event took place. Our hero bows before the Tang clan protector, sitting down opposite him. The latter tells him that this place is far from Hefei, and that they arrived here after 2 days of running. "Doesn't it seem strange to you?" the hedgehog asks, wondering if the man is from Sichin. The big man's body feels cold, and he doesn't understand how the hedgehog knows that they will come here on this particular road. But despite this, the guy says that there is no need to complicate the situation for both of us. He looks the big guy straight in the eye and asks him who told him they would be here. And the big guy, having no choice, tells him everything. After a while, an alarm sounded in their camp where his brother John Penn and his army were staying. The commander of the elite guard looks into the distance. He sees a hedgehog, which, despite all the vicissitudes, is walking away unharmed. The hedgehog's clothes are stained with blood, and he is carrying a sack. He apologizes to the young master for keeping him waiting. But the guard commander cannot understand what happened and why there is so much blood on his clothes. When the guards saw the bloody master, they suspected that he was in trouble and miraculously survived. But he reassured them, saying that it was not his blood. He approaches his brother Ivan Pan, who is sleeping on the ground, not hearing his brother come, and puts a piece of food in his hand. He tells the head of the guard that he has already taken care of everything, and there is no reason to worry. Before going to bed, he gives his brother Ivan a snack. The head of the guard curiously asks if he ordered the murder of these scoundrels. Hedgehog replies that he did not kill them, although he could have done even worse to them. His cold words give the team goosebumps. In a quiet voice, he adds that he had to take some additional measures. "Sometimes unfounded rumors are stronger than the steel of a sword," he says, lifting the spirits of his team. A short time later, a chariot belonging to one of the high clans rushes by at high speed. It enters a large castle, continuing on its way forward. A young man in snow-white boots gets out of the chariot. It was the young master Namgun Hyun who arrived at the place where his father worked. As he walked through the streets, he tried to keep his composure, and people around him recognized him. He couldn't understand the atmosphere in the city, and why he was greeted so coldly. But when he entered his father's office, he did not expect to see what he saw. When he returned to his father in a calm atmosphere, he saw that he was doing something unusual. His father was covered with scrolls on which he was drawing orchids. This symbol always meant bad things because he used it when he needed to calm himself in moments of deep anger. With anxiety in his heart, he asked his father what was wrong. "It's the truth, Hen," his father replied. But the boy did not understand what the truth meant and asked his father to explain. "You killed a man with someone else's knife," the father said, and Hen felt his breath catch in his throat. His father continued, "There is a rumor that you ordered the eldest son of the Tang clan to kill a young master from the Yen clan. Is this rumor true, or is it a lie?" The father's anger was boundless, and he seemed to believe that the rumors were true. It was clear that the father was very angry, but he tried to control himself by asking his son if he had used the blade to attack the man. He hoped that his son would make sure that his identity remained a secret. Perhaps the father was mistaken in his accusations, and it was difficult for the boy to respond to his words because he did not know what to say. With his head bowed, the son asks his father for forgiveness, but the latter says no. "Even when Sankhwa was wounded, you did not hesitate to make such a gross mistake. Tell me, son, what is the reason for your action?" the father continued. After speculating, he said, "The first option is that something threw you off balance. The second option is that Yoon Hojin turned out to be more difficult than you imagined." Turning to the boy, he adds, "What about something else?" But both options were actually true, and the son realized that his father knew everything, and things were not going well. "You loved your eldest daughter so much that you decided to commit a crime," the father tells him. He is furious with his son because the only time a man gets weak is when he falls in love. And as soon as you fall in love, you immediately lose control over everything, including your self-control. The father, pruning the tree, speaks wisely. "Now you have no excuse," and shocks the boy by saying that he has sent the hawk of the Chu clan. These words put Heng in a stupor. He is ashamed of his father's actions, but he, the son of the head of the great Namgud clan, must meet the high standards for a daughter of the Ju clan. Stammering, Hyun tells his father that this is unnecessary and useless. But her father replies, "Don't deceive yourself, son. I told you that you should not treat her as a wife, but as a personal stone for your self-control," trying to convey to his son the depth of his words. Hen, pulling himself together, clenches his fist and decides to answer his father. He says that he lost to him once, but he will never let that happen again, and the father recognizes his son in these words and gives him a break. However, his anger does not subside, and he continues to go about his routine work so as not to take out his feelings on his offspring. After thinking about it for a minute, the father realizes that he can't go on like this, and decides to settle the matter with the Yen clan family. 20 days later, we set off to visit the Yen clan. Tired from the journey, Hyejin and his brother Jongpang return from a long journey. Their father was shocked by their exhausted state. He gives them a strange look, looking at them as if they were hungry children, lost and exhausted. Out of breath, the father says that he is very happy to see them back, greets Yeonpyeong, sends him to rest, and is relieved that he can finally breathe. Hyejin, in turn, sits down next to his father at the table where the general pours him tea. The cup was warm, and when the boy sniffed the drink, it was warm. He drank it in one gulp. The general was amazed by this act because the cup contained real boiling water. After the general poured the tea and left, his father began to ask Hyejin about his condition. Hyejin confidently replied that he had done some training on the road. "What kind of training?" his father asks. Hyejin replies that it was nothing special, they were just running, and the goal of the training was to run vigorously for 7-8 minutes. Then the boys would do some jogging just to stay in shape, Hyejin continues. At the beginning of the trip, he increased his jogging time by 8 minutes every day, which shocked his father, especially since Hyejin did the same with Jongpyeong when they returned. But it wasn't just them. It was the entire fencing squad, including leader Shin, who was training. My father was amazed to learn that all these people had been running every day for exactly 20 days. "Aren't you tired?" my father asks concerned. Hyejin replies, "This was just the beginning." "The beginning of what?" the father asks curiously. The boy replies that this is the beginning of reaching the top of the martial art to which he has devoted his entire life and wants to be confident in his abilities. Looking at his son, the father realized everything. He remembered that his son had changed since that day. From a weak young man who had no big plans for his life, he turned into a strong, courageous adult man. He couldn't help but be happy for him, but had a few questions about the rumors of some clashes with the Namhud clan. The boy replied that the attempt on his life had been planned from the very beginning, and they wanted to kill him right away. So he told his father the whole truth, which turned out to be horrifying. After this story, the boy looked at his father's face. It was the first time he had seen him with such a stern expression.
"This is what happened," the father said. But the boy asked for details of this particular moment.
The head of the Namgun clan personally apologized to Hua Namgun's son so that he would realize what he had done.
This deeply affected our hero and meant that
Yi Haijin's father realized what was happening. He abandoned his daughter so that his son wouldn't lose face, explaining the attempted murder as a personal dislike that had nothing to do with the clan's affairs. And the Namgun clan, which personifies the cunning of a snake, was not only smart, but also as agile as a snake. Their ability to find a way out of difficult situations has always been impressive. If you notice this, it means that your intuition is awake. So I think we should accept their apology, said the father. The boy replied that a martial artist's life would always be in danger, and he had accepted that, and that it would be good for their reputation if they accepted the apology. The father reacted to his words with restraint, saying that he understood that he was tired and needed to rest, so he would not keep him. The boy got up from his seat at the table and headed for the door, but the father suddenly stopped him. When the boy turned to him, the father was standing in front of him and was silent. Keeping the intrigue alive, the father said that the boy had tried very hard, and that was very good. Hearing these words, the boy was shocked. He proudly accepted his father's words and closed his eyes to hold back his tears. He said proudly, "It was easy." The next morning, his training began in the village. In armor, chained with heavy weights on his arms, he decided to start training to increase his strength, become better, and improve his reputation. Seeing that his body was burdened with a lot of weight, he realized that the workout would be very strong and hard. He started running with all his might, realizing that it would not be easy. Jogging had a huge effect as his endurance increased significantly. After a month of such long training, he improved his fitness significantly, and after 2 months he was already feeling very well. 4 months passed and he reached the peak of his strength and his energy changed dramatically. While everyone was celebrating and going on vacation, he was training and didn't even notice the New Year's Eve. The village was silent and the guy returned to training. After wearing the armor for a long time, he took it off to see the results of the weights. His body was transformed, acquiring a new physical shape, and he looked like an athlete. He had finally achieved what he wanted and was preparing to embody his new image. Despite such hard training, he finally achieved a physical form that allowed him to meet the thief face to face. A few days later, he received a letter from his poor friend. The friend had completed an investigation into all of his inquiries, and things were more complicated than expected. Although he was sure that He-jin knew about it, the poor man had nearly gone bankrupt himself by fulfilling the requests recklessly, almost spending all the money he had collected begging, so he needed at least some reward for his work. He is planning to come to visit him in a month, so he needs to prepare a lot of delicious food. If he doesn't like the food, he might make a scene about not completing the task. When he read the message from his old friend, he smiled because he was pleased that his request was fulfilled. It is important to explain that the poor will come to him. If he is going to travel such a distance just to tell them what can be conveyed in a letter, there are only 2 options. The information is very important, and there could be problems if it gets out, or he has a lot on his mind. Holding the letter in his hand, he realized that after receiving this information, it was his time to take real action. He embodied confidence because he had been preparing for this for a very long time. His father watched him closely, and from afar it was clear that he was hiding something from him. His eyes were intently looking at his son, and he began to suspect something, wanting to address him. He-jin noticed that his father was watching him closely, but he did not understand what was happening. The father came closer and asked if the boy had finished school today, to which He-jin replied that of course he had. Since he had no other assignments, he was free and told his father, "Yes, follow me." The situation was a little unusual for his father, and the boy felt a little uncomfortable. He even thought that maybe he had done something wrong, although in fact, he had only been practicing all these days. They entered a dense bamboo forest where silence reigned. At that moment, his father brought him to this place and wanted to show him something. The boy realized that this was the forest where the true natural energy of blue chi was located, and they walked deep into the forest together. When he came to a rack of weapons, his father offered him to choose one of the swords. The choice was quite wide, and the boy could have been confused. He carefully examined the variety of weapons and realized that choosing a weapon meant a long-awaited training session with his father. A training battle with his father meant a serious fight where they could measure their strength. This surprised him, because it was a great honor. He asked his father if it was true, and his father replied that the seriousness was beyond doubt. "Why would I have brought you here if it wasn't serious?" the father said. A few minutes later, the boy chose a large, long, sharp spear from the variety of weapons. Filling it with chi energy, he swung it in the direction of his father. The father, analyzing this information, immediately noticed that his son had chosen a spear, not a sword. This meant that the son was going to use a weapon at a distance, while the father had a great sword of a great warrior. The father dodged his son's blow with a quick movement, demonstrating his fighting skills and experience. The father had another trick up his sleeve. Holding the sword in his hands, he filled it with the energy of his fertile chi with such force that the ground beneath them began to crack. It was the technique of the consecrated sword of the 8 children of the king that deeply impressed Heijin. Mastering such a serious technique made the upcoming battle especially exciting. Looking directly into his father's eyes, Heijin began to analyze the situation when he heard his father's voice. His father said, "Before we start, do you know why I wanted to see your fighting techniques today?" Heijin thought that his father wanted to see how he was growing as a warrior. That was absolutely correct, but there was another important reason. "What is that reason?" Heijin asked. Picking up his sword, his father replied that he would tell him only after the battle. Holding the sword up to his face, he saw his son's reflection in the blade, and they understood each other without words. Father and son stand face to face in a field of bamboo forest, ready to fight and demonstrate their techniques to each other. Pushing off the ground, Heijin quickly picked up speed. Swinging his spear, in a second he hit his father, who was standing still. Of course, these blows were child's play for his father, and he easily parried each of them with his sword. The excitement of the battle fueled Gigan, and he realized that the fight would be difficult, and therefore not easy. He needed to become stronger and attack with more powerful blows. As Heijin continued to attack, he threw his spear again and again. But all the attacks was controlled by my father, who deflected each blow with his sword. But it was clear that he was tense. After a long defense, my father decided to go on the offensive. Swinging his sword, he missed with lightning speed, and the energy of the blow slipped past Heijin. Noticing the moment when his father relaxed a little, Heijin stretched his arm forward, concentrating all his energy in it, and decided to use one forbidden technique. This technique was called the Ice Swallow method, which was the same as my father's Dragon Force technique. The explosion of energy from these two techniques captivated everyone present. The trees in the forest began to bend and crack from the force of the blows. The two great warriors stood against each other, amazed at the technique and the power they possessed. The father did not expect to see such impressive abilities in his son, and was very surprised. Since his son had reached such a high level, the father decided to try a completely different technique on him. Raising his sword up, he split it into several swords that hung in the air like ghosts, and asked his son what he thought of it. Seeing this, Heijin realized that he shouldn't waste time thinking about it, because the stakes were very high. His father attacked, and the bamboo under his feet and near his sword was cut like paper. Leaving behind a trail of chaos, the clan leader's sword moved behind him, preparing to strike. At the critical moment, the boy almost lost his concentration, but he noticed the powerful blow and managed to dodge it. The force of the blow was so great that the bullet flew several kilometers ahead, and if it had hit the guy, the consequences would have been catastrophic. When he got to a safe distance, he thought it was just a drill, but then he saw again. His father was preparing another strong attack, and the determination of the sword was reflected on his father's face. This made him lose control of his energy, and he began to fill every cell of his body with it. Filled with even more power, he began to counterattack with even more power. This deeply impressed his father, and the boy in turn promised himself not to retreat under any circumstances and rushed at his father with great energy. Heijin rushes straight at his father with all his strength, and his mighty spear, filled with incredible energy, flies in his direction. Although it was a training exercise, their cold steel weapons were aimed at each other. Soon they met in a counterattack, and their swords crossed. Our hero looks at his father and realizes that he is a good fighter. Their fight was filled with a variety of techniques and strokes, with which they skillfully attacked and defended. The father was surprised by his son's last attack, because when he rushed forward, his son suddenly reduced the strength of his sword. Using constant pressure, defense, and more powerful attacks, they continued to compete. In other words, the tactics were designed for real combat, and it was very easy to understand. The fight went on, and Heijin attacked. The father was making a lot of effort to deflect his son's blows. To demonstrate who was in charge, the father threw a powerful punch that knocked Heijin to the side. Falling to the ground from the force of this chi energy, Heijin rushes back at high speed. When he lands, he slides on the ground and cannot stop, so he's forced to drive into the ground. Heijin stopped and surveyed the situation, and the father looked at his son, realizing that Heijin had twisted his sword several times, and this was closing even the opportunities that Heijin was trying to open. The father realized that his technique was as strong as a stone wall. Heijin realized that his father's style was approaching martial arts perfection, and filled with chi energy, he decided to drop everything else and seriously attack his father. He was going to attack his father to achieve better results in his training. His excitement before this fight was off the charts, and he even lost his temper a little. Seeing this, his father was surprised, realizing that the battle was reaching a new level. But a great warrior, the head of a clan, cannot lose to his son. Filling his sword with chi energy, he was ready to withstand his son's blow. And they faced off in the final confrontation, where Heijin attacked and his father parried the blow. Like a meteor, the boy rushes into battle with such speed that he leaves only a plume of smoke behind. His father, anticipating his son's attack, is ready to crush his naive hopes. Their weapons clashed on the battlefield, and the swords clashed with a loud sound. A blow of incredible power, executed by two great ninja masters, captured the entire space around. The force of the blow was so great that the surrounding bamboo canes began to break. A huge mushroom of smoke rose above them, as if from an explosion, and everything around them shook from the force of the impact. After the battle, the grassy ground turned to clay, and pebbles began to jump on the ground. Heijin looked at the destroyed bamboo forest and realized that everything had been blown away and uprooted. His hand trembled, and he realized that he wanted to continue this battle. Reaching the White Tiger energy was extremely difficult unless it was a matter of life and death, but at the same time it was impossible to compete with my father on such levels. My father put his sword back in the place where the bulk of the swords were kept. The father asked his son how he liked his equipment. Heijin replied that he thought it was close to perfect. This was a good point because my father's attack, defense, evasion, and counterattack in battle were flawless, without a single miss or flaw. My father said that his technique covered all these aspects at the same time. It was a true martial art, and as he watched Heijin, he realized that his son had identified his technique from the first time. After hearing all the analysis from his son, the father felt proud of him. He put his hand on the bamboo weapon rack and wanted to tell his son that he really wanted him to follow in his footsteps. He chose his words carefully because he was not usually sentimental. The boy stood there unable to say anything, but his father continued. I am, first of all, the father of 2 sons, so I would like you both to follow in my footsteps. However, the father said that during the battle, he realized that Heijin had chosen a different path. I saw where you were really going, he said. The boy asked where his father thought he was headed, to which he replied that Heijin had no desire to become the head of the family. The father spoke up, convinced that Heijin's destiny was not in these mountains. His destiny was in the world, and that was the main reason for their quarrels. He wanted to see if his son had a desire to become at least a small head of the family. Heijin was surprised to hear about the concept of a small head of the family, because he did not fully understand it. A little upset, his father continued, even parents cannot influence the future of their children. As he was leaving, he said that the fight was good, and that maybe they would organize similar fights sometimes. As his father was leaving, Gaijin called out to him, stopping him. The father returned, wondering why Heijin had stopped him. Heijin replied, even if I go the other way, my heart will always remain here. Even if they call me a demon, I will protect our family, and I am ready to turn my sword against this world if it threatens our village. These words made Gigan's father a little worried. What nonsense, his father said, clearly displeased. He was furious to hear his son say that someone could call him a demon. My son cannot be called a demon, he said firmly. And he added that anyone who called his son a demon would fall under the blade of his sword. These words became a symbol of their unity that day, and all they had to do was rest after the battle. In the village where his room was, Gigan fell on his bed because it was already night. He had a lot to think about today. The battle, and what his father had said about his potential to become a young clan leader. Heijin realized that his father probably wanted to make his brother Zhangpeng, for whom he had always had high hopes, the clan leader. And although Heijin was not trying to please his father, he was just trying to be himself. Heijin reflects on himself in his apology to his father. He has a job to do. If he doesn't destroy the thieves, the clan will have no future. The alliance that seeks to take full possession of Chuanya is a reminder of how Black Island was once covered in blood. All these concepts, small head, thieves, and alliance, make the boy's head explode with pressure. Across the street from his house, his father watches from his room in the distance and drinks delicious tea. He also reflects on his son's words and puts the cup on the table to analyze what he said once again. Recalling his son's words, he realizes that Heijin said that his heart would stay here, and it would be hard. As he puts the tea on, the general comes in and asks why he didn't like the tea. General Tegan replies that the weather has gotten colder and he needs to drink more tea, but he is holding a scroll with interesting information. Since he received a reply from the Moya clan, it was really valuable information. Unfolding the scroll, the head of the Yen clan strains his eyes to read what it says. Having shown perseverance in the face of new beginnings, they do not lose hope. He asked the general what he thought about it, but the general was surprised that his opinion was taken into account. The general replied that this clan was worth dealing with because the Moyi clan was very capable. If things go well and you make a profit, you will be able to meet the needs of those in need, he said, hearing his general's words. The clan leader scratched the back of his head. He realized that meeting the needs of his people made some sense, although it was not easy. The general continued, if you think the Moyi clan is worthy of consideration. The general then offered to marry his son to a daughter of the Moya clan. At that moment,
The clan leader had a picture in his mind of his son Hejin marrying a daughter from the Moya clan. Although it was a rather risky idea, it seemed quite interesting. After this dialogue, the head of the Yen clan continued to discuss the Moyi girl with his general. He imagined his son Heijin next to the Moyi girl. The general said that she was much talked about because she was not only beautiful in appearance, but also had a great character, which made her an excellent candidate for the role of the young heir's wife. After all, in the future he will become the head of the family, and in this case it is important to have a reliable wife by his side. Such a wife will help him with the housework and family affairs. The father seriously considered this proposal, which seemed reasonable to him. Looking out the window and drinking another glass of tea, he realized that marriage was a really good idea. And 10 days later, he was training with his brother, Yongpeng. A guy came up to them and said hello. Hi! It was their old friend Bumjik who greeted them and said, Long time no see. They greeted their uncle, who told them that he hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and had come to them in the hope of finding some food. Haijin jokingly replied that if he left even a small drawing on his plate, he would not even be given soup. They invited him to their home, where they set a table for him with excellent food and a variety of dishes. And in 10 minutes he tried everything and the whole table was eaten. Yongpeng watched the poor man eat everything quickly and asked him if he was a monster. The poor man replied that he was underestimated, and that when he was younger, he could eat 12 pounds of pork and it was no problem for him, but now it is not so easy. Thinking about this, Heijin realized that 12 pounds of pork would not be enough for 36 people. His hospitality knew no bounds, and he offered the poor man tea. The poor man sat at the table and said that he would have preferred wine instead of tea, but since it was daytime, it didn't matter to the poor man because it made no difference to him. Heijin asked his brother to go get the wine, and he agreed. Since the poor man had already eaten, they decided to move on to discussing business, and the first thing they did was to ask the poor man for something. The poor man began by saying that he wanted to understand what was going on in Murim. He said that apart from the strange things that had happened in the Shaolin Temple, where small insects had started to crawl out, nothing was happening. He also asked if Heijin had heard about the emergence of any groups that could harm the locals, such as demonic groups. The poor man had not heard of such groups. He noted that it was very quiet, as if no one was there. Heijin thought to himself that the Samgich clan had not yet become active. The second request concerned Mongung's younger brother. The poor man wanted to check if he had been properly instructed to find out where he was and what he was doing. He took out a scroll from his pocket that contained all the details of Moengung's life and handed it to Heijin. The poor man looked at Heijin with great sincerity and determination. When Heijin opened the scroll, he wondered why he was looking for information about his free brother. The scroll said that Moen was a seafood merchant in Chengjiang. The poor man confirmed that the Moen clan controls the area, and it is rumored that this trade brings in about 1/10 of their income. He also has excellent qualities and impressive talent. It is said that he is the exact opposite of his brother in personality. This was a truth that Heijin already knew, because when he was emperor, his brother, who had escaped, even bowed at the feet of him, the leader of the Black Islands. The brother was a humble and deep man, and our hero realized this. This guy was needed in order to unite the White Islands in Murima with one force, as it was in the Black Islands. And the third request, which caused a lot of problems, but the poor man dared to ask it. He tells Heijin how he knows, but the latter, having drunk some wine, asks, What exactly? The poor man again speaks of the strongest, giving a hint of reflection. Heijin almost choked when he heard this. How does he know that the Guzhongmeng clan is secretly raising the Sword of Death? And this was a revelation for our hero. Somewhere in the distant mountains, workers are digging for steel stones, hitting them with a pickaxe. They extract these stones, which they find in large quantities in caves and tunnels. Someone sent them there and is monitoring their work because it was very necessary. The boss came to check on his workers and asked the servant how the work was going, to which he replied that it would be finished in 5 days. The boss was amazed by this because it was very good when it was over. He ordered to bury all the workers who worked in the mine right there. And this man was the head of the Gujimen Menshon clan, a real criminal who did forbidden things. The servant asked him if he had any reservations about the order. Guziman replied that he was certainly concerned because the martial art of his ancestors should be in his hands. 300 years ago, he and the emperor of the 4 martial directions had defeated the blood religion and adopted some martial arts from them, and he thought the rest had disappeared until he found them here. It was the emperor's own technique that combined the 4 martial arts directions, and it gave him the strength to fight the 30 strongest factions. He also asked his servant if there was any news from the Moya clan, to which the servant replied that they seemed to be in no hurry to answer. The emperor said that Moengun was too weak, and if they did not support his proposal, he would have to destroy them, because if gentleness does not work, only force remains. The servant, amazed by his words, asked if he would really do it. The angry emperor answered the servant by asking if he really wanted to know.
When asked what exactly he was talking about, the Emperor explained that he was talking about the Guzumen clan's newly acquired military equipment. He raised a flaming hand and said that it was necessary to test how long the Peksanen clan could hold out, realizing that a great war would soon begin. The cold forest, devoid of leaves and covered with winter frost, became the arena for Hygien's training. A mighty sharp dagger comes out of nowhere. Hitting a tree, the dagger leaves a huge hole and continues its flight. Hygiene, who threw the blade, was illuminated by its energy, which swirled in the vortex of his technique. He was furious, and tried to vent his anger caused by the information he had received. The moment he learned of the development of the death sword, energy filled the room. The poor man who saw it was amazed by the guy's boundless power, which, like fire, destroyed everything in its path. He was holding a mug, which cracked and broke into pieces because of his energy. After that, there was a huge explosion from Hygiene, which filled the entire room, scattered all the furniture that was standing nearby, and hit the poor guy. He didn't know what to do against such a technique, and the poor man covered his face with his hair to protect himself from the flying objects. Hygiene was so enraged and filled with power that his energy flew into space. The poor man's heart was pounding in his chest and he almost stopped. Under the influence of Hygiene's energy, the poor man felt that his power was so great that it almost tore his heart out. Hygiene decided to calm down because he was giving off an aura that almost pierced his friend. Perhaps in his past life he had been an enemy of the Hmong clan, the poor man thought. And during training he tried to take out his anger by smashing everything in his path. The hot energy inside of him would not let him rest. Trying to control himself, he could not calm down. His anger knew no bounds, especially since they had dared to kill his father in his past life, and he realized that everything was going to happen. Trying to release his energy, Hygiene realized that these scoundrels wanted to bury his brother and destroy his family. In this life, he has to take revenge by screaming and spewing his anger at the world around him. Around him, within a radius of 100 meters, the entire space was without a single leaf on the trees. Everything was destroyed by his powerful energy. Hygiene stopped when he heard someone approaching. His father approached him from behind and commented that what was happening looked more like an outburst of anger than training. Seeing his father, Hygiene calmed down, but the anxiety remained, and his father asked him about it. The boy did not know how to explain his feelings and said that he was probably just worried about his slow progress in school. But your abilities are already comparable to the head of the family. You shouldn't be in such a hurry, his father told him. He agreed with his father, and after a while, his father gave him a book. It was a manuscript. The father told him that his martial arts technique was for attack. He had relied on his physical strength up to now, but the period of expending strength would be very long, and vulnerability could arise. The answer to his question is the dragon power, the power of counterattack. This manuscript will help him develop his fighting skills. Of course, if he has his own techniques and the desire to awaken the blue dragon, then there will be no problem with the counterattack. Holding this manuscript in his hands, the boy did not know how to thank his father. Hygiene compared his gratitude to how his father would have reacted in a similar situation and decided to express it. He thanked his father from the bottom of his heart. His father watched his reaction, waiting to see what he would say next. With his back turned to him, his father asked if Hygiene was planning to leave the land, to which Hygiene replied, "Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow." He thought to himself that it would be difficult for him to avoid conflicts within the clan. He needed to assess the strength of the enemy, and his father accepted his answer with understanding. "Follow me," the father said, implying that he had another gift for his son. They walked down the street, leaving the clan. They were walking through the night city, two big, strong warriors heading to a shop. It was a tavern where they made high-quality weapons known for their craftsmanship. The boy immediately recognized it because it had been in his memory for a long time. They opened the door and went inside. His father, upon entering, turned to the old man, Pan, and asked if he was here. At that moment, the old man put down the hammer. He wiped his hands, which were stained with oil and iron dust. He replied, "Here is the head of the Yen clan, and it was Master Peng Ilgen." After looking around the forge, Hygiene realized that they were in the forge, and the gunsmith said that the product was ready. Demonstrating his product, he assured him that it would not be difficult to show it, and that 2 weeks would be enough time to make it. He approached the object and began to remove the sheet that covered it. The guy carefully observed what was under the sheet and was very surprised by what he saw. When the sheet was removed, there was a thing under it that became his new love. It was a huge axe, sharpened on all sides, with a sharp point and a massive handle, similar to the one he had in his previous life. When he saw it, the boy was delighted and wanted to pick it up immediately. His father asked him what he was waiting for and encouraged him to take the axe as soon as possible. As he picked it up, he felt the strength of the wood, the attachments, and the weight and strength in his hands. His hands immediately felt the weight of the massive blade. Swinging this axe, he felt incomparable strength. Holding the axe in his hands, his father asked him if he liked it. The boy replied that it was heavy, just what he needed. The father realized that this was exactly what his little son needed. They left the forge not empty-handed, but with this mighty axe. They left this province and went to the mountains to their clan, carrying with them a new powerful weapon. Hyejin walked with this huge axe on his shoulder, feeling its weight and strength. His father started the conversation with an unexpected question. "Have you ever thought about getting married?" It was the kind of subtle question that Hyejin had not expected to hear. For now, he told his father that he hadn't thought about it, but asked if his father had any specific suggestions for him. His father said, "What do you think of the daughter of the Moin clan? They say she has various martial skills." He asked why this particular clan, as there were many others. My father replied that the Moin clan had offered to trade together, and so he was thinking of marriage as a way to strengthen the relationship between the clans. Hearing his reaction, my father said that, to be honest, he himself was against loveless marriage. Hearing his father's words, Hyejin realized that the Moin clan was trying to improve relations with his family. But why now? Reflecting on the Moin clan before he returned to lead his own clan, he remembered that after the death of the Yen clan, his own clan, the Moin were considered stronger. It was the Moin clan that wanted to destroy his family, not the Guzuman clan, which is the enemy of all that is wicked. And the Guzuman clan was gradually losing power. Hyejin came to an important realization. How can we explain the fall of the clan and the fact that it is now called the Ming clan? Hyejin wondered about the connection between the Moin clan's maritime trade, the invasions of the enemy clan, and the attacks. He decided to ask his father a question, and was told that no father would marry his son without a good reason, but someone might have suggested it. The father said it was General Tengen, and these words shocked Hyejin. General Tengen seemed simple-minded, always smiling, and involved in the clan's financial transactions. He was very inconspicuous. But my father had warned me not to take the general's offer with hostility, because it was for the good of their family. A chill ran through Gagan's heart. He had always suspected that there was a traitor in their clan, but it was difficult to identify him. At that moment, Hyejin realized that the traitor could be someone very close to his father. And this realization filled him with mixed feelings, from pain to anger, as he thought about the possibility of betrayal so close. The snowfall engulfed the mountain peaks, and the general, trying to avoid the blizzard, hurried to his hut. The wind whirled the snowflakes, making them dance chaotically in the air. Opening the door, the general immediately felt the piercing cold that rushed out. He began to gently shake the snow off his military overcoat, each movement accompanied by the melody of creaking snow. Suddenly, in the midst of the silence, he heard a voice. "Hello, Chief!" The general stirred, and his heart leaped with greeting. In the chair, sitting gracefully cross-legged, was a Hyejin, a young man who seemed to have been waiting for the general for a long time. His gaze was full of patience. The general was surprised to see the young man in his house, but the boy had come with a special purpose to discuss something important. The general was immediately impressed by the boy's willingness to talk. He asked for some time to talk, looking extremely interested. They sat down at the table, and the general was all ears, ready to listen to the boy with all the attention he could muster. In an effort to demonstrate his hospitality, the general prepared aromatic tea, which always helped to create a cozy atmosphere. The conversation began with the boy's unexpected words. "I heard that you mentioned my upcoming wedding." He sounded particularly interested. The general apologized, embarrassed because he didn't want to say anything unnecessary. "If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize," he said, feeling a little uncomfortable with his rash words. Hyejin took a sip of tea and reassured the general. "I am not offended at all," he said, feeling the pleasant warmth of the hot drink. "On the contrary, I like the idea very much. What man wouldn't want to marry a beautiful woman?" Hyejin commented with a smile, enjoying the flavor of the tea. But his voice sounded doubtful, and Hyejin was in no hurry to make a decision. "Your taste is a little disappointing," Hyejin suddenly said, looking at the general with suspicion. The general, surprised, replied, "What do you mean?" His face expressed surprise and incomprehension. "My fiancée is really beautiful and grateful, but she is not always what I am looking for," Hyejin explained, revealing his doubts. "However, there is an alternative way of looking at this issue," he added, preparing to express his point of view. "In my opinion, the perfect girl shouldn't be a burden. I think I should care about her more than she should care about me," Hyejin admitted. "I want you to understand that," Hyejin added seriously, sharing his thoughts with the general. Thinking about these words, Hyejin suggested, "Please tell my father about this. He should know my true feelings." His voice sounded resolute and confident. "I would like you to help me marry another daughter of your clan," Hyejin said confidently, looking directly at the general. The general, impressed by the boy's courage, realized that Hyejin was serious about marriage. "Yes, you do have to get married. But why don't you choose for yourself?" he asked. encouraging Heijin to take action. "It will bring me one step closer to being the head of the family," Heijin replied, realizing that this was exactly what the general wanted to hear. "But what do you mean by the future head of the clan?" the general asked cautiously, trying to understand the implications of Heijin's words. Heijin offered to speak frankly, but avoided looking directly at the general, which added to the tension of the conversation. As he approached, he whispered to the general, "Everyone knows that your father is already preparing the ground for this. Isn't that right?" His voice was full of intrigue. Before Heijin left, he said that he would not forget the general's efforts and asked him to take on an important role in the clan's future. The general bowed his head to Heijin and replied, "What doubts can there be? I trust you, sir." "I believe that you are the only one who can help me in this situation," Heijin said, and left the room with a sense of accomplishment. The next morning, the general visited the head of his clan, deciding to discuss the situation and Heijin's possible future wedding. The general put a list of documents on the table in front of the clan head for inspection. The clan father, after reviewing the papers, acknowledged, "You have done a good job." Instead of leaving, the general began to pace nervously around the clan leader's desk, unable to calm down. Starting a dialogue, he said, "Listen, head, regarding the young gentleman's marriage." My father looked at him suspiciously, but gave the general his word. "What do you say about another bride? We have a new proposal," the general said cautiously. My father folded his papers and listened attentively, leaning forward. "But before I start arguing, I ask you to listen to my arguments," the general continued, coming closer. "I believe that the young gentleman does not deserve this because of his overly outstanding abilities." As he said this, the general was afraid of the clan leader's possible reaction. The general added, "It seems to me that a girl with whom he would feel more at ease would be more suitable for the gentleman, rather than an extremely talented girl. In addition, there is a possibility that the military clan may not agree to the marriage." But these words worried my father because he did not expect to be able to refuse such an offer. The general spoke carefully. "I have heard that the clan chief is very fond of his daughter Yanghua. If he gives his favorite daughter in marriage, it could affect our business. It's better to avoid any possible trouble." After listening to the general's reasoning, the clan father thought about his words. "Do you really think that business with my clan is that important? But I'm sure it is. In Kanya, money is power," he replied to the general. "If the wealth of my clan increases, our profits will increase, and we will be able to raise the standard of living of our people," he continued. The clan leader thought deeply about this reasoning because he wanted to make this change. Without any hesitation, he agreed with the general and accepted his proposal. They decided to set a date for the wedding, although they had not yet decided who would be the young gentleman's wife. As the general was leaving the clan leader's room, he was impressed by his agreement. But then the clan leader stopped him, addressing him. "You are working very hard for the good of our clan," he said, recognizing the general's efforts. The general bowed and replied, "I am glad that I could help in some way, clan leader." His next step was to write a letter to the Moyen clan, which he handed to the ambassador to send. The general looked up at the sun and sighed with relief, finally relieved of the burden of responsibility. He began to smile and then laughed as the pressure that had kept him on his toes for so long finally disappeared. His goal had remained unattainable for 8 years, but now everything had changed. Now the clan leader was gradually conquering all the territories of the Green Mountain clan under the guise of trade. And Miss Yanghua was also clever, using herself as a tool to mislead those who were evaluating her. The warriors came up to the manager and congratulated him, rejoicing in his success. But he turned out to be an insidious villain who wanted to destroy the Yeni clan. Realizing that the head of the family was one step closer to the title of the strongest, which was very suitable for his plans. Feeling the success of his actions, the strongest of the Moyen clan rejoiced that everything was going according to his plan. However, that same evening, when he had a lot of evening entertainment, Heijin came to him. Heijin came for tea, the aroma of which was incredibly good. He expressed his joy at the tea, to which the general explained that he had to spend a small amount of money for such a rare tea. Talking about the success of his actions, the general confessed to Heijin that he had originally planned to bring the tea to the clan leader. Heijin replied that he knew about its unusual nature, expressing his admiration. The general, shocked by his words, began scratching the back of his head and became embarrassed. "You are overestimating me." But Heijin continued to praise him for managing the clan's affairs. The general replied that he would continue to do important work. "Happy to be around such a person," Heijin asked. "So, have you finally made a decision?" The general expressed his hope to be of service and looked forward to further cooperation. But suddenly Heijin began to pour the precious tea on the floor. After Heijin poured the tea out, tension arose between them as Heijin drew attention to the importance of the Yen clan's future. Filling the room with chi energy, Heijin asked the general if he was ready to tell him everything frankly. Heijin, keeping his eyes on the general, asked, Are you ready to tell me where rats like you are hiding? His tone was mysterious and suspicious, as if he already knew the answer but wanted to hear it from the general himself. Heijin had cornered this damn deputy, whom he considered a rat. He wanted to expose him to find out where other rats like him were hiding. However, the deputy did not understand what kind of rats he was talking about. He turned to his companion, saying that he did not understand anything at all. But our hero had had enough of his excuses. Holding the cup, he used it to crush it on the river. To show his seriousness, he directly told the deputy that he saw him as a spy and was not going to be nice to him. However, the deputy smiled and said it was a mistake, because he was a weak man. Weak people can't be spies, explaining that he is short and hasn't grown up yet. But Heijin doesn't care because he knows the 3 main conditions for a spy. These are an inconspicuous place or position that the spy has, as well as an inconspicuous character. The deputy behaves in a completely different way. He is so confident that he serves as a manager and is always close to the head of the family. Heijin sees him not just as a spy, but as a special rat who has settled in the heart of his settlement. Scratching the back of his head, the deputy tries to explain that he has been misunderstood. But how can it be misunderstood if he is so sure of it? A man suddenly appears out of the darkness, and the deputy turns his attention to him. Seeing a familiar silhouette, the deputy finally realized who it was. The quiet voice of this mysterious man from the darkness was terrifying. It was Mr. Homeless, holding a scroll in his hand. He said that he did not want to interfere in the family dispute until the last moment. Someone from the clan called Moi sent not just an answer, but a whole report written in signs. His vagabond servant had to work hard to understand the contents. When he saw this scroll, the intercessor was scared to death. He only wanted to know how it had come into the hands of Mr. Homeless. Our hero got up from his desk and asked the rat to stop pretending. The protagonist walked around him, not giving him a chance to escape from the room. With excitement and purpose in his eyes, Heijin looked at the deputy as if he were the last rat and asked him, "Are you going to leave, or do you want to be taken out?" The deputy could no longer resist. He realized that he had been declassified. The cold night covered the tunnels, illuminated by candlelight. And on this soil of cold rocks and unreasonable hopes, a foot walked. The intercessor was being led to his cell for his sins, and now he was under the supervision of the guards. There was no longer a smile on his face. It was time to pay for his actions. The guards led him to a new place of residence, where he would spend the rest of his life. When the cell was locked, the guards were amazed that they had to put the deputy himself behind bars. They never thought he would turn out to be a rat. The grief breaks their hearts. They can't understand why he behaved this way and asked him to at least try to explain. After all, he had worked for the legendary clan for so many years. How could he betray them like that? How dare he look at them with such a brazen expression? He is a traitor who will go down in history. After the guard attacked him, the other guard ordered them to calm down. But as they left, they could not believe what had happened. But the resentment overwhelmed them, and their anger at him only grew. If the manager was a spy, he should prepare for what awaited him. They promised that his death would not be quick and easy. He would have to suffer. The manager could only stare at the light coming through the ventilation into his prison cell. It was night outside, the moon was shining brightly, and even a spark fell into his cell. He had nothing to say because things had not turned out as he had planned. Sitting on his knees in the cell, he just waited for the change. Soon the deputy said a phrase and someone answered him. He also responded with a secret phrase, and they understood each other. The deputy sat nervously and waited for a saving gesture from this person. Soon the key fell from the window directly to the floor, and the deputy noticed. He looks at the key and hopes he can use it to get out of here. Hope springs to life in his heart. He runs his hand along the stony surface of the wall, feeling its coldness. And he only hears the words from the window. Lower left point, third from the top. It was a clue to find the place to insert the secret key. The deputy found this point and inserted the key of hope. After that, the hatch in the very center of the dungeon opened. With pride in his eyes, he approached the dark trapdoor and saw that it was a possible way out of his death trap. Jumping in, he continued his journey to freedom. Bypassing the dungeon, he bypassed the entire settlement. The guards who watched over the dungeon could not even imagine what the deputy had planned to escape punishment. Soon a man approached one of the guards. When he asked what he was doing here, since this area was not his responsibility, he offered to exchange places. Explaining his position by saying that he hadn't eaten anything and his stomach was already stuck to his back, he hoped for sympathy. But the second guard thought it was not a problem, and said he should take a look at the situation around him. "And what is this situation?" the guard asked his colleague. The latter replied that the manager had already been caught, but what could they do if he had already been detained? He passes a nice handkerchief to one of the guards, making it clear that he is going to eat and get some rest. As soon as he handed over his position to him, his colleague went ahead and left his post. But who is this brazen simpleton who is moving forward so confidently, heading for some house? He decided to check it out. As he got closer, he saw that the door was open, and when he went inside, he was stunned by what he saw. There was no one in the recreation room, although at least 4 of the 10 men should have been asleep. Soon this guard heard someone slam the door. Our hero stood behind it, holding an axe in his hands. He asked if the guard was hungry and suggested that they go together to a nearby inn called Guangru. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't insist. Or perhaps the guard wants to try a cold wake dinner, hinting that he will expose him. The guard, seeing Kim on his way, takes a bowl of rice and takes a swing at the guy. A portion of the most delicious rice in their brothel goes straight to the young owner's head. Of course, he was able to dodge the blunt blow of the rice. But as soon as he did, the guard started to escape through a hole in the wall. Jumping to the roof, he looked back to see if he was being followed. But he couldn't get far because a bunch of Yen clan warriors were waiting for him on the roof. Only the thought of how they found out flashed through his mind. Kim, standing on the ground, addressed him, calling him another spy. He added that his friend in the stables had already been killed. Speaking quietly, he wanted to convey the idea that he had little choice but to resist. "If you want to live, go downstairs," he said. The head of the Moyen clan sees his reflection in the sword and realizes one thing: the time to set things right has come. Holding his huge sword, he feels the aura fill his body and sits at the table. As soon as he swings, he strikes the table. A piece of the table breaks off and falls to the ground in front of the head of the Moyen clan. Although he is tired of the constant betrayal, but he realizes that tonight many things will be put right. The warriors of the Moyen clan surrounded the traitor, who was sitting right on the roof of one of the houses. He certainly didn't like it, but he had nowhere to run. He went down to our protagonist, who was waiting for him with an axe in his hands. They just asked him who he was, to which our hero only smiled, realizing that the spy did not know his companion. But this warrior called Hejin a puppy who grew up in greenhouse conditions. He couldn't understand how Hejin could be so well versed in combat techniques and have such knowledge of spies. Hearing these words, Hejin just scratched his head and told this rascal that if he knew about the greenhouse he grew up in, his words would be different. Suddenly, he finds himself thinking, should he listen to the squeaking of miserable, stinking rats? He orders the spy to kneel before him, holding his axe seriously. But the spy is not going to give up so easily. He activates his chakra and rushes at Hejin with the intention of killing him, making pointless attacks that do neither good nor harm to our hero. Since he can't strike, all his blows are blocked and fly past Hejin like lightning. Hejin just plays with him, deflecting his weak blows and not giving him a chance to do anything more serious. The warrior realizes that all his blows are in vain, and no matter how hard he tries, he fails. He even realizes that there is poison on Hejin's fingernails, and although the spy tried to touch him at least a little bit to bring about a quick death for Hejin's, he couldn't even touch him, despite thousands of blows. With a swing of his big axe, Hejin cuts off the spy's hands, which fly in different directions. Before the spy could even blink, he lost his hands and was deprived of any equipment. The spy falls to his knees, screaming in pain, and his hands are lying next to him. Hejin approaches him and says quietly that he didn't even realize beforehand how he would take his own life. Looking at him, Hejin realizes that he is an arrogant spy who has come to an end. Waving his axe at the traitor, he delivers a powerful blow that ends his life forever. Leaving the scoundrel, Hejin walks away because there is nothing left to do with him. Walking along the moonlit road, the light falls on a corpse with an axe sticking out of it. Our hero goes to his father and tells him that night that everything is over. There is only one traitor left to find in all the beautiful snowy forests. The deputy tries his best to escape from punishment. As he runs, he does not feel his feet under him, and the dark forest seems to be a safe haven. But when he hears the words, "Is this the best you can do?" he stops abruptly, because a voice from behind the trees said that he had been deceived. It was the lord of the Yen clan who had been waiting for him and had outrun him, wondering only for whom he had made such a sacrifice. On this moonlit night, he turns to his servant, the Tengen deputy, asking why he had treated his clan this way. But the deputy asks only to let him go as a sign of old friendship. The clan leader replies that he can call him a friend or his master, but of course he won't do that. The deputy said that if his real master found out about his death, he would immediately take action against the Yen clan. The deputy, being a spy, also tells the head to think carefully if he does not want the Yen clan to flow with blood. But the head stands before him, realizing that this will not happen. His lips say, "The spies who infiltrated the prison guards, as well as the one in the stables, have all been captured. None of them will be able to report your death to your master. Since they are all dead, no one else can speak." The deputy, seeing his reflection in his master's sword, realizes that things are going badly. "But how is this possible?" he asked finally. The master decided to explain to him that his son had done his best, and he had underestimated him. And in a trance, the deputy realized that this puppy had destroyed all his efforts over the past 10 years. Despite everything, the owner wanted to hear the deputy's last words before he died. He sees that the spy is only grimacing and smiling. The spy only managed to shout out, "Son of a bitch!" But before he could finish, a lightning strike pierced him.
His head flew off his shoulders before he could even blink. The owner had done the right thing. The rat, who had been around all this time, lost the power of speech forever, lying dead on the ground, punished. According to the head of the Yen clan, these were the last words of the rascal. Although, despite this, the head listened to him and then just spat on him. And on that moonlit night, justice was finally done. 5 days later, another important event happened. The soldiers were on guard as usual. They were guarding something that needed special attention and sufficient protection. The head of the traitor was on the table, showing that this would happen to anyone who dared to betray. The father looked out the window, thinking about what had happened. He recalled the words of his son, who told him that it was the work of the Moyo clan. This meant that the Meng clan was in league with the Moya clan. But why did he think so? The son did not dare to say directly, but he assured him that he had information to prove it. All this time, our hero was training with the axe of the god of war in the bamboo forest. There were no breaks in his training, because he had no time to waste. He concentrated his chi energy to face the new grief that awaited him and his village. People were trying to take over their clan, and one treacherous clan named Meng was perfecting sword techniques. Together with the Moyan clan, they provided spies to keep an eye on the Yen clan. They were preparing a cunning plan to plunge their village into darkness and burn it to the ground. But Hajin realized that this would not happen. It was his turn to experience darkness. He mastered the power of his divine energy and filled his thoughts with it. The axe flies and cuts through space with its chi energy. A gale-force wind rises from his training, for his strength has grown incredibly. The explosive energy rushes through the bamboo forest, showing that he is ready. After training, Heijin headed to the gate to go on a mission. At the gate, he met his old friend, a homeless man who had been helping him all along. They passed each other, and neither of them dared to say a word. But Heijin didn't need many words to understand what he had to do. He agreed with his friend's idea. Soon, far away in the darkness, the homeless man noticed some movements. A ninja, leaping from the roof like lightning, was moving to attack Heijin. Pushing off from the ground, he flew into the sky and soared over our hero, who was walking carefree on a dark road. His friend, the head of the poor clan, only managed to shout out that it was an attack, and the mysterious ninja quickly ran up to Heijin's head. This mysterious ninja was John Pan, who struck out of the blue. Heijin, of course, deflected it, pushing his brother away. The head of the poor man's clan did not understand what was happening and why the two brothers were fighting. He tried to stop John Pan, but he was looking at his target, not paying attention to the words. Heijin realized that it was just a training session and his brother was just playing. Soon, John Pan got up from the ground again and began to move forward rapidly. He crossed his swords in the hope of breaking through his brother's defense, but he skillfully deflected everything. The man watching never understood where the ninja came from or why he attacked, but decided not to interfere. The swift attacks on Heijin, which he skillfully parried, created the impression of a real battle. Holding onto his sword, John Pan decided to break through his brother's defense. Having generated energy, he struck with both hands, causing serious damage. But Heijin dodged such a strong blow, and only a few hairs were cut off his head. Like the wind, his defense was destroyed, and Heijin decided to counterpunch. The counterattack confused John Pan, and he realized that he had to retreat. A rapid surge of chi energy pierced the ground and his body, forcing him to flee. John Peng saw that all his attacks had been repelled and realized that it was impossible to continue the attack. He smiled, making it clear that it was just a game. Although he did not manage to overcome his brother, as he had hoped, Hyojin told him that he had good sword skills. If he kept up the good work, he would soon catch up with him. After hiding his sword, John Peng worries that if he doesn't train, he risks losing that person if he isn't quick. He sees his brother going somewhere, but no one knows where. He asks his brother to say a word before he leaves. But why did Heijin need to say many words? He just said that he would be back soon. Hyojin realizes that he has a difficult path of trials ahead of him, and much depends on his decisions. Most of all, he wants to protect his brother from going through this difficult path. John Pan realized that there would be no long talks. He just wished his brother to be careful and bowed as a sign of respect. He realized that he could not demand much from his brother, for he had proved his competence by his strength. His eyes watched as the great hero went forward, no matter what. Looking at his brother, John Pan promises himself that he will follow in his footsteps, because he is a role model for him. Soon morning came over the mountainous terrain from which all the sights opened. The nature was magical, and only the singing of birds helped the soldiers to move forward. One little bird landed on the shoulder of one of the soldiers. He was meditating and did not pay attention to it. He was the head of the Moan clan named Gong. Someone dared to disturb his meditation on the edge of the cliff. It was Yunhua, who came to him and said that if he trained like that, he would risk exhausting himself. The head looked and was happy to see her face. He smilingly replied that he hadn't had a good day in a long time, but he had to remember that the air was still cold.
She did not come empty-handed, bringing a report from a spy from the Hmong clan. It contained good news that they had found important information. The head read the note, which said that the equipment had been found, but for some reason the spy had used a very dirty method, fighting hundreds of people at once. After reading the information, the head realized that he had to act. He got up and put on his cloak. He asked her if there was any news from the Yen clan about possible cooperation, but there was no news yet. It seemed that the head of the Yen clan was very serious about this issue. The head of the Moan clan recognized that his rival was no ordinary person and could not be cowardly. Perhaps this was the reason why there had been no news from the spy for 5 days, and the Moan clan leader began to suspect that something was wrong. His faithful servant hinted that the worst could have happened. However, he couldn't even think about it, since there were 3 spies, and these people couldn't be easily identified. But still, the situation seemed rather strange because it was not like his spies. Soon after, one of the servants and warriors of the Moan clan arrived, saying that there was strict control over information throughout the province where the Yen clan was located. Information from the guild is trying to prevent them from contacting our people. But how can this be happening because it is beyond the power of the Yen clan itself? This can only mean one thing. Someone is helping them, and this someone is a real master at managing information. These thoughts confused the girl, who realized that there was only one master of information control. Could it really be Dick San, because he was a real expert in this field? This information and puzzles were not going according to the Moan clan's plan, which began to irritate his head. He summoned a steady wind of his energy, and a pebble hit him in the face. The head smiled, realizing that the situation was getting more and more interesting. Without using his energy, which flowed out of his body like threads, his power spread throughout the space he was in. The leader realized that things were not going according to his plan, and that he might need to take countermeasures. Using his power, he descended with a sharp movement, and stones fell from the force of his actions. Looking at the horizon, at the height and the lowlands, he realized that it shouldn't be like this. He assumes that he may have to deal with the Yen clan sooner than he could have imagined. He turns to his daughter Yun-hua, emphasizing that action must be taken today. A few days later, our heroes found shelter in a port in Henan province. Kim placed his axe of the god of war against the wall, and they rested in the facility. His friend greedily devoured the delicacies, shoving them into his mouth so fast that even the waiters were amazed at his appetite. He ate everything in the restaurant at Hejin's expense, and people even turned around to look at the glutton. But soon everyone noticed the sound of a falling object and looked closely to see what it was. The axe that had been standing against the wall a second ago fell to the floor with such force that it even split the floor. People realized that it was undesirable to get close to this guy. Yejin pulled out the axe and apologized to everyone for the incident. But people started discussing why such a nice young man was walking around with such a scary tool, and why there was a vagrant next to him. A very strange combination. Heejin sees that people have started to look at his friend's gluttony and asks him to eat quietly. No one is going to take his food away from him. But the poor man asks him not to be annoyed because he has been running from the center of the city for 5 days without a break, and this is the first time he has felt so hungry in his nomadic life. Hyejin reminds him that he has always been hungry, to which the vagrant replies, "Why the hell have you been riding a horse and I've always been running after you on my own 2 feet? Hejin's offered to ride with him, but where has he seen a tramp on a horse? So he will order as much as he wants, and Heejin will treat him. For this, the tramp says, "Thank you." When he is well fed, he begins to brush his teeth with a toothpick. The tramp wonders when Heejin will finally tell him what he is so curious about. The fact is that not far from this port is the Meng clan, and it is quite a long distance to the Moyen clan. The vagrant asks why Heijin came with him because he is dying of curiosity. Heijin looked him in the eye, and it was clear that he had a very simple but compelling reason, which made it clear that the guy was up to something. The vagabond wondered why they were here and what was the point of their stay in this place. Heejin said there was one reason, and it made their conversation intriguing. Let's return to the head of the Moy clan, who was told the unwanted news. He was alarmed because people who were not supposed to be in his property had entered it, and this made him angry. The vagabond did not understand why they were in such a state, because all the spies were already dead, and they controlled the province. They did not give them time to think, because they acted quickly and decisively. The vagabond realized this because he himself had almost died. The Moen clan told Hyjin that they were worried about this, and would want to contact them at any cost. Moving to the office of the head of the Moye clan, he ordered his daughter to meet with those people and find a way to find out the truth, because something was bothering him. Since the Meng clan was nearby, did they know that they had merged with the Yen clan? Even if the spies found out, they couldn't give out the whole truth because they hadn't been told the details. This alerted the head. The drifter told Heijin that they could only wait for a man from the Moya clan, but Heijin disagreed with him. Heijin realizes that the leader of the Moe clan will not do anything rashly because he is the kind of person he is. He was already the same way in Lord Murum's time. He never made decisions unless he was at least 70% sure. This made Heijin realize that the clan leader would not make concessions. At this point, the head gives the order to contact the Meng clan before young Master Yen does something stupid. Heijin realizes that the head of the Moyen clan will send his men to investigate the situation to the smallest detail. 6 days passed and our hero received a visit. The guy came up behind him and addressed him, calling him Master, because he had come to see him. He wanted to talk because he had some very important problems. Heijin, enjoying his tea, just asked him who he was. The guy replied that he had come from the Meng clan because someone wanted to meet with him, and asked if he could make time for this meeting. Our protagonist realizes that everything is going according to his plan, and of course, agrees. He will find the time, even if he doesn't have it, and go to meet new adventures. Together with the boy, they walked into the depths of the forest. In the distance, a fire was burning, and the boy said that the man was sitting by that fire. But before that, he told Heijin to listen to him, because the main task was to negotiate. He emphasized that Heijin should put down his weapon and go to the battle without a single thought. But our hero just smiled, realizing that he didn't care about stupid advice. Of course, he didn't listen to him, and the guy started to stop him. But the one sitting by the fire said not to touch Heijin. As Heijin got closer, he saw that it was a girl. She was interested in his big axe. She had heard that the main weapon of the Yen clan is the sword, so she asked why this guy was using an axe. "Is it hard to carry such a big axe?" asked a girl sitting by the fire. It was the leader of the Meng clan's assassination squad, Ongji. As he came closer, Heijin threw his sharp axe to the ground, and only the sound of it clattering showed that he was serious. They exchanged glances, both of them ready for any eventuality. Looking at the girl, Heijin said that it was not particularly difficult to carry such an axe. Hearing these words, the girl smiled. She thought that this guy was too confident to come to her so obediently. But Heijin didn't want to talk to her for a long time, and asked her to tell him what she needed. She asked where her friend Huey had disappeared to, because she couldn't find him. Heijin replied that he did not know, but asked why she wanted to know. The girl asked him not to rush, because the night was long enough that they could talk calmly. However, Heijin realized that she didn't understand and decided to explain. He said that a spy had been hiding in his clan for 10 years. When the girl asked him what he was talking about, Heijin abruptly shut her mouth, because he was not happy while he was dealing with this. He had to beg his father to deal with this spy personally. People say that there are red wolves who conspired with these spies to devour his clan. The girl smiled and said that she did not understand what he meant by spy wolves. Seeing her expression, Heijin was quite amused, because now it was the people of the Moen clan who urgently needed to solve this problem. She was the first person to appear in his life, and he had the feeling that she'd been asked to capture him. Looking directly into the girl's eyes, he could feel the cold passing through her body. The guy promised that he would kill them all and asked her to answer honestly. He asked if they were the red wolves who were eager to take over his clan. After these words, Heijin prepared for the battle, realizing that it was inevitable. The girl was surprised by his frankness. She hadn't expected it, but it was true. Her assassination squad had been ordered to meet him and find out all his plans. If he refused, they were to use force. Looking at him, she realized that she didn't want to be rude. But if he knew all the plans, there was no point in deceiving him, and she ordered her ninjas to surround him and capture him. Heijin saw that he was surrounded by ninjas whose chakra was only thirsty for blood. With a wave of her hand, the girl ordered her warriors and assassins to make him kneel. The first assassin tried to stab our hero in the back, but like lightning, Heijin anticipated his movement and dodged the blow by swinging his axe behind him. The unfortunate murderer only saw the axe fly straight into his back. In a second, the murderer was dead, a bloodstain spreading across the ground. But there were many more villains who wanted to bring him to his knees. The girl began to maneuver her energy to grab him and make him fall to his knees. She ran over and touched her injured colleague. Using the blossoming pears technique, she bound his body with energy to help him. Gently lowering him to the ground painlessly, she pulled him away from the battlefield. As soon as she had helped and almost saved his life, she noticed that Heijin was no longer there. Soon he began to move sideways, and with a powerful blow, he struck the place where the girl was standing with a crushing blow, destroying the place by force. The ninja managed to dodge the blow, but was amazed at the strength this guy had. Heijin disappeared without leaving a trace, and everyone started looking for him while smoke rose in the forest. In the foggy area, the girl, along with her killers, stood and tried to see the villain, but nothing was visible. Suddenly, drops of blood splashed from the bushes and hit the girl's face. Her energy illuminated everything around her from that moment on, filling her soul and the souls of all her warriors. They realized that this was no joke. But where had he disappeared to? How could he hide so quickly if they had just surrounded him? Suddenly, a dark energy began to suffocate her, wrapping around her neck and linking her to Heijin. When she felt it, she ordered her soldiers to run to the north, because that's where the rascal was. The warriors rushed into battle, because until recently they had no equal. They were elite killers who attacked our hero. As they struck, they did not understand why they could not pierce his defense, as if the magical armor did not allow them to do so. Their daggers and swords broke from the strength of his armor, and he did not even lift a finger. After all the attacks had been dealt with, Heijin skillfully destroyed several of the assassins. It was the first time she had seen such strength in action. It was as if a tortoise shell was protecting him and an unknown aura was guarding him. Who would have thought that the guy was not just strong? He had the divine energy of a real ghost. Seeing how the killers did not know what to do, our hero realized that if someone tried to escape, he would ruthlessly cut off their legs. The situation changed. His energy surrounded them, and the power of his gaze could move mountains. Now he told these scoundrels to kneel before him, because the situation had turned completely different for the killers. The reinforcements, which were still in the bushes, were on the other side to bypass our hero. Wandering through the forest, these murderers were eager to find another villain who they also had in mind. After combing the whole forest, they realized that everything was quiet and they had to go back. But soon someone came out of the bushes so quietly that even the ninjas didn't hear him. At that moment, they didn't even realize what was going on. Their colleagues were defeated and were already lying on the ground. One by one, with sticks in their hands, the vagrants began to come out of the bushes. They surrounded the ninjas who were still on their feet from all sides. The main vagrant, seeing these killers, realized that Heijin's whole plan was very perfect. He was amazed that the boy had foreseen everything to the last detail. The vagrant even doubted him, but this situation put everything in perspective. The moment they sat in the bar, the guy told him that one of the White Islands was engaged in negotiations, trying to unite two clans to destroy the other. Such actions are only suitable for low-grade saucers from the Black Island. The vagabond pointed his stick at these failed assassins. One of them immediately recognized him, which meant they were from the White Islands. The vagabond spat on the ground, spittle frozen in his mouth. He forbade them to call themselves stronger and better, because they were bastards, and the vagabonds in his army could handle them perfectly. One of the vagabonds raised his stick over the ninjas, making it clear that they were finished. Returning to our hero, he skillfully scattered his enemies. One by one, they flew in different directions, having no chance to resist our hero. Although there were many of them, and they surrounded Heijin with all their might, hitting him with their swords, he remained invincible. The skill and abilities that our hero had developed over the years were showing. One by one, he scattered his enemies, striking them with his axe. The smell of blood reigned on the battlefield, and the heads of the bastards flew in different directions. Soon all the soldiers of this princess were killed, and only 2 remained. One of the warriors saw that his army was destroyed. He rushed into battle with hatred, wanting to tear Heijin to pieces. If his sister had not stopped him, he would not have stopped. But for our hero, someone else's rage was only to his advantage because it played to his advantage. A person immersed in hatred was prone to impulsive attacks, and as soon as the warrior approached Heijin, activating his energy, the guy just swung his axe, knocking the enemy down. After the collision, the warrior was left unconscious, stunned by the blow. Flying at high speed, he hit a tree, leaving a dent in it. His body was cut in half, his legs remained to one side, and his upper body was locked and smashed against the tree. The girl saw her partner forever speechless and was shocked by this. She was left alone with this demon who was scattering her army like children. Clenching her hand into a fist, she realized that it was over. Their army was defeated and mercilessly punished. She ordered one of the last soldiers to find 5 scouts and return to the camp. She, as the commander, would stay behind and try to capture Heijin using a secret weapon. Heijin realized that he had smashed their army to pieces, even though the vagrant asked him not to beat them too hard. That scout received an order from his superior and rushed into battle while the girl decided to run away. Our hero realized that he would have to chase after them. While running away, the girl realized that there was no point in running around in such a forest with heavy weapons. Hearing this, Heijin realized that she was quite smart. By addressing her as the leader of the Gucci-men mercenaries, he recognized her cleverness. But that didn't mean she would escape. The warriors ran all night trying to escape from this attack, running kilometer after kilometer through the dense forest. Heijin could only hear the grass crumpling under his feet. But soon the spy saw a horrifying sight that stopped him. He ran to a place where his colleagues were tied to trees and could not even breathe. He could not understand what had happened here. He had to find these people safe and sound. As he approached one of them, who was still conscious, he heard him mutter something, but he did not understand anything. Behind him was a vagrant who held his stick at the ready, waiting for the spy to return. The tramp struck a blow that stunned the spy so hard that even the birds flew away. The vagabond said to him, "Didn't you say something about purgatory?" and called him a ninja asshole. He ordered his soldiers to tie up the spy as well, and they set to work. His warriors thought about how to tie him up without hurting him. But the tramp knew that these men would not be enough for him. He needed more evidence. The enemy and head of the Hmong clan was a very dangerous man. If he made a mistake, the Yen clan could be in big trouble. To begin with, when Master Yen captured the others, the drifter would think about what to do next. Soon after, he felt a dark energy envelop his body. The dark and dangerous energy caught his attention. He realized that it could be the enemy, or maybe it was Master Yen. To be on the safe side, he put himself on alert. With an impulsive punch, the grass flew in all directions. Like a bolt of lightning, he pushed off from the ground and flew like the wind, rising upward using the power of the wind. He was angry because the boy had disobeyed him. He told him to catch everyone alive, and he killed everyone, leaving no one alive. Meanwhile, our hero was looking for the girl who had escaped. He knew roughly where she was, and he walked calmly through the forest. The girl was nearby, out of breath, resting behind a tree. She could feel that this guy was nearby, and she was filled with fear. He was ready to fight. His aura protected him from any attack, and suddenly she heard footsteps. In her fear, the girl realized that she could hear him again. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of power this man had. Perhaps he was a monster, because the power of his energy was just incredible. And maybe this guy is stronger than her entire clan. She can feel him walking behind her in the forest, looking for her. Smelling her scent, Hyunjin takes his axe and flies rapidly in her direction. He strikes a tree, but the girl manages to dodge a strong blow that demolishes everything in its path. In a second, the tree turns into a trunk and breaks into small pieces. The boy, standing with his foot on the remains of the tree, declares that she should not resist. Soon, an incredibly strong impact fills the space. He miraculously dodged this most powerful blow. The fiery energy demolishes both space and earth in its path. The guy realizes that he almost lost his arm. The girl reminds him not to smile. She also has secret techniques that can demolish everything in its path. Holding her chakra, she activates the secret technique, as if fire fills her body cells. Our hero realizes that he will have to try. He also activates his technique to confront this villainess. As the sun began to come out from behind the beautiful scenery of Marima, Heijin started to fight the girl from the Moen clan. She was not going to give up and was strong enough to stand up to Hajin with all her strength, pushing herself off the tree. She moved around like a ghost, even though our hero attacked her with his axe. The girl was still faster than his movements, and this gave him a strange feeling. Suddenly, the girl managed to break through Heijin's defense and strike him, hitting him in the legs. She quickly wrapped her energy threads around his arm. This seriously confused Heijin, as it made it impossible to hold the axe. A blow to his back, a blow to his chest pierced him with pain and suffering. Thousands of blows from this girl pierced his body, triggering old feelings that had once humiliated his soul. Heijin thought back to the techniques that had destroyed his clan and killed his family. The people who had destroyed his clan had put an end to his existence. They used the same techniques that had destroyed his people at that moment. The swords of his clan had no effect on the enemy, because he was protected. It was the technique of a great master. The girl used something similar. Her firepower was quite intense. She struck him in the back. By striking him hard in the back, she made him realize that this was a serious fight. Faced with this demon, Heijin fell to his knees, and blood came out of his mouth. The girl filled her hands with chi, and the energy enveloped her body. She saw that Heijin was not that strong, and she liked to see her opponent in this state. Heijin thought about the pain his family had gone through, the suffering and loss. His father, his brother John Pan, all of them died at the hands of villains like this girl. While Heijin was deep in thought, the girl decided to finish him off, promising to break his arms and legs. Seeing the girl flying at him, Heijin is filled with chi energy. He dodges her attacks, and holding his axe turns away from her manipulations. Then he takes her by the head and throws her to the ground with all his strength. As she lies on the ground, covering herself with her energy, Heijin swings his axe at her. He strikes, but her defense is not penetrated and she's confident, thinking that he will not be able to overcome her. She uses the occult technique of her clan, and she thinks that Heijin will not be able to understand it because she thinks he is stupid. After she bragged about it, Heijin decided not to be coy with her and threw another punch, much harder than the previous one. When it didn't work the second time, he threw a third, fourth combo punch that hit her defense hard, and she started to have doubts. Feeling that this was no longer a joke, she did her best to restrain the barrage of these strong blows, which would destroy her in a little while. Once again, Heijin swung her axe, preparing to deliver the final blow. With lightning speed, Heijin delivers a strong blow that hits with such force that it can destroy anything. The girl begs him to stop because she can't stand such abuse. She asks him to stop. But Heijin, filled with the pain of his memories, replies with burning eyes that when his men begged him to stop, he did not. The painful blow of our hero sweeps through like a storm on a clear day. The vagabond ran to stop the master and asked him not to do anything stupid. He tried to stop him, but it seemed useless. Seeing the picture illuminated by the sun, the girl's body is lying on the ground, and our hero's axe is sticking out next to it. When the vagrant asks if she is alive, the guy answers that, of course, she is alive to him. Everyone realizes that if not for the intervention of the tramp, this girl would have died right on the battlefield. After examining her body lying on the ground, it becomes obvious that she is breathing heavily, and most likely our hero broke several of her ribs. The moment the tramp looked at him, he saw that the guy had boundless stubbornness. To the end, the tramp could not understand him, because although they had attempted to attack his clan, they did nothing. One of his warriors approached the vagrant asking when they would go to eat, to which he replied that it was better to call a doctor because it was more important. A few minutes later, the vagrant was actively beating his arm, repeating the same phrase. They need proof that these enemies have 4 swords. They are, of course, trying to take over the Yen clan. Or perhaps Heijin wants to destroy everyone who knows about it. The drifter didn't know what Heijin was thinking. Heijin apologizes for his stubbornness, and the hobo shows the ninjas he has tied to a tree because they caught a whole group of spies. But despite this, there were few of these spies, and the 4 swords were still not known for sure. Even if they interrogated them, and the Hmong clan said they knew nothing, it could be the end of the story. It takes some time to realize how far things have gone, and it seems that another group must be hiding in Jiangsu City. But our hero is interested in how long the investigation will last. The vagabond replies that it will take 1 month, and even if they have the old man's help, it will take about the same amount of time. After thinking about it, the guy realizes that this is too long and asks if there is a way to act much faster. You ask about the Gujiman clan and the Moen clan. Will it be difficult to destroy them? Looking at Heijin with a strange look, the tramp replied, "Why would you ask me that?" The tramp didn't even know what to say, because it was like asking whether it was harder to fight a lion or a tiger. And of course, in his opinion, the Moyen clan was much harder. When asked why, the vagrant only answers, history and the opinion of the people. And one cannot but agree with him. The history of the Gujimen clan is approximately 100 years old, and the Moen clan cannot even be compared to them. Because of their peaceful expansion of power, they are not well liked by their people. Moreover, Heijin has never met the Gujimen before, and he needs to do so to fight the 3 clans. It is not profitable for him to go against them now. After much thought, Heijin said that since ancient times, it has been believed that the best strategy is to act unexpectedly and make friends with the lion. "Turn into a madman and make friends with the lion," our hero replied with a smile. We return to the central house of the Moen clan. As the head was sitting and drinking tea with his daughter, a servant disturbed him. They had received a message from Iskaben, and the master was naturally interested. He immediately picked up the scroll, as this information was important to him and his plans. His daughter began to worry. When the chairman opened the scroll and began to read, he was silent for a moment, not believing his eyes. Soon the energy began to leave his body, and he felt angry. The chai energy was coming out of his body mercilessly, so negative that even the furniture began to deteriorate and rot. His daughter, seeing her father's reaction, was shocked and asked what it said. The head rolled up the scroll and gave it to his daughter, because Yunjung had sent the message to him personally, and it was all about the master of the Yen clan. Smiling, the head did not know how to react. He could not understand how Yunjung had managed to do this. He had no words to describe the situation. How had he managed to raise such a monster, not a boy? His daughter opened the scroll and began to read, and was dumbfounded. The scroll clearly stated that they were invited to come to Hanam with a proposal to bury the Meng clan together, which seriously disturbed everyone present. When the owner began to read the scroll, he learned that it was a personal message from our hero from the Yen clan. It said that the head of the Moen clan had sent a personal spy, and he had even learned in advance that the main clan would be captured. And recently he sent a scout to the Moyen clan, and thanks to his help, it became easier. Probably the master wants to know what the hero is thinking, and takes the responsibility to answer, but he only wants to ask one question. Murim's head is exactly where this master is headed. And most of all, he's going to destroy the Meng clan. It was this letter that enraged the head of the Moen clan, and the energy began to flow out of him, destroying everything in its path. Realizing that some scoundrel had stood in his way, the basis of his entire life was this task, to become the head of Murim. And this is being said by a young man who was not even 20 years old. The scroll said that Heijin considered his aspiration important and was not being ironic in any way. He is also used to going straight to his goal. He's going to destroy the Hmong clan. These spies are nice, of course, but the one who actually wields a sword is on a whole other level. Heijin realizes that they have a secret weapon against the Hmong clan. He suggests that they join forces and deal with the clan. He also realizes that one letter is not enough to gain trust, so he suggests meeting in person. They both do not trust each other, and their personal meeting and joint decisions will help them gain trust. The message emphasized that the more the head thinks, the worse it is for him. Haejin hopes that he realizes this and will be waiting for him at the designated place. When the leader's daughter read this message, she was sure it was a trap, but there was no evidence, and the leader did not think so. Haejin's words were distinctive, emphasizing that he was used to getting what he wanted. The clan leader does not think that this guy is the kind of person who is used to digging a deep hole. Haejin has abilities that he relies on so much that his decision does not matter to him. The head realizes that this boy is unusual. In one letter he was able to praise, humiliate, and even show respect by criticizing. For a long time, no letter had impressed him as much as this one. Just the thought of the destruction of the Mang clan. What could be better for the future of the head of Murim? Looking at his daughter, he asked her opinion, to which she replied that perhaps he had already made up his mind, and had he not, he didn't need to do anything else but go. He already had one foot in Kanama. When he heard about this inglorious city of Hanam, the head had doubts. He realized that it was a suitable place for a meeting. Walking through the bustling streets with his friend the vagabond on their way to the meeting place, they saw that the place was alive with activity, with merchants offering their wares and calling their prices cheap. Haejin approached one of the vendors and asked how much he was selling rice sticks for. The vendor replied that he was selling them for 2 coins. Haejin couldn't resist and bought the whole thing without even taking the change, leaving it to the vendor. The seller didn't even realize what had happened, because it was the first time he had seen such a customer, and was afraid that he would grumble that it was expensive. The vagrant, walking along these streets, began to doubt whether they could walk so calmly at all. But Haejin didn't understand his hint, because now was not the time to buy goods at the market. Probably the Hmong clan had sent even stronger men, not as weak as that squad of assassins, but real warriors who could fight. And not only were they the focus of attention, but they had also captured another son of the Moyen clan. If they attacked here, they would be in big trouble. The tramp noticed that Haejin was walking calmly through the streets and realized that he was not worried. In fact, Haejin realized that worrying doesn't solve problems. But how could he cope with all this alone? In Haejin's opinion, it's even better, because his fighting skills are just at the ascendant stage. At this moment, he is in a transitional stage, and it's time to change. The more chances he has to test his strength with the masters, the better for the development of his skills. There was no time to delay. It was time to prepare for the next step. These words were quite strange for the tramp. As usual, he did not understand anything. He looked at this guy and did not understand how he could be so brave alone. Picking up one rice ball, Haejin wondered if he was really alone. He remembers who he's doing all this for. His brother, who cares about him, and the clan he loves so much. In this life, he has family, friends, and even his brother. Even his father, whom he can always rely on, is in his life. At the time he was the Black Emperor, he had friends but no family. He had no place to go back to, and he had no mood. And he realizes that he is not alone. He has this beautiful vagrant. The hobo didn't understand what was wrong with the guy, to which Haejin replied that they had a purely business relationship. But for some reason, this made the hobo feel tender. Now Haejin rejects his words. Looking him in the eye, the tramp reminds him that as soon as it's over, he needs to be treated properly, because the last time wasn't enough. But Hyunjin tells him to keep a better eye on the killer squad. He notices that the tramp is too relaxed. Soon someone approaches them from behind. Hyunjin realizes the danger and sees that this person is quite suspicious. He waited until the vagrant disconnected from him and disappeared into the crowd. The frenzied crowd was going about its business, and children were running underfoot, preventing people from passing. As soon as Haejin realized that he was alone, he walked away from the noisy and bustling place to a quiet place. When he saw a rock, he walked over to it, realizing that it was quite peaceful. He sat down and calmed down to think about what was happening. His hunger got the better of him, and he decided to have a snack of rice. Looking at the rice ball, he realized that this was his first meal of the day. And even though the whole world will wait until he eats it all, Haejin realizes that he is being watched. Taking a bamboo stick and charging it with energy, he points it to the side and throws it at the bamboo, which gets stuck in the tree. Ninjas with glowing eyes come out of different bushes, as if they had been watching him all along. These assassins begin to surround him, and Haejin is fed up that these scoundrels won't let him eat properly. When the soldiers completely surrounded him, the boy stood there, not realizing that he would not be the first to attack. Their leader comes out of the crowd and asks if he is really Haejin, to which the boy replies that he is the eldest son of the Yen clan. Hearing these words, the leader rejoiced, because it seemed that he had found the one he was looking for. Activating his energy, he made it clear that there would be a fight. A huge number of enemies surrounded Haejin from all sides, giving him no chance to escape. They came closer and closer, but Haejin looked at them without fear. Their leader said that it was amazing, because all his life he had only wielded a sword. But this was the first time he had seen a person with such energy as this boy. He happily greeted him and introduced himself as a Qingbai warrior. Haejin didn't know who they were, or which faction was different from that assassin squad. Qingbai smiled at Haejin's words, saying that this child had named his group to them. He said that he waved his axe ruthlessly and revealed all the cards. After he said that, the soldiers went on alert, feeling threatened by the boy. The tension between them grew, but his lips began to say something. Qingbai apologized to Haejin for sending the snoopers and emphasized that everything would be different now, especially since he had forced him to fight with his niece. The guy replied that it was an equal fight, and there was nothing unusual about it for him. Our hero hoped that this man would lose his mind after hearing his words and rush at him senselessly. But Qingbai was not a red wolf, but a well-trained pack. Qingbai decided to ask the boy if his niece had used a secret weapon. Haejin replied that she had, but it was strange that he still defeated her. Haejin added that it was a life-and-death battle, and he could see the result in front of him. Qingbai did not count on such tricks. He explained that respect for the head of the clan requires the martial art of a true warrior, which is not measured by a few techniques. His skills depend on his lineage and secret techniques. He raised his hand and lit it like a blazing fire, explaining that he had achieved this through daily training and perfecting his art. However, if Haejin has seen the secret technique of his bloodline, Qingbai simply cannot let him live. Activating his sword, he prepares to kill the guy. But our hero expected this. He didn't think about anything else, knowing that he would have to fight. Looking at this man, Haejin realized that he was quite strong, stronger than all the opponents he had ever met. So the guy asked for his understanding, because he was going to use this fight for his own development. Seeing the determination in Haejin's eyes, Qingbai liked that his opponent was so straightforward. But there was no time to waste. The battle had begun. Coming closer and closer, the warrior approached Haejin. Pushing off the ground, he swung his sword, and at one point they crossed their weapons. Our hero was surprised by such a strong blow. It was an incredibly powerful blow. At that moment, the killer with the bow jumped up and decided to shoot a few arrows at Haejin. Both of them dodged the arrows well, but that was not the end. After dodging the arrows, the warrior cut them into pieces. He asked his soldiers not to interfere in their fight. With incredible strength, he began to move toward the boy, swinging his sword like a butcher and kicking up dust. This man even impressed our hero. In turn, Haejin injured the warrior's face. Realizing that this was a strong opponent, Haejin came up with a battle strategy. But it was useless to think for a long time because his opponent was moving quite fast. Haejin managed to block an incredibly strong blow with his axe. But as soon as the sword got stuck, Qingbai took his palm and began to circulate qi energy. The warrior pressed on the sword with his palm, and under this pressure, Haejin's axe began to crack. Soon the guy's defense was broken, and the blow caused him a serious injury. After that, Haejin noticed that his shoulder was injured. But it was just a small scratch compared to the incredible damage his enemy could have inflicted. The enemy continued to strike hard, trying to finish him off. At one point, Haejin's axe made its way closer to the warrior and caught him behind the neck. Taking advantage of this moment, Haejin pulled the warrior forward and, keeping his hand ready, tried to smear his face. But instead of hitting his face, he hit the warrior's knee with a strong blow. Thus, he was able to deflect his kick and counterattack. The kick was blocked by our hero, but his incredible strength threw Haejin aside. Having stopped thanks to his strength, Haejin needed to rest for at least a few seconds, because the fragments of chaos were flying right into his face. As soon as the dust storm subsided, he saw his potential. Realizing that he needed to make every effort to fight such a strong opponent, he jumped into the air and decided to strike hard. But the warrior simply threw a brick in his face. Incredible energy lit up Haejin's eyes, and he accumulated his strength. He realized that he could summon a white tiger, which was just incredible power and could destroy everything in its path. It was a whole new level of martial arts. The warriors who were part of the assassins just watched their leader fight Haejin. Soon the commander's right hand ordered the soldiers to attack. They looked at him. But an order is an order, even though the Chizan leader said they should not interfere. This man noticed that this guy's chi energy was incredible, getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Even the weakest warriors could feel the feeling of rapidly increasing energy. All this time, Hyunjin was working on his breathing technique to withstand all the sudden movements. His opponent noticed that he was short of breath and suffocating. Looking him in the eye, he promised to give him peace and send him to heaven, and the killers run out from behind him and start attacking. They shoot with their own hands, not even allowing them to pierce themselves. Our hero is not going to give up so easily. He catches the arrows of his enemies, accumulates his breath. He hates the people who deprived him of his dinner, and having caught one of the arrows, throws it back at the archer, piercing his head. Another warrior suddenly attacks with his sword, rushing toward Haejin's head. He hopes for a successful strike, believing that he will cause serious damage. But instead of a damaged opponent, he sees nothing, because at that moment the boy is already on top of him. After striking his opponent, Hyunjin breaks his sword and destroys his existence. On the other hand, A very strong opponent approaches and breaks the rock into two parts. But with his sword and the rock underneath, Hejin skillfully repels him. Hejin strikes a light blow, skillfully turning off the consciousness of this warrior. There was no time to waste. Everything happened instantly. A large number of warriors attacked one after another, one of them holding daggers tied to ropes. But Hejin circulates energy in his body. Pushing away from all the ropes, he throws his swords in different directions and, running forward with his axe, not only neutralizes the enemy, but also deprives many enemies of their arms, heads, and legs, creating a huge pile of bodies. Hejin ran only forward, despite all the obstacles in the form of ninja warriors who had great skill. Seeing that his warriors failed to stop Hejin, it was not in the plans of the head of these warriors. Hejin stood right in front of them with his nephew. They were looking at him. The nephew's intervention had cost many victims. Why did he do it? I asked him. This is a battle of leaders. Can a descendant interfere in the affairs of relatives at all? At this point, the boy excuses himself and asks his uncle not to talk about the problems of his relatives at this moment. At this moment, Hejin is freed from the dark energy. All this time, he has been accumulating incredible strength. He strives to achieve the White Tiger skill, which is the transformation of true energy. This happens simultaneously in the whole body. Air enters the lungs, and the whole body begins to function as a single unit. While the battle was going on, the relatives did not pay attention to our hero and argued with each other. The great warrior's teachings emphasize that one should not rely on just one technique. The leader of the killers felt a huge stone moving toward him from the side. He pushed his nephew aside to protect him. With a skillful move, he cut the stone in half. But behind the stone was our hero, who wanted to catch this warrior with his maneuver. He swung his axe to strike, but this man was no ordinary man, holding his sword with both hands. He had no choice but to activate the power of the magic sword, and it came down on our hero like an arrow. The guy was able to block his blow by holding the sword with his bare hands. The warrior was amazed at his strength. In a second, Hejin dropped his axe and grabbed his sword, stopping the strong blow. Exchanging glances, they realized that no one was going to retreat. The nephew saw this moment as a strategic point from which to surround the man and strike him. He ordered his soldiers to surround Hejin and strike him. Hejin stood with the enemy's sword in his shoulder, and the leader of the killers stepped aside, seeing that the soldiers were running like the wind, doing their job. In a stressful situation, adrenaline gripped his soul. His wound on the shoulder was not his stop. Breathing in the air, his chi energy began to move to a completely different level. The leader of the group, seeing the terrifying energy, ordered his soldiers to step aside and stop the attack. The explosion of the tiger's energy covered the entire perimeter of the battle. Chaos spread throughout the forest, tearing up bamboo by the roots, and this quiet forest exploded from the incredible energy of the white tiger. Even from many, many kilometers away, one could hear that something incredible was happening there, as if the tiger's roar had spread throughout the perimeter. The warriors who had just wanted to attack Hejin were struck by this roar and trembled with fear. They fell to the ground, and their leader saw how afraid they were. He himself was amazed by this sight, because he had never seen anything like it. It was a true technique, a feeling of a sudden blow of wind, and every cell of Hejin was filled with this incredible power that destroyed everything in its path. Everyone had long forgotten, and did not see that this existed, and that someone could use this technique. The divine guardian Sonchuka, the Lord of the Wind, is an incredible force that destroys everything in its path. In legends, he was also called a tiger, and in his actions he had incredible potential. The leader's nephew was trembling with fear. What kind of crazy technique? What kind of magic? But their leader did not stand still and began to attack again. Hejin, seeing the warrior rushing toward him, pushed off the ground and was already behind him. Even though his opponent tried to block the blow, the force with which it was delivered amazed everyone around him. The warrior was amazed at the power of Hejin's punch, and even his sword split. It was an incredible force that, like a game, fell on everything that was in the way. Hejin pushed off with powerful steps that destroyed the ground beneath him. He was running toward the leader of these killers. Hearing this incredible approach technique of the white tiger, the warrior did not know what to do. His sword was destroyed, and he realized that any delay would cost him his life. He saw the sword lying in front of him. Picking up the warrior's random sword, he activated the hidden technique of Dantian Gun, which filled his body with chi energy. At this moment, Hejin, filled with the energy of the white tiger, rushed past the perimeter like lightning. The warriors saw him running in their direction and tried to stop him. But how could they stop such an incredible force? In a second they could do nothing, as Hejin tore them to pieces, scattering them in the distance. Only victory was on his mind. Only chi energy gave him such incredible strength. Looking at the warrior who was an obstacle in his path, he realized that he had destroyed his entire army. He activated the power of the 9 thunderbolts of the Tiger King. Huge, powerful blows fell on the warrior, and he realized that it would not be easy for him because the power of these blows was simply incredible. A huge blow of the white tiger flew at the warriors who had unsuccessfully attacked Hejin. Although the boy did not have time to warn his uncle about the danger, he knew what to do. He had been living on this land for many years and decided to resist this force. At the moment when the chi energy enveloped him, the memory of the tiger gave him strength. He took the blow with dignity. Hejin approached his opponent incredibly quickly, holding his sharp weapon. The warrior was filled with the energy of his clan, which permeated every cell of his body. This was a life-and-death battle, and this bounty hunter had to do everything he could to not dishonor his honor. In the dance of battle, they brought their swords down on each other, their eyes glowing with power. Having lost his vigilance, our hero's blow outstripped the warrior's defense and approached him with its blade. The collision of this blow was incredibly strong, but the warrior managed to repel it. His sword was cut into 2 pieces and flew away. He gritted his teeth, feeling the excitement of this battle. There was nowhere to retreat. Using the contemplation technique, he rushed like a demon toward Hejin. But whatever was used against our hero, he didn't care. He skillfully maneuvered his axe. As soon as the guy deflected a blow, he immediately attacked, and his attacks were incredibly strong in the style of a white tiger. Using his strength, the guy attacks while screaming from the strain. His blade comes down with incredible force on the enemy, and it seems to be his last second of life, turning him into a bundle. From this blow, even the earth cracked and flew in different directions, filling the pallet. The nephew of this warrior stood, shielding himself from the shrapnel flying in all directions. After the dust settled, he saw a huge pool of blood and the body of his uncle, who had been defeated. Hejin was standing next to him. Hejin was recovering from the use of this technique, and steam was coming out of his body. Pulling his axe out of the hunter's body, the boy shook off the red water. Hejin looked at his opponent and realized that he was quite strong. Looking at his technique, he even remembered his father as he shook the blood from his axe. With a sharp gaze, Hejin looked at his descendant. He had no doubt that this man in front of him was not a warrior, but just an inexperienced boy. The descendant of this warrior stood there and realized that he was alone. Looking at Hejin's, he had nothing to say because the axe had already said everything. Filling the space with the silhouette of a beast, Hejin promises to send this fool to his uncle. A few days after our hero has dealt with the entire army that was sent against him, the body of one survivor was found. He was brought to his father, who looked at his son, Kadrim, and did not understand what had happened. The doctor who examined his son said that he would survive, but he went through a severe shock. As soon as he said that recovery would take 3 months, the man grabbed him by his clothes and threw him against the wall. He took out his anger on him and wanted to find someone to blame. One of them said that it was the work of the same bastard from the Yen clan. He wanted someone to answer how his son with his abilities could lose. The boy's badly damaged body could barely open his mouth and speak. The tiger and the secret of the ancestors. But no one could understand what he was talking about, as his son needed rest to gain strength. Hearing these words, the owner understood everything. How dare this kid reach such a level? His hand was filled with rage. He ordered to call one of his generals and ask him what he was doing and why he did not save his son. But when he was told that the general had died, this information stunned the master. All the soldiers who had been with the general were brutally murdered, as well as the assassination squad that had arrived earlier. It was hard to imagine the skill of this guy, because it was all his doing. This was Hejin, and his skill level exceeded even that of Ji-san, a strong warrior. This was simply unbelievable. Even among the members of the sideline, Ji-san was one of the few strong warriors. This made it clear who could do this, and that the rumors about this guy's strength were not far-fetched. After thinking about it, the Lord stunned everyone with his statement. He ordered the release of the Green Wolf. This undermined the secrecy of the wolf because everyone would see it. But what did he care about this reputation when his son Kadrin was in such a state? And it was not even known whether his daughter, who had gone missing, was alive. There was no doubt that it was necessary to hold on to this power to catch the rebellious tiger. The best way to do this was to release the very mad wolf, and there was no doubt about it. Hearing his master's will, the servant went to fulfill this task. He approached the building and began to open the locks, which were wrapped in chains on all sides. Once inside, a terrible energy raged in this dungeon. Thousands of eyes of demonic beings shone in the darkness. It seemed that they would have to intervene, but the prey would not be easy, and they had to do it. We returned to our hero, who was meditating near a rock in the forest. All this time he was trying to focus on his inner state, getting rid of bad energy. Since he had spent a lot of white tiger energy, he needed to restore it, because this energy was cruel and rough. If he didn't toughen his muscles, he wouldn't be able to control his energy. No wonder he had been training for so long. It seemed that at last this energy began to correspond to his body. To test this, he looked at his arm and saw his energy circulating. But suddenly something disturbed him. A sound in the bushes, as if someone was watching him. To test his strength, he strained his leg, and his boots began to break up the rocky ground beneath him. The swing of his axe was so strong that it could have swept away everything in its path. With just one blow, he would take down trees. He cut these trees into thousands of pieces using the tiger wall technique. But this was not enough, and someone in the distance tried to escape. In this case, he used his secret technique, filling himself with maximum energy. Like a beast, he burst onto the battlefield, testing the highest level of his power. He used a mystical technique called the White King Strike, which filled every cell in his body, making it clear that he had achieved at least the initial level of what he wanted. But he needed to regain his strength, so he needed to rest somewhere. Returning to the tavern at the evening sunset, our hero sat at a table to take a break and have dinner. After a long battle, he could finally relax and have a strong drink. As soon as he raised his glass, a girl came up to him and clinked with him to drink together. She was a busty girl who wanted him to share her company because she was also single and wouldn't mind joining him. When she sat down next to him, she noticed that he was not from the area and was not from around here at all. She flirted with him, and she liked strangers. The charming girl enveloped Hejin with her courtship, making his evening much brighter. She offered him to show him the sights of this beautiful city of Hanam, and her forms could seduce anyone. In a calm tone, the guy told her to sit down. Instead of sitting down next to him, she sat on his lap, not about to refuse. Looking into his eyes, she confessed that she had never seen such a handsome man here. Where had he been all this time? Lowering his gaze, Hejin told the truth. He had been in the mountains for about 8 days. The girl thought it was a funny joke. Her name was Nampo, and she was very beautiful. After that, she became interested in his name and asked him what his name was. Hejin realized that someone suspicious had come inside. He, of course, told this girl his name and let her call him whatever she wanted. As she sat on his lap, she noticed a large axe standing next to him. She was in awe of Hejin because he looked so thin, and yet he managed to swing this axe. She couldn't hide her admiration and tried to learn more about the guy sitting in front of her. A sly look fell on the girl. Hejin asked her to stop, saying that even the butcher at the slaughterhouse smelled less like blood than she did. But the girl did not understand what he meant. The guy was not going to make acquaintances here and asked her not to waste his energy. He could clearly see that she was a bastard from the Meng clan. Realizing that she was onto him, the girl decided to change her plan. Usually men give up after such words, but she felt that she shouldn't have said the last line. Hejin decided to explain that she was being rather stupid when she was flaunting her charms in front of him. The best option, in his opinion, was to keep quiet. Hearing this, the girl thought it was a good idea. Why hadn't she thought of it before? But, in Hejin's opinion, he had had enough. She wouldn't have time to use her idea because he would kill them all. However, she would see who would win by waving her charms around. She knew people like him, and of course it was understandable. The girl was not an easy one. Everyone who had met her on her way was already dead. And perhaps he knows the man who was called the Hengshan swordsman, the last warrior of Hengshan. How many of her men does he think were involved in catching him? She showed her hand with 5 fingers. Her warriors were able to destroy this rascal with 5 of them. He was called a rare master, but he was nothing. This master should have had the level of an elder, but he was eliminated by only 5 people. It was amazing. After this story, our hero only asks how many people came today. The girl answers with a smile that everyone who is alive. Their head is very interested in him, and he can only look forward to all 70 people from their clan. Not even the 30 fists of the Yen clan can compare to them. In her opinion, they have no equal in this world. The guy stopped her, because she was already going on too long with this nonsense. But she continued. 10 immortal emperors and 3 warriors with 13 fists who can destroy the whole of Murim. And even if there are 700 people like him, not 70, they still won't be able to cope with them. The boy only responds to her words by pouring himself some wine, because his father could have put them all down on his own. The girl replies that in the future, they will chop off both their heads and put them on display. That sounds good. It's been a long time since I've heard humiliation in my direction, she said, getting up from the table. She realized that usually such smug puppies die for their bad tongue. She wanted to see what they would do to him as soon as possible and said goodbye, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. "Get the fuck out of here, you slut," Hejin said. The girl left the tavern, but her putrid energy remained, and her smell was palpable. Our hero was curious, realizing that there would be 70 of these bastards. Soon, when he smelled the chi energy, he realized that it was Kaban. He came with his daughter at his invitation. And finally, the Moen clan will be here. A rare master who has reached the top and is called the God of the Sword. They were together in a previous life in Cheongju to compete with the sect leader. He was his friend and his enemy. Behind the wall, his spy was waiting for him and asked him what to tell these people. Energy began to surge through his body in a rush of anticipation. He asked the spy to convey the following. At this moment, we moved to the port where the head of the Moen clan and his daughter arrived. He noticed that this young boy had sent him a spy. He even decided that they had come to Kanam in vain, but the girl asked him to explain that the head of Moen wanted to deal with the Ye clan and this boy, Hai Jin, and for this purpose he sent the blue ghost to this place. His daughter realizes that the blue ghosts are the worst thing that can happen. Their reputation is the worst among the gangs, and they are ready to poison everything around them for their own purposes. They have no problem burning down an entire village, because they are brutal scumbags. They did such horrible things that I can't even describe them in this manga. But the chapter makes it clear that this is not a fight, but rather a mental battle that a young warrior cannot handle. Soon a poor man approached the master and asked him for money. He handed him a few coins, for which the poor man thanked him immensely. But as the poor man was passing by, he said that the young master asked to meet him tomorrow. He also asked me to tell him that he was cleaning. The head, when he heard this phrase, burst out laughing. For him, the idea of cleaning was very funny. He wondered whether he would clean or be cleaned. Looking back, he realizes that this city of Hanam is an interesting place. While spending the night in a hotel in Hanan, he could not sleep for a long time. He was tormented by thoughts that would not let him rest. He hoped that he would not disappoint his hopes. But soon the door of the window opened, and it made it clear that he had received a letter. The parcel was called Good Morning. The boy decided to check it out. When he opened the parcel, which was quite large, he saw that his gifts were in perfect condition. They were sharp daggers. He took one of them in his hands and felt the energy. He threw it with all his might to test how sharp they were. He liked these gifts. He started testing the daggers in action. They flew into his head, leaving marks. The warrior he stabbed fell to the ground. Ordinary people were amazed at what was happening. They did not understand where this corpse came from. But the guy looked out the window and realized that he had to start. He slowly began to clean up, armed with all his tools, daggers and an axe. Since there was often no time to waste, he decided to get down to business. The market was in a joyful atmosphere, and no one even suspected that anything unusual was about to happen. People were haggling, selling their goods at low prices. One of them spotted his competitor, who was hawking his wares across the counter. But if he knew the real price of the goods, he would have been shocked. The seller picked up a huge carp, the size of a 6-year-old child, and loudly shouted to the whole market that it was for sale. Suddenly his joy was interrupted by a dagger thrown by the young man, which hit him squarely in the unprotected spot. The seller fell to the ground, holding his sword and the carp he had just tried to sell. But it turned out that these people were not just market traders, but treacherous warriors hiding under the masks of merchants. The young master jumped from roof to roof, destroying his enemies who tried to escape. The enemies fled to their comrades, not understanding why their plans were falling apart, and everything was getting out of control. The emperor, moving along the rooftops, analyzed the situation, realizing that there were more enemies than he expected. But his speed was not enough, so he decides to speed up to destroy as many enemies as possible. The young master had daggers for everyone, and he began to throw them with precision on target. One by one, the warriors fell to the ground, and each dagger hit without fail. At the moment when one of the warriors drew his spear to defend himself, the young master was already standing behind him. He didn't waste time talking. His dagger was tearing apart everything in its path. Every scoundrel who stood in his way received his dagger, and his existence ended in an instant. The young master was rushing forward no matter what, but when he stopped, he thought that these were all enemies. However, one place radiated an unusually strong aura, and he paid attention to it. In the temple ahead, he could smell a powerful demonic odor that saturated the atmosphere with oppressive energy. Without hesitation, the young master realized that this was his goal, and after filling his body with chi energy, he decided to go there. Using the white tiger technique, he blew up everything under his feet as he rushed toward his goal. The young master was rushing towards new adventures with the speed of lightning, not thinking about what might be waiting for him ahead. His incredible speed was impressive, but even the daggers flying straight at his face did not go unnoticed. Maneuvering, he knocked out all the daggers with one blow, continuing to run forward. Nothing could stop him. Hejin realized that the Tiger King was invincible, but the most frightening thing was a power he had never seen before. He was able to break through all the attacks, but he stopped a little, not noticing how the demonic dagger pierced his defense and was approaching his face. It seemed that inevitable death was already approaching, but he still managed to react and repel the attack. The dagger fell to the ground, and the young master's mood fell with it. But he had to finish the job, realizing that the consequences would be irreversible. The one who threw the dagger suffered a terrible defeat, as his head was crushed by the young master's techniques. He did not stop fighting and continued to move forward, but when he jumped to the ground, he stopped for a moment. The young master realized that he was being hunted, and at that very moment, a shower of swords fell upon him. He overcame all obstacles despite the number of enemies surrounding him. He broke through one of the walls, which fell to pieces, and ran forward. As he ran up to a rocky, mountainous area, he saw a mountain that needed to be hit with his fist. Gathering all his strength, he filled his fist with energy and hit the rocky slope. After that, he looked back and attacked again, unexpectedly catching one of the attacks. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth blows hit the rocky terrain. Soon, the young master delivered the eighth and ninth blows, which had already moved the rock, making it tremble with the force. He did this for a reason, because behind this rock was something he had been waiting for. And after the 10th blow, hitting it with such force that the rock nearly collapsed, he achieved his goal. Pulling his fist out of the rocky surface, he left a dent in it. The people he had been waiting for appeared from the mountain. They quickly left because they were afraid of an earthquake in the rocky area. The guy looked at them and said that they were all cowards. All these rascals gathered in one place for one purpose only. The girl who was part of this team had recently served him in a hotel, but she turned out to be a mean person who wanted him dead. When she was asked who this guy was, she didn't know what to say. He reminded her that he had introduced himself yesterday, but when she saw his abilities, which exceeded all expectations, her words sounded like nonsense. The young master was not talkative, and he was not interested in negotiations with his enemies. He suggested that they attack, adding that it was better to clean up before sunset. Hearing these words, the girl realized that it was a kind of joking threat. But she had to act immediately, and she ordered the poison to be released in the area where the young master was standing. Surrounded by only one slope in the mountainous terrain, he noticed the poisonous cloud rapidly approaching him. However, these rascals had an antidote and special masks to breathe without the risk of poisoning. Soon after putting on the masks, they saw the poisonous cloud enveloping the young master. They knew that as soon as the poison entered his lungs, he would be finished. Even if he managed to get out of the poisonous cloud, they would quickly destroy him because his strength would be exhausted. The girl realized that only they, the followers, would survive this battle, and for her, the hunt was just beginning. But an incredibly powerful blow swirled the air above the slope, as if a storm had passed through the place where the poison was. Her amazement knew no bounds. Her pupils dilated, and fear gripped her heart. She realized that the poison was meant for Hejin, but that the insidious enemy had directed it directly at her troops. No one was prepared for such an unexpected attack, and they fell into their own trap. Insufficient equipment made the soldiers feel the full impact of the poison. Some fell, some screamed, some cried, but none remained unharmed. The girl hid behind the shoulder of one of her warriors, but still could not understand where this guy got the power to create wind. Soon the young master showed his true nature. Behind him was a huge energy tiger, personifying his true nature. He didn't like his enemies to talk too much, and finally got tired of listening to their empty words. Raising his axe high, he decided to make all these scoundrels disappear like dirty trash from the road. All of them were completely overthrown and useless after being struck by the young master, who pointed his axe at the rock. As soon as the blow caused vibrations, they spread throughout the place where the enemy's hideouts were hidden, and the rock began to collapse. The soldiers realized that this was a real threat, and they could not control the situation. The girl saw the stone start to fall, almost hitting her, and realized that she had to run away immediately. But she could not understand how this guy could cause such a collapse by hitting a stone. Does he have incredible strength? She was amazed at his technique, which she had never seen before, where the outside blow destroys the inside. Soon the stones fell on her, and she was unable to escape, covered with her head. One moonlit night, it began to rain, and a high-ranking lord stood by the window, peering into the darkness. A servant approached him, suggesting that he rest as it was getting late. But the man could not sleep, torn by important thoughts. His daughter turned to her father, begging him to stop fighting with himself and finally go to rest. Feeling pain in his chest, he finally decided to rest, but he knew that this would not solve his problems. All this time he remained thoughtful, ignoring his daughter's words. When the candle in his room went out, strange things began to happen around them. Turning her head, the girl smelled a strong odor of blood, so thick and pungent that she could not understand how much blood was on the man's hands. Her father had smelled it from afar and had been waiting for this moment all along. In front of them stood Hejin, exhausted from the battle, breathing heavily from exertion. Holding his axe in his hands, Hejin had gone through incredible trials to get here. No one had expected this turn of events, but his father realized that something had to be done, because this rascal had not come here by chance. The clan leader lit the candle with his energy, ready to talk. He said that he didn't think he would ever see Hejin again, believing that he would never be able to return. But what happened happened, and now they have to accept him for who he is. This incredibly strong warrior walked inside, and all eyes were on him, but no one said a word. The guy was silent for a long time, but eventually he lowered his axe, showing that he was not going to attack. He apologized for being late, and the head realized that he was facing a young man from the Yen clan. The rumors about him were confirmed when the boy introduced himself as Yen Ho-jin, and the head was happy to meet him. Moen was well known in these parts, and the boy already knew this girl with red hair. Soon they were in the same room and sat down at the table to discuss some issues. The head of the Moyen clan emphasized that the boy was late, but looking at him, he decided that he was cleaning and asked if he had killed all the blue ghosts. The boy answered briefly, no. Chairman Moyen thought about it, because these words sounded unusual. It seemed that the young master intended to destroy everyone in their lineage. But were they just empty words? No matter what, there is a time for everything. A time to boast and a time to act. But now Hejin has killed 16 people single-handedly. Some of his enemies were crushed or stabbed to death the moment the mountain collapsed. 6 people disappeared from his sight and were torn to pieces. After everything was quiet, the boy stood on the ruins and thought about how to convey the message to the Hmong clan. He decided to tear off the 2 men's arms and send them there. The head, hearing this incredible news, could not believe his ears because the entire unit was destroyed in half a day. And now this guy is ready to meet the head of the Meng clan. The man sitting across from Hejin is a fairly well-known character. He is Moyen Gong. This is the same old man who destroyed him in the beginning and took his life when he was at the peak of his powers. The young master will never forget his treachery. When he saw the eyes of the man who had once taken his life, a strange and not very pleasant feeling arose in his soul. But since he had died in his previous life, he was able to travel to this world and come to life again. The young master looked at the head of the Moyen clan, and although he did not know him, the young master knew him better than anyone else in the world. The head honestly admitted that the people whom the young master had cleared from the streets were very strong fighters, but Hejin didn't think so, even though the head realized that even the Meng clan didn't want to mess with the blue ghosts, and this guy had killed them and sent the evidence. From now on, the Meng clan will not be able to operate unhindered, and all their plans are now in jeopardy. No one knows for sure whether this will be beneficial to them. From the head's words, Hejin realized that he was saying that they were already washing their hands of the situation. And although it was quite fun, this is the situation on the battlefield. He'll pretend that this meeting never happened and that you never came here. The young master looked at him and noticed that he hadn't changed. He was still the same. He didn't want to suffer losses, and his talent for eloquence was still invincible. The clan leader looked out the window and noticed that it was starting to rain. But the young master understood that at that moment the man was estimating the costs. Soon, however, the young master remembered the weakness of the Moen clan leader and said a phrase that caught the attention of his Lord Murim. He continued that this was his cherished wish, and if he wanted it to come true, he should try. The head of the Moyen clan recalled the moment when he received a message from this young man, and then he was very surprised because he felt as if the boy could see right through him. But how could he understand the desires of such an old man, being so young? Now the head realizes that he not only understood, he knew perfectly well. How could he be so confident in his words and say it to his face? In order not to attract too much attention, the guy decided to tell it like it is, considering it a fairly easy task. Stronger than anything in the world is what every man in Kanfo desires, and Lord Marima is no exception. Especially when it comes to one of the heads of the 7 strongest clans, and this answer was flawless, as if from the mouth of a snake. The head's daughter had been watching his facial expressions, reactions, and energy all along, and it seemed to her that the guy was behaving rather strangely. Either weakness or hidden anger was felt in his eyes. The girl definitely noticed some strange emotions in him, as if he had already met the head of the Moyen clan. There was an energy emanating from him that indicated that he was facing his old enemy. The young master decided to start with the strongest arguments, warning the head that if he did not stop his actions, he would. The head could not stand such audacity, not realizing what this young man could do to him. But in response, the young man calmly said that he would have to act on his own. In the head's opinion, youth is always characterized by recklessness, and it would be incredibly foolish to confront the Gujumen alone. But Hajin believed that if he struck, the Moen clan would fall under the pressure of its own actions. Here, the head realized that this guy could even stand up to him alone. But when Hajin hinted that he was not alone, everyone realized that they had underestimated him. He had a trick up his sleeve, the Keben clan. And they would all have to deal with the consequences when the information about the spies that the head of the Moen clan had planted in other clans to spy on them became known. The head tried to take over the other clans' trading guilds to bring about their collapse. But his double game is now exposed. Hejin has decided to risk his life, and the head will have to give up his dream because the Moen clan will be closely monitored. This will be the price for his life and the lives of both the Yen and Kabang clans. By putting this important burden on the scales, he made it clear to the clan leader that if he did what he had planned, his dreams and ambitions would disappear. Even his honor and everything he has will be in the balance, and what will prevail then? Now the only question is whether the head will unite with him or become his enemy. A note of hatred enveloped the heart of the head of the Moyen clan, but he began to laugh. He laughed long and loud, saying that he had lost.
The head could not understand how the young man had so much influence and intelligence. He was simply incredible. It was the first time his daughter had ever seen her father in such a state. He had never laughed so loudly before. The head of the Moen clan held out a glass to Heijin, saying that they would now fight together against the Meng clan. This was perfect for Heijin, and he raised this glass for the benefit of their alliance. The halls in which they sat were filled with their laughter, as was the port around them. Heijin decided to reveal his plan. He wanted to bring in the Shaolin monks. This was not a bad idea because they are also in Hanam, as is the Meng clan. But in front of the status of Shaolin, the Meng clan would not dare to even raise their heads. The head added something else to the plan. These were the rights to a general meeting and the creation of a temporary Murim alliance. The word sounded quite interesting, and the boy realized what the head meant. The head decided to gather everyone and declare the Meng clan a common enemy in order to destroy it. The plan sounded quite interesting, and it cheered him up. Now he understood the true intentions of this scoundrel, and it was clear that his word was crucial. The head also enjoyed talking to smart people. Heijin realized that he had sent a spy not only to their clan, but also had a spy in the Meng clan. The head, in turn, did not reveal that he had only one spy, and perhaps the boy knows about it, but only guesses. Judging by this information, the guy took the head for a ride. It was a real strategic strike. After this dialogue, he had to leave. He got up from the table, drank his glass to the end, and the head realized that it must have been difficult to deal with the blue ghosts. The guy needed to rest after all this, and the head of the Moyen clan poured himself another glass of alcohol. Raising the glass, he turned to the young master as he was leaving and said that he had to be careful not to die. After all, if he dies, this meeting will lose all meaning. The young man only replied that he should not worry. Heijin believed that even if he was tortured with needles, he would still be alive. In the head's opinion, this sounded quite ridiculous, because why did he choose needles out of all the torture instruments? But it was some kind of subtext. The guy meant a double meaning in his phrase, and he didn't answer anything. He just left. As he was leaving, he realized that no matter how much the head of the Moen clan laughed, he would be the next one to be tortured with needles. And the young master would inflict this torture on him for the sins he had committed in his previous life. The head of the Moen clan realized that the price for their lives and the dream of becoming the head of the clan depended on this young man. Yunhua had been watching their dialogue all this time and, judging by it, had drawn certain conclusions. Her father asked her what she thought about it. In her opinion, Heijin was too confident, even though he was not a very strong person. His skills and techniques were extraordinary, because she had seen him in action. One Gujuman cannot be destroyed so easily and easily. The girl thought he was some kind of adventurer who was trying his best to get her father's support. In her father's opinion, this was too harsh an assessment, because the person she had just evaluated could become her husband. Although he himself thought that Heijin was not quite suitable for the role of a husband. But as the future head of the clan, if he received their surname, the head of the Moen clan would make him his heir. Hearing these words, the girl clenched her teeth, because her father had planned to make her his heir. However, the head of the Moyen clan regretted that he would never agree to these conditions, because he was a really good warrior. Nevertheless, the girl realized that sooner or later this man would become part of the Moyen clan. She assumed that it might even be better to get rid of him in advance, and the head should certainly have thought about it. He tensed up, directed his chi energy at the glass, and it shattered into pieces. Of course, all this is possible. Perhaps he would be the next after the Meng clan. Or perhaps he would fail. Only time would tell. Heijin walked through the forest, the dark moonlight illuminating his path. Soon the young master began to have a severe headache. Putting the axe on the ground and holding his head, he realized his mistake. He should have drunk water instead of wine. Not only had he spent a lot of energy fighting the blue ghosts, but the conversation with the Moyen clan had taken a lot of energy. He was exhausted and tired from the day's events, so he decided to rest a bit, leaning against a rock. All this time he had been running so hard that he was out of breath and tired. Sitting in the lotus position and looking at the moon, he began to accumulate energy. Recalling the battle with that monster, he was able to awaken his Henma. He thought about the evil intentions of the Meng clan. During the battle with them, he knew who was who and felt their chi energy, which he could comprehend and understand. But with the assassination squad and Meng Chi-san, it was completely different. If it hadn't been for him, things might have turned out differently. So what was it that gave him a new direction and strength to fight? If he had not fought then, he would not have been able to awaken the white tiger inside him. And if he had not won, he would not have had a plan for existence. And there would be no chance of contacting the Moen clan, even if they were his enemy from his past life. The young master planned to put an end to their atrocities, but all these battles would require a lot of strength. Soon the vagrant disturbed his peace when he climbed very high. But why would he climb so high if he needed help? Dick-san was happy to see the young master and asked him if he had missed him all this time.
The boy asked if the reason he had come was because he had missed the killer squad. The vagrant realized that it was only a joke, because he had never let his master down and always completed his tasks. It was a joke in Hejin's style, and he asked why the tramp had shown up now. The vagrant did not answer his question, drawing attention to the young master's wound. With a snap of his fingers, the soldiers began to appear from different directions. The vagabond said that the chief had ordered him to make a lot of effort, but he realized that it would be difficult to do it alone. So he asked the chaining squad to accompany Heijin and ensure his safety. The soldiers of the chaining troop came out from different places and greeted the young master. Seeing so much support from his father, the young man was happy to see them all and could hardly contain his emotions. He turned to Shinmu, who listened to his words with joy. Once everyone was gathered, the young master already had plans for what to do next. He restrained his emotions and reacted coldly, realizing that they had a very difficult journey ahead of them. The warriors had to prepare and no matter what move forward, supporting each other. We move on to the legendary Meng clan who received the news. The news of the chaos around them. A squad of elite assassins from the Homan group was defeated. Even the blue ghosts were defeated by one of their enemies. And all of these people had incredible strength, but none of them were able to complete the task and catch that damned Yoon Ho-young. This thought haunted the head and he was simply furious at the mere mention of it. The head of the Meng clan exploded at this news. Furious, he smashed the dishes standing nearby and literally put several guards to pieces. His advisor approached him with great news. Shin Myung-usen had not yet surrendered. He offered to send the blue ghosts on this task again. The head exploded with a violent reaction. How could he send these fools again if there was nothing left of them? But the advisor meant that their bodies could be used. After all, the corpses of the blue ghosts killed by Cheon are still lying there, and they were dressed in murderous clothes. If things go on like this, Yoon Hyeon will get to Hanam and start killing innocent people there, which will be a real nightmare. After thinking about the situation, the head of the Meng clan became curious, because the advisor was investigating everything that had happened and what had happened to his family in Tianhu. There were unsolved crimes among those people, and he had already spread a rumor that Heijin of the Yen clan was behind it all. Soon the Shaolin Temple will express its opinion, and will not remain silent and stand aside. The people hearing these rumors will also rebel, and Heijing will become a common enemy to confront the White Tiger Marim. The head of the Meng clan drew the attention of his advisor to listen carefully. He took a glass of alcohol and poured himself a full glass. He raised his glass to the advisor's great idea, recognizing that he had begun to behave like a true leader. Although the advisor wanted to apologize for his point of view, the CEO handed him the glass. He ordered him to continue with his plan, but this time to send those who could capture Heijins without being killed. He decided to send the brothers Meng and San. The counselor understood that these brothers were the treasure of their clan, but how could he dare to send them to confront the Yen clan? After all, isn't Heijin a member of the Yen clan? Hearing his master's threatening words, the counselor immediately carried out the order. If even they failed this time, the clan leader himself realized that these people were fluent in their ancestral techniques, and that there was no way they could fail. The investigation on the streets of the city required immediate action, as the situation was getting out of hand, and the corpse of the murdered trader was lying near his goods. The investigator was counting how many people were left, and the advisor said that there were only 11. Realizing that this was the work of only one person, the eldest son of the Yen clan, everyone was stunned. People looked around and noticed that Cholgan, one of the famous Shaolin masters who heads the Golden River clan, had arrived. No one knew why he had intervened, but it meant that Shaolin would no longer be silently watching what was happening. 5 years ago, there was a fire in Huisan. 3 years ago, the murder of the courtesans, and 2 years ago, the suicide of the entire Hemine family. All of these crimes were attributed to Heijin. It was very strange how such a young man could have committed all these crimes, and yet something did not add up, especially because these crimes remained unsolved. Soon someone from a distance noticed that these people were not pharmacists at all. Approaching one of the bald Shaolin brothers, the young man who decided to tell them the information introduced himself as a market trader, who had been trading for 20 years and described one of the suspects perfectly. Since he had been trading at the market for a very long time, he went over to the corpse of one of the fishmongers and saw that it was not Boy Chong. All the other traders who had been there before had disappeared. It turned out that these people had dressed up in other people's clothes and posed as traders. It looked very suspicious, and this was not the first villager to say so. Soon after, his advisor from Shaolin ran up to the master from Shaolin to tell him the important news. The problem that had arisen in the place he was in was difficult to describe in words, and he had better come over to see it in person. When they arrived in the mountainous area, they noticed that the temple and the mountains had been destroyed by an incredible force. Behind the stones were mountains of bodies strewn with debris. A large number of warriors were defeated, their bodies crushed by the boulders. The Shaolin representatives realized that all of these dead had to be dug up before nightfall, because no matter how terrible the smell was in this place, it would only get worse. There were several dozen bodies in this place, cut or crushed by heavy metal. Judging by the weapons present, these were not ordinary residents. They were warriors. Unbelievably, it seemed that only the power of one young master, Heijin, was behind this. Something didn't add up, but the most important question was, how could this guy handle such strong warriors on his own? What level of fighting skills did he have to create such brutal chaos? The Shaolin representative received news from his advisor again. It turned out that Yen Hojin had been spotted again on the road to Hochan. Wasting no time, he begins to accumulate energy in his body. Everything around him begins to burn with his incredible energy. He uses the floating golden river method technique to quickly move between places and see everything with his own eyes. It was very important for him as a scout to understand who this man, Young Hojin, really is. Walking through the city, the flag of the Yen clan was flying over one of the prominent units. The young gentleman walked forward no matter what, dressed in clean clothes. With each step he took, the chi energy spread throughout the perimeter they stepped on. It was a strong squad led by a young master who had everything under his control. The people on the road couldn't understand how this guy could hold his head so high, because they thought he was a dirty bastard and called him a civilian killer. But the guy didn't react to their words at all. They looked at young Hojin, but he didn't look like a thief at all. There was nothing thievish in his gait and energy, only pride, self-confidence, and determination. He walked, holding his weapon, no matter what. For a long time, his troop marched unmoving, but eventually they were stopped by a man with a spear. He addressed the eldest son of the Yen clan, suspecting him of crimes in Jiangsu. If he didn't drop his weapon and surrender before the investigation was complete, he would be in trouble. This was not a mere mortal, but the head of the blue squad of the Gu Ju Meng clan, and he promised to arrest him as a criminal. But the guy didn't listen. He reacted incredibly quickly. Raising his sharp axe, filled with the energy of a tiger, he did not let the warrior say a word. His lightning strike did not answer the man's question, but heated the air that enveloped them. The soldiers covered themselves from the incredible power of the energy that shook their leader and prevented him from finishing his speech. Even the swordsmen, who were on the young master's side, were amazed at his ferocity and cold blood. He simply wiped out the leader who stood in his way, turning him into a charred shadow from the force of his blow. The soldiers had no choice but to stand and watch. All they could say about Heijin was that he was a monster. Soon, the young master swiftly swept his axe through the bodies of these guards. He destroyed them, flooding and staining the ground red. No matter how hard they tried, their comrades fell to the ground one by one, and it was clear that the confrontation was pointless. The young lord turned to his swordsmen, ordering them to defend their leader and destroy the enemies who stood in their way. The warriors rushed into battle and attacked the villains who were obstructing our hero. Weapons quickly spoke on the battlefield, and they spun in the whirlwind of this duel. The bodies of the enemies fell under the blows of sharp swords and sabers, despite all their efforts to resist and stand in the way of the young master. One by one, his enemies were defeated, painting the sand in a bloody color. The young master marched forward, holding his formidable weapon that knew no defeat. His flag was raised up on a spear and was also painted red. After clearing the area, the soldiers sheathed their swords. They continued on their way, destroying all the enemies that stood in their way, leaving people with only gossip and rumors about this young man. After all, Yen Hojin, who was considered a criminal, was exactly the person about whom incredible legends circulated. His clothes were bloody, and the remains of his enemies lay around him. His soldiers were cold-blooded and believed in their commander. This is how his incredible story began. Soon, Hejin's wanted picture spread to all the newcomers to Marim. A vagrant picked up the sheet and began to read the charges against Hedzin. He was accused of raping a courtesan, setting her on fire, and killing her entire family. It was obvious that all these slanders were being spread throughout Kanam. Heijin in turn goes on the attack no matter what. He finds it funny that he is being accused and slandered. All the while, the enemies are making excuses and openly want to send an army, making him a common enemy and criminal. This way, they can avoid the attention of the White Tiger Murim and at the same time press where they need to. After these thoughts, the young master turned to the head of Shinmo and gave him the task of selecting a dozen strong men. The rest were to be prepared for the performance in 2 days. This order sounded like a bolt from the blue, and they immediately began to fulfill it. The vagrant was still worried about his master, because he did not understand what he was going to do. But when it came down to it, he was going to meet the head of the Meng clan in person, and it seemed like a crazy idea in the vagrant's mind. After all, it was a real trap. If a guy is going to fight the whole army, it seems really crazy. But the young master reacted calmly to the tramp's words and decided to investigate the secret bribes. that the head of the Meng clan was sending to the Moyen clan army. Although the vagrant tried to stop him and asked him to at least wait until the meeting opened, he was unstoppable. The vagrant was angry that this boy could lose everything he had worked so hard for. His disobedience seemed to the tramp to be an extreme manifestation of stupidity, but he did not recognize it. Although he said he would go all the way, he still had doubts in his soul. He felt that he was rushing to attack the Meng clan. His true Azure Silk technique had risen 2 levels, and he had finally reached the 8th star. The Black Turtle Island came out, and now the White Tiger filled his body with natural energy. Because of this, his true Azure Silk technique became as powerful as a river, and now his strength was at its peak. Self-confidence is good, of course, but if there are many warriors stronger than Yechi-san in that place, will the young master be able to withstand them and their power? Soon the Meng clan soldiers appeared in front of him. They were too big and strong. They were big brothers. He felt their energy and realized that the fight would not be easy. It was the Red Bird and the Blue Dragon. If he managed to awaken at least one of them, it would open up incredible opportunities, thanks to which he could even move mountains. We moved to the location of the Guju Meng clan. A man is walking down the corridor. It was the head. He was approached by the chief steward asking why the door was open. He had to open it, and when he did, he felt incredible energy. The moment his advisor opened the door, he saw the shining energy of fire. The fire covered everything around him. Everything that could burn was on fire. Incredible power consumed the room, and in the middle of the room stood their lord. The only question that remained was how the head of the Meng clan had reached such a level in such a short time. It was one of the ancestral techniques. The Divine Phoenix technique, which burned everything in its path and reborn from the ashes. The head of the Meng clan turned to the steward, asking what impression his technique had made on him. Feeling the power in his hands, the head believed that now all of Sichuan would kneel before him. The steward wanted to say something, but the head, spreading his arms, showed his true power, and everything was engulfed in flames. At the moment when the fiery burst spread throughout the room, the veins on the head's chest began to pulse with such speed and force that it seemed they were about to explode. But in a second, he cooled down, and his technique faded away, straining his veins to the limit, but still losing power. The first task for the head of the Meng clan was to destroy the Yen clan. He began to dress and fill his body with rest to regain his strength. He asked why the chief steward had come to see him. The steward brought a scroll that said that the Moen clan had been granted the right to assemble, and the Murim General Assembly would soon be held. The head of the Moen clan began to laugh heartily, realizing that everything was finally going as it should. He had declared Yong Ho-jin a common enemy, and now it turns out that he himself will deal with the Yong clan at the meeting. Apparently, this is indeed the case. This meeting will be to his advantage, but what is happening to Heijin now? The chief administrator, as planned, pitted him against a squad of blue ghosts. And now that the first act of their play is over, the second act begins. A huge army is moving towards Hojin. The 3 brothers, Hak, Hui, and Hong, together with the White Tiger army, are preparing to arrest Heijin. They were incredibly strong people, an incredibly strong army. The head of their army was a big guy named Hak. He was flanked by his right and left wings, Menhan and Menhui, stern men with incredible strength. When Heijin saw who was coming toward them, he turned to the head of Shinmo. The Shinmo leader realized that these warriors were extremely strong, and moreover there were 3 of them. They could indeed be stronger than the young master. However, when he stopped, Heijin remembered that this feeling was very familiar to him. In his past life, he had encountered these people and their aura. But when had he been able to meet them? The déjà vu he had been so afraid of came flooding back to him. That big guy had been on the battlefield and burned his clan, killing his father. The second villain had killed his brother, taking his life. At that moment, his life was saved by one of the scoundrels who destroyed their clans. All of these individuals were well known to the young master. Incredible hatred gripped his heart, filling his body with incredible power. An explosion of tiger energy engulfed everything around him. The guy's aura was so strong that a dent in the ground formed under him. The guards didn't even realize what had happened or how it was possible. But the young master was not going to retreat. Holding his axe tightly, he saw no end to this moment when he would finally forget. The day when he met the murderers of his family who destroyed his existence. The incredible fear he felt then and the thirst for revenge made him stronger. An incredible power gripped his body, knocking him out of his rut and out of control of his own body. Did he feel joy when he saw these scoundrels? He could not answer this question. He could only show them who was who on the battlefield and prove his point. With his arm outstretched, he rushed forward. No matter what, he wants to take revenge for what he has experienced and for what he is fighting for. If he doesn't stop this outrage now, the consequences will be enormous, and he felt it was his duty to do so by pushing off the ground. He rushes straight towards the huge army, and even the big man is surprised by his determination. Swinging his huge axe, the guy released incredible energy that destroyed everything in its path. The young master's sharp axe could be seen in the dust that cleared. All this time, Heijin had been missing these thieves who had ruined his life. Now he considered it his duty to deal with them in this battle and get even. Let's return to the Yen clan, whose head learned that the Moen clan had been granted the right to hold meetings. It was incredible news. However, they now have this right and they can use it. The envoy asked if the head was going to participate in this event. He categorically replied that he was not going to attend the meeting. After all, he had more important things to do, or rather problems to solve. He wrote a letter to Lan Meng and asked this messenger to deliver it personally to the head as soon as possible. The letter accused them of creating a secret organization involved in a plot to take over their clan, as well as claims that they were trying to make one of their people look like a criminal. This was one of the warnings about the consequences they would face if they tried to harm his son. Hearing this information, the counselor was shocked because such actions could have serious consequences, up to the point of turning swords against them. But it was for this reason that the head decided to send the letter now, despite the fact that the advisor recommended waiting for a meeting organized by the Moyen clan. However, the head insisted on immediate action, because his son continues to fight the Moyen clan alone and is now surrounded by a highly organized army of warriors. The fact is that someone who is unable to protect his son cannot be called a leader. He gives the order to send this message as soon as possible. In his thoughts, he asks his son not to give up and to hold out a little longer. We return to the battlefield, where the young master struck a big man from the Moen clan with his axe. Although the boy's blow was as strong as possible, there was not even a trace on the big man. His aura protected him from the powerful blow of the axe, and if you look at him, not even dust flew off his body. In response, the big man laughed at the boy and turned to his brothers to laugh at him as well. They had never seen such a technique, but it did not harm them. The brothers discussed among themselves and advised each other not to miss such punches, because although this technique did not work on their older brother, it could be dangerous for them. At the moment when the big man was distracted and told his brothers that they needed to train more, Heijin decided to attack again and flew into his back. This blow was much more powerful, and he delivered it with a sharp axe right into the back of the big man's head, causing a serious injury. After that, Heijin filled his arm with incredible strength. Despite the desire to strike with lightning speed, the big man dodges, realizing that this is no longer a joke. The guy tries to strike the main enemy as hard as he can, because he is a great danger in their gang. Using the axe to slaughter animals technique, he delivers a powerful blow to the big guy, hoping that he will be crushed. This technique impressed the big man, and even he felt the tension when the blow fell on him. At this moment, when the young master was fighting, his soldiers rushed to his aid. The main thing was to protect him from uninvited attacks in the back. All the while, the guy continued to attack the big man. The incredible force of their blows threw everything in its path, even other warriors, and destroyed the ground, preventing them from approaching. The head of the swordsman was amazed at the power of the blows that this young man was delivering.
Even the big guy did not know what to do because he was faced with an incredible force.
From the outside, it looked like a very strange battle. The guy was tirelessly striking, one after another, hitting this rascal with his axe. But then Heijin's advantage ended. The big guy caught the sharp blade of his axe with his palm, and not only stopped it. He even decided to talk about life when he looked the guy in the eye. After that, he kicked Heijin's torso, who did not expect the powerful rock-like leg to fall on him. This kick threw him a considerable distance and was felt on his body. The big guy recognized that, judging by the warm greeting, this guy was the one they were looking for. They began to play their game. An incredible power began to fill the big man. He radiated fiery energy that he wanted to bring down on Heijin's, and asked him to surrender voluntarily. Fear gripped Heijin's body as he felt this energy. He remembered that this person was exactly the same, and it even became difficult to breathe because the aura was so unpleasant and familiar. Hatred gripped him and filled the axe with incredible power of revenge. The big man felt that a poisonous energy suddenly began to emanate from Heijin, and judging by this, he may have been used to causing fear in people, judging by his aura. If you call yourself a true White Islander, then at least stick to that image, because under the mask of a White Islander, you invaded someone else's territory and killed everyone indiscriminately, the big man said. You smell like a faction of the Black Islands. These words had a hidden meaning. Standing in front of this bastard, Hyunjin began to release poisonous energy. The big guy's words about being disgusted and his talk of righteousness were offensive to Heijin's. After all, he would never forget the abuse of his family that these scoundrels had done, taking them by surprise. Hatred filled the boy with energy. A blinding aura like a deadly ray came out of his eyes, and he was preparing to rush into battle like a predatory beast. Who has the right to talk about this? On the battlefield, no talk matters to this young man. It's about acting, not listening. The moment the young master threw his punch, the big man reacted to it and used his fist to deflect the attack, making the ground shake. Looking at Heijin, The big man recognized that he was indeed a heartless man who did not even take the time to mourn his family. He turned to his army with an order to stop the noise. The guy, despite all the injuries and the ominous silence before the storm, could not restrain himself. He couldn't take it anymore and was going to cut off the big man's head and send it back to his clan. We return to the location where the Shaolin group is investigating who killed these people. They have determined that the bodies lying on the ground belong to the blue squad of the Gujumung clan. They are intrigued by the question. Did young Master Hejin go straight to the lair of this unworthy clan by himself? At this point, the master moved very quickly to see the legendary Hejin with his own eyes. Thoughts kept running through his mind. How was this young man going to go to war against this clan? And why so suddenly? The vagabond had been chasing the monk all along and moving toward him. Suddenly, he ran around the corner and greeted the representative of the investigation team. He decided to run ahead of him, stopping him, and started a conversation to prevent him from moving on. Is this monk from Shaolin? Looking at the vagrant, the Shaolin representative did not understand how he had caught up with him so quickly. They decided to go to the first tavern they came across, where the Shaolin investigator offered to have a drink with him. When the vagrant asked why he suspected that this man was a follower of Master Yen and why he needed to go there, the investigator explained that he had to do this and arrest Hyejin because he was responsible for the bloody riots in Henan province. Seeing this, the Shaolin representative could no longer stand aside. It was, of course, the right thing to do, and the tramp encouraged him. But of course, he did not know that everything that was happening in Henan was unfolding right under the nose of the Shaolin temple. And the moment Mr. Yen came to Henan, and why he behaved like a raging lion, something happened that he knows for sure. The reasons for it are known to him. Pouring another glass of alcohol, the question was asked. Why are they not aware of what is happening on their side? The vagabond, for his part, began to bring the Shaolin inspector up to speed, because he knew everything about the Mad Lion. The incredible battle was gaining momentum, and when he came face to face with the big man, it became a life-and-death struggle. The big man raised his huge arms, concentrating all his energy in one point. His hands fell to the ground, and the fiery energy, like a beam, cut through everything that came under his attack like a sharp knife. At that moment, Hejin lost his footing and could no longer push off the ground. But the giant continued his attacks, and when his fist flew straight into the young master's face, in order not to fall into the abyss, Hejin caught his axe on the warrior's arm and pushed off. He climbed on his chest and swung his weapon to kill him. After that, he mercilessly brought his blow down on his torso and crushed him with his foot. As the big man tried to strike back, his fist flew toward the young master. Hejin instantly dodged the attack and retreated to a safe distance. The young master's main task is not to get hit by this big man's strong punch, because each of his blows could be his last. But the attacks cannot be stopped, because this is a life-and-death battle, and in the heat of battle, energy flared up around their confrontation. The guy was already out of breath, but the big man showed no signs of fatigue. After another collision, Hejin retreated to a safe distance, feeling his body collapse under the impact of the big man's blows that penetrated his weapon. The big man's fist was covered with an invisible spiritual power that the young master had not seen in a long time. When Hejin went down, the rascal ran up to him to destroy all his doubts. But the young master decided to take a chance by activating the White Tiger Forest technique. He swung over the villain's head, and when the blow fell on him, he tried to defend himself, realizing that things were not going according to plan. The turtle's shell on the axe burst into flames and struck many slashing blows, as if a wall of tiger enveloped his body. The young master's soldiers were hiding from the huge surge of energy that came from the battlefield. It was like a clash between two incredible forces, and it was unclear which one had the upper hand. The problem was that the enemy was not alone. The big man's brothers were standing aside. If they suddenly joined forces, the probability that the young master would lose was 8 out of 10. To protect Hejin from such a severe danger, the master takes a risky step. He breaks the seal using a technique passed down to him by the clan leader, deciding that he will take at least one enemy with him. The warriors from the Meng clan did not expect such resistance from Hejin, and the scale of this battle stunned them. What had seemed insignificant before now took on a whole new scale and seriousness. As they watched the battle unfold, they recognized Hejin's martial art, but in what sense it seemed familiar, the brothers could not explain. One of them thought that his movements resembled the technique of a commander they had never mastered. It was Commander Meng Wu San. The new scale of the battle took on a completely different tone, and one of the soldiers received an extremely strong blow to the face. Information was knocked out of him, forcing him to repeat it over and over again. He exhaled in anger, focusing, but he could feel his nerves starting to give out. The enemy seemed to have decided that the Kilin technique was not as powerful as the Phoenix technique. Incredible claws could be seen on this man's hands, and it was clear that he could tear anyone apart. The guy stood in front of them, And although he received a very hard blow to his face, he wasn't going to give up, but only directed his fiery fighting style at them. He couldn't even think that this enemy would move so fast to teleport right behind him and use a brutal technique. It was the bloody killin' technique, and if it wasn't for the head of the Hmong clan saving his warrior, death would have fallen on the young man. The warriors looked into each other's eyes, sensing who was in charge. Some of them stood on the sidelines discussing that Commander Celion wielded the killin' technique, although the Phoenix technique wielded by the head was the #1 weapon. However, the dragon technique was not to be underestimated, as it is the most powerful ghost technique. Still, the chapter decided to make a speech, noting that the 54 swords should understand that such a technique should be used in a battle with the Yen clan, not with each other, as they could easily kill each other. The boy who had just been saved by the commander was very grateful to him. It could be seen on his body that the Phoenix technique, similar to that of the Hmong clan leader, had created huge veins on the man's chest. One of the Hmong clan warriors turned to his brother, saying that they had been in battle for a long time, and that dawn would soon come. After sunset, it would be the young master's turn, and this fact scared the big man. The big man stood in front of our hero and said to him that he, like a puppy, should understand that it was time to finish. Heejin realized that his techniques were taking away his inner energy, and he had only 1/3 of his strength left. He wasn't going to give up so easily, and would soon start his next attack. He turned to the big man, saying that everything he had done so far was a waste of time because he was unable to finish the battle. At that moment, the big man's body exploded with incredible energy. A flash of firepower burst from him, and it seemed that if he struck, everything would be destroyed. It was no longer a rumor. The big man decided to show the young man a real ghost technique. When the boy stood on the ground, he felt as if he was standing on water, as the big man used the floating foot technique. But for the young master, this was not something incredible. He skillfully parried this technique, directing it against his opponent. The two warriors exchanged glances, amazed at the way things were developing. It was as if they had approached each other with the help of a wave or water surface. And when they got closer to each other than they thought, the big man decided to use the ghost technique. But at that moment, the young master pointed his fist at him, which is called the triple wall. Their fists collided, and an incredible explosion occurred as a result of this impact. The explosion destroyed everything in its path, uprooting trees and destroying the earth, which cracked beneath them. The young master realized that something was wrong. The fact was that the enemy's techniques were very similar to his own. The man standing in front of him was no ordinary warrior, and Heijin decided to use his trump card technique. He was only interested in one thing. How did the big man master this incredible strength? An energy turtle appeared around the young master, along with a snake that enveloped him. But in front of him stood the big man, who was also surrounded by a fire turtle, a symbol of his power. This was a fake Henmungong technique. Thinking of Mengongji, one might think that their techniques are very similar. This technique is also called the ghost technique. And why didn't the young master realize this right away? The only difference is the color. But they are identical in structure, and it took a lot of thinking to realize this. At the meeting, En mentioned this when she talked about the invincible warrior. She spoke of a man who was proficient in 4 fighting techniques, including evasion and attack. 300 years ago, he suppressed the rebellion of the Blood Order, and her father had told her about it. The Guju Meng clan was founded after this uprising, and it was known that the clan helped the invincible warrior drive away the Blood Order. At the time, it seemed like a joke, and he didn't pay much attention to it. But it's quite possible that the invincible warrior is a descendant of an immortal warrior. It turns out that he managed to pass on the military equipment to the clan's ancestors. Or perhaps the Meng clan stole it to make it more believable. And now everything fell into place and matched in the young master's mind. It became clear where this warrior with the equipment came from. It was interesting to understand and observe all this. The young master said that Hyun Mugong's technique was fake, which the big man pointed out, but it only made him angry. He pointed his powerful fist in the boy's direction, because he had just desecrated his ancestors, and he would definitely apologize when Hyunjin went to the next world after his punch. He believed that Heijin had confused superficial knowledge with a true technique that was deeply rooted in his heritage. Like a man floating on water, the big man approached Heijin. His fist burned with incredible firepower, and his movements were extremely fast. But Heijin, knowing how this technique works and what to do with it, decided to gain the necessary advantage. He slammed his axe into the ground where there was a watery, dense cover. After all, in this technique, the steps should not be hasty, but rather filled with new energy. It seemed that the big man's deadly punch was flying straight into Heijin's face, but he had something incredible in mind. The moment the big man's fist hit the boy, and it seemed that his defense was beginning to crumble, it became clear that his incredible strength had been defeated. He retreated, leaving behind the broken fragments of his arm. The guy began to radiate a completely different energy. It was clear that he was charged with a new technique. He was using the Emperor Genyu Wall technique, which came like a bolt from the blue and protected him. The big guy looked as if he had lost all his abilities, but he was amazed by this guy's strength. He-Jin started to mock him, saying that this was all their ancestors were capable of, and if that was true, then they were better off staying in the grave if that was all they could give. Rage filled the big man with new energy and a sinister aura. He could no longer tolerate this insolent young man and went to the limits of his abilities. His brothers, seeing how their brother was enraged and began to act with incredible strength, asked him not to kill He-Jin, but simply to take him with them, because they still had to deliver him. But the big guy didn't care. His rage knew no bounds, and the 2 turtles and 18 lotus petals technique gave his fury incredible strength. However, he was not an easy guy to beat. He-Jin, using the Henmu technique, was protected by this turtle, which energetically strengthened him. With lightning speed, the big guy cut through the space, destroying everything in his path. Despite the powerful blows that fell on the young master, his technique protected him because Henmu symbolizes the north. Azimuth is a deity who controls water, filling and controlling the 2 elements. And originally, all streams flow into the main channel. This is the true law of water. When their forces clashed, it seemed that the barrier protecting He-Jin was about to collapse before the big man's fists. But all side streams always return to the main channel. When He-Jin's technique weakened and his defense dissipated, the big man realized that he could destroy him. He shouted that He-Jin would pay with his life and hit him incredibly hard with his huge hand. He-Jin decided to play by his rules and pull out his trump card. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to step aside from the big man's fist. Incredibly, he stopped the punch with his small hand and pointed his fist toward the big man. The big man did not understand how his strength could be so weakened by the young man. He-Jin grabbed him by the head and squeezed him with all his might, mocking him. The big man falls to his knees in front of He-Jin and he shouts, "Is that all he can do? If he is so strong, then let him show something else. But if this is his limit, He-Jin will take everything he has, like a true owner. He will take his equipment back." The young man began to suck up all the big man's energy, turning his firepower into his own, appropriating it. Like a sponge, He-Jin absorbed all the power of this scoundrel, not letting go of his hand from his healthy body, no matter how hard he tried to break free. After a few minutes, the giant's body turned into a thin, lifeless creature, like a skeleton, deprived of its strength. Unbelievably, the battle turned into a defeat for him, and his brothers, who were watching from the outside, could not believe it. At the moment they thought their big brother was going to kill He-Jin, he lost control of the fight. Falling to his knees, the big man scared his brothers to death, and they screamed his name as they watched their brother lose his physical form right before their eyes. His body became shriveled, and he fell to the ground as if he were lifeless. He-Jin made a complete absorption of his power, and performed an incredible magic trick that left people's souls in cold fear. Holding his axe, he looked at those who were still alive. He did it and sent only one of them to the next world, but there were still a few obstacles on his way. When the brothers saw what had happened to their giant, an incredibly strong warrior, they were inflamed with fiery rage and decided to destroy He-Jin without any games. They surrounded the young master and directed their techniques against him, but he stood calmly, doing nothing. He wanted those whom he had hated so much in his past life to die at his hands, so that he could finally have peace, and the villains could get what they deserved. In the panicked streets, the sound of galloping can be heard as horses rush forward like the wind, carrying the weight of the events to come. A carriage arrives in the city with the head of the Meng clan, surrounded by his loyal army, which protects him from all sides. When the head asked if everything was ready, the answer was short and confident. Yes, everything is ready. 80 horses, 80 swordsmen, and 300 Red Dragon soldiers are on full alert, ready to attack. However, his advisor soon informs him of a nuance that leaves no room for doubt. They have learned that the head of the Moyen clan will soon begin a meeting, and if they wait a little longer, the situation will become clearer. The head of the clan turns to his advisor, Mayint Usan. "Did you read the scroll today that came from the cursed head of the Yen clan? Soon, the Yen clan will become a common enemy in Murim, and they will be punished for it. In this case, the head of the Meng clan will personally deal with them, leaving no trace of doubt. The gates open tonight, for tonight the blood of the Yen clan will be spilled." The strongest of all the chapters in Murim, Meng Qiong, rides his carriage with his army to give a decisive battle. The battle continued, and the confrontation only escalated. He-Jin threw himself from one enemy to another, giving them no chance to rest. Since there were 2 of them, and he needed training and support, he asked the Guardian to activate his powers. He knew that he would have to withstand a powerful fire attack directed in his direction. Suddenly another sword came down from the sky, this time from a member of the Meng clan. However, using his powers, He-Jin easily deflected these blows. He controlled every perimeter of this battle, and had no intention of dying. Even when the Phoenix Firefall technique came down on him, he swung his axe like a madman. He activated the countermeasures of the 12 northern walls to save his life and the lives of his soldiers from this destructive technique. The fire on the hand of one of the Meng brothers went out, and he had never seen anything like it before. It meant only one thing: death. After activating the Tiger King's wall, Heijin stood before his enemies like the emperor of this battle. Another brother was defeated as Heijin ruthlessly destroyed them. However, one of them managed to save the other from certain death. When his brother asked Hong if he was okay, Hong just asked him to look ahead. There before them lay their brother, Meng-hak, who had been sucked dry of all his energy and had left this world forever. Heijin saw that the enemy was using some kind of magical technique that destroyed everything in its path. They didn't know what to do, because his power made them afraid. Hearing about this theory of magic technique, Heijin just smiled. He said that this technique did not belong to their clan, and they were using it without full understanding. This big guy had started using the technique without understanding its principles, and now he was lying in ruins. Nothing left of him. Brother Han was furious at the young master's words, but it was clear that Heijin knew more than he was saying. Heijin pointed to the veins on their chests and said that this was the price of cutting their lifespan in half, both of them. Either way, Heijin knew they would die a slow death. He called them warriors with lice and decided to destroy them. However, when he swept past them like the wind, they only drew their swords and did not even notice his presence. At that moment, it was as if water appeared beneath them. They felt their feet getting wet, and the young man passed by without them even realizing what had happened. And when time seemed to stop and then start again, Heijin accomplished what few could believe. He defeated the 3 strongest warriors of the Meng clan, ending their existence forever. After their leaders have been destroyed, he presses his axe into the ground in front of the remaining warriors. He's not going to get his hands dirty with their blood, but only asks to summon the head of the Meng clan. The next day, the sun rose with a completely different radiance, and its rays were much warmer. The apple that had been knocked down by the flag of their huge clan finally fell into the young man's hand. He had waited for the day he would call the day of the gathering, and this moment was decisive for him. Looking at the huge army ready for battle, he knew that they would not be able to do anything. After all, the warriors were frightened by the strength and power of the young master, and they had no chance of even surviving. Now Mirim's full attention is on them, and if they start a battle, it will be not just a fight but a real war. If he doesn't want it, then the soldiers' task is to protect Heijin, and they must fulfill their duties. If they watch their words and behavior, everything can work out as well as possible. But how can they protect such a strong man? The head of the squad thinks that the young master is not just strong, but incredibly powerful. He was able to hold 300 men in one fell swoop. Moreover, he was aware of his opponent's weaknesses, able to read his strategy, techniques, and maneuvers. The head of the unit does not understand how this is possible. Soon he turns his head and hears a voice in the distance, but he is not sure what it is, as a strange-looking vagrant is breaking through. Why isn't he allowed to see the head of the squad? He doesn't know. Although he looks a bit neglected today, it was Dick San who came to see the young master because of the troubles that had occurred. The young man interrupts him, asking if he has seen everything, and why he has not gone to the meeting. But according to the vagrant, this is not the main thing now. What could be more important? He believes that this is not the time for a meeting. The vagrant only says that he is the head of the Yen clan, and his sentence is cut short because the cavalry breaks into their territory and the soldiers begin to flee the battlefield. The young man turns around, not understanding why these soldiers suddenly decided to flee, but the vagabond only adds that the chairman has released a bomb. The young man is filled with fear. He realizes that this is very dangerous. But what does it all mean? The tramp continues that the head of the Yen clan sent a letter of threat to the head of the Meng clan. But why did he do that and why was it done? When asked by the young master, the tramp replied that he was trying to protect Heijin. But the situation was getting more and more complicated. Heijin does not understand what is happening, because his father's declaration of war and the unexpected retreat of the White Dragon soldiers are confusing his mind. Now that there is no longer any need to stay here, they all gather for one important task: to personally deal with the Yen clan. The father has decided to take an incredibly dangerous step, because the enemy's forces are much greater than his own. Without waiting for Hyunjin to solve this problem, he can destroy his Meng clan forever with his rash act. The young man quickly jumps on his horse, deciding that he will not allow this war to cause such heavy losses. Now it's his turn to defend his father, and he won't let anyone hurt him. He is no longer the man he used to be, and despite all the obstacles, he rushes forward, ready to fight to his last breath. Soon after, the Moen clan called a meeting to discuss a very important event. Despite the fact that the meeting was organized unexpectedly, the clan leaders were able to attend. The head of the warrior clan thanked everyone for coming and decided to start immediately. They gathered for a reason because the matter was extremely urgent. So they got straight to the point, because everyone here was too busy to come without a pressing reason. Today, for the sake of Murim's future, they proposed to discuss a common enemy who had unexpectedly appeared on their path. However, no one fully understood who they were talking about. One could only assume that it could be the Gujimen clan, or most likely it was the Yen clan. Looking at Mo Gong, the clan leaders were only trying to imagine what the truth was and why they had gathered. Who is Murim's common enemy? At the meeting, there was a very famous Shaolin ambassador who decided to express his opinion. He turned to the head of the Moan clan, because his proposal was extremely serious, and he had to act very carefully. If he decided to find a common enemy in the Murim, he understood what this meant and what was behind these words. The Murim's common enemy must be exceptional and completely removed from their territories. This is an order that is tantamount to the destruction of an entire clan, and the head of the Moan understood this perfectly. This order would be tantamount to a sentence of death for the entire clan, and the Moan chief realized the gravity of this decision. However, his curiosity knew no bounds. Which clan had committed such a grave criminal offense that deserved such a sentence? This was the question asked by the scholarly son of Hengqin. Recently, Hanam has become very noisy, and there are several reasons for this. The head of the Namgun clan spoke about this. For example, the head of the Habuk Peng clan does not understand what they are talking about, and perhaps they are talking about the same Shaolin-dominated clan, or it is the Meng clan. It looked like the head of the Peng clan did not know what was going on at all. Therefore, Nam Gong told everyone that the son of the head of the Yen clan had caused incredible unrest in Hanam, and his actions are not limited to this. Rumors are spreading that he is suspected of many crimes that have occurred on their lands. This could mean that young Yen is a real threat to Murim, but the information was inaccurate, and the chapters were only speculating. Namgun saw young Yen as an enemy because he had caused them many problems. As they say, there is no smoke without fire. They understood that the son of the Just Sword could do such a thing, but it was very rare and illogical. Nevertheless, one can never fully understand what is going on in a person's soul and what they are capable of. However, all their assumptions were wrong, because everything they had heard up to that point was a lie. The other chapters decided to find out why one of those present thought so. It was a representative of the Chagall clan, Moon Ho, who said that all these rumors were just fabrications and he had arguments. The crimes attributed to the son of the head of the Yen clan remain unsolved cases, and the two perpetrators of these crimes have not been found for several years. All of these cases are rumored to point to only one suspect, the son of the Yen clan. And this does not seem surprising. However, the son of the head of the Yen clan recently saved his daughter from robbers. If he were a ruthless criminal, he wouldn't even think of saving her. All that is said about the boy from the Yen clan is just gossip that discredits his reputation. But unfortunately, these are just assumptions, and they can't prove whether it's true or false. Nam Gun emphasized that Seagal should be careful with his daughter, because if rumors spread about her relationship with a person suspected of crimes, trouble could arise. However, the girl's father realized that she was a good judge of character, and although the man continued to express his doubts, no clear answer was ever given. The intrigue persisted, and they remained silent for a long time, not revealing their true intentions to each other, and not letting the truth be known. And then the head of the Moan clan spoke up, revealing whom he proposed as Murim's common enemy. The culprit did not commit just one criminal act. It was a whole group that had eaten into the roots of their souls and began to destroy them from within. The leaders did not understand what was going on. If it was a group, then we can assume that it was a few dozen people. Perhaps ordinary residents from the lower streets, or maybe a secret squad running the Blue Ghosts. But the problem was that the circumstances were serious. About 800 workers had disappeared without a trace. And this unworthy clan brought its sword down on the whole of Murim, igniting the flames of war. It was the clan whose flag bears the name and whose territory is called Gujumen. Their warriors carried destruction and pain, holding torches, ready to attack. The cavalry of the head of the Meng clan was traveling at an incredible speed. They planned to strike while the clan leader sat in his carriage, concentrating his energy to set everything on fire. They taught their swordsmen 4 great techniques of incredible power. The first technique was the ghost technique, and the second was the healing technique. The next technique was Shingon, and the Phoenix technique became legendary among all warriors. However, the most important fact that affected the entire period of the battle was that the head of the Meng clan was stronger than all the swordsmen in the world, even those under his command. In addition, he had reached a new level of skill, and his Phoenix technique continued to improve. He planned to first defeat the Yen clan, then destroy the Chagall clan, and soon attack the Peng. All 6 great clans would be reduced to dust and burned. Together with his warriors, he sought to create a new destiny and a new world in Murim. The young lord, holding his weapon, rode his horse at an incredible speed in the direction of the Yen clan. He realized what consequences this could have for his clan, because the army of the head of the Hmong clan was already approaching. Next to him was a vagrant who became a great support for the young master. On the way, he told him that the head of the Hmong clan had left for the southern lands yesterday, and the tramps had seen him riding with his soldiers. It was clear that he wanted to silence the head of the Hmong clan, and so he was heading straight for his father.
He wants to get rid of him first, before anyone in the Murim alliance finds out about his disgrace, and this plan looks rather foolish.
He's no doubt eager to use Sashmu's lying technique, and now it's clear what he has in mind. However, there was one problem. Time. The young master didn't know if they could catch up in time.
Soon the young master shouts to the tramp to focus.
He urges him to join the squad and ride together, while he plans to ride ahead and try to apprehend the head of the Hmong clan. The tramp realizes that this is incredibly stupid because doing this alone is pure madness. Despite the fact that the vagrant tried to stop the young master, he did not listen and confidently moved forward. He-jin was convinced of his actions. He knew he had to hurry, no matter what it took, because the integrity of his clan, his family, and his honor were at stake. Even if he rode his horse, it might not be enough to catch up. He decides to speed up. He jumps off his horse and pushes off the ground with an incredibly strong kick, breaking through at a speed that surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary person. Activating the technique of quick steps, he rushes at an incredible speed on his feet. He realizes how dangerous the head of the Hmong clan can be, and what tricks he has up his sleeve to conquer all of Murim. But this will not change anything, because Meng Chong will be defeated in this life, and the young master is ready to fix it.
The earth shook with the sound of the great horde attacking. The first to go were the scouts, who tested the road for themselves.
Then came the great cavalry of the head with him in his carriage. Soon the commander noticed the problem they were facing. He stopped his soldiers to find out what was blocking their path. There was an incredible object flying in the distance, and they could not fully understand what it was approaching them. But it was an axe that was whirling like a hurricane toward the warriors. Only one of them managed to notice how the axe began to cut through them, destroying everything in its path. The young owner stood far away and watched, realizing that it was a boar. The words that it could overcome all obstacles were not true, but the young owner could intervene in time. Coming face to face with the right-hand man of the head of the Hmong clan, Haijin asked where Zhang was. He received a rude answer that he could call the strongest warrior in the world by name, and who was he to behave like that?
But for a moment, the advisor to the head of the Hmong clan realized that he was looking at a guy with a big axe and white clothes.
But there was no time to think, as Haijin quickly began to attack them. The counselor, sitting on his horse, could not understand how the three brothers could not overcome this scoundrel. It was beyond reality. But the guy did not even let them think, quickly destroying everything in his path. His energy was so powerful that everything around him fell into chaos and ruin. Haijin quickly walked over to his axe and picked it up. He mocked the counselor for daring to infiltrate their clan. Because Haijin was in their way, no one from the Hmong clan would be able to stand on the territory of the Yen clan. The sacred land of his clan would destroy anyone who violated this law. It is clear that Haijin is filled with incredible strength. But where does this guy get so much energy and power? Divine and indescribable. The warriors of the Hmong clan, preparing for the attack, took a fighting stance. One of the warriors asked the Hmong commander, Chung Riang, to give him the opportunity to take the scum's head off his shoulders, and to signal the start of hostilities. The commander, of course, allowed him to do so, as the danger was enormous. The warrior, like a madman, put his claws on the ground and prepared to attack, looking intently at his prey. Pushing off with his legs and strong claws on his iron arms, he rushed toward his enemy with lightning speed and activated the Qilin technique. Haijin didn't have much time to react, but when he noticed the divine technique, he was shocked by what was happening. The blood technique that the Meng clan warrior had activated was extremely dangerous as it rushed towards him like a furious hurricane. Only one swing of his axe could put an end to this mayhem. He swung his axe and attacked his enemy with an incredible advantage. Having correctly analyzed the tactics, the guy made an incredible strike. The enemy did not even have time to realize how he was destroyed. His parts were lying on the ground. Haijin, standing over the defeated warrior, turned to the Hmong clan advisor, asking if they had mastered the new technique, or at least used the necessary force. It was more like fighting a sick giraffe. The commander, seeing his soldier dismantled with a sharp axe, felt horrified and confused. He could not understand how such a technique could withstand their power. His ball army was supposed to show off a new technique. The people behind the commander received the order, and, using their explosive power, began to prepare to fight Haijin. Haijin was not afraid of anything at all. Looking at all these techniques, he understood only one thing. The Meng clan had stolen all the forbidden techniques and appropriated them for themselves, and the young master only called these people stinking fakes. The commander shouted to his soldiers to tear apart the bastard who was standing in their way.
The guy had to think fast because the battle was gaining incredible momentum. He looked at his body and felt a vibration in his legs. Perhaps he was moving too fast. In that case, he must effectively deliver a crushing blow to these bastards. No matter how strong the head of the Meng clan is, all of these warriors are just training for a new battle.
Pushing off from the ground and focusing his strength on one goal, the young master flew over all the warriors and suddenly appeared above them. They did not even have time to blink as a lightning-fast, powerful strike tore through their bodies and destroyed them, taking away their existence. The guy was rushing at an incredible speed, trying to move even faster. We returned to the location of the head of the Meng clan. His carriage was floating in a flame of energy. An incredible battle was taking place in the middle of the battle, and the guy was facing an entire army, no matter what. The head of the Meng clan was filled with rage, and he was simply meditating and burning up his carriage. Incredible power began to erupt from the center of his chest. Even the vibration from the accumulation of his techniques and energy made him tense. But no matter what, Heijin skillfully cut down his enemies, sparing neither horses nor men, and pieces of the bastards flew in the air. The soldiers could not keep up with the boy's maneuvers. He moved like a storm, taking the lives of his enemies. One by one, the soldiers fell on the battlefield. With each movement, Heijin became stronger and more agile. Strength and fury merged in an instant as his axe pierced through the incredibly strong army. The commander, ashamed, watched his soldiers fall on the battlefield and shouted at them with rage, asking what they were doing and why they were not using any of the techniques. Teamwork was out of the question. The soldiers were simply afraid of this man who was doing something strange on the battlefield. One of the soldiers grabbed his friend by the shoulder. He threw him toward Heijin, forcing him to activate the ghost technique. But the technique didn't give much result, as the guy continued to destroy all the obstacles in his way. He threw his enemy a long distance, destroying him. Looking at this circus, the commander did not understand what had happened and where their weakness was. The commander even began to doubt the strength of the new equipment, whether it had become weaker. The boy, knowing all the basics of this technique and understanding its origin, absorbed the energy of the warriors into himself. He turned the technique they had stolen and did not understand into his own energy supply. But when he was a little distracted, he realized that the strength of these warriors was gradually weakening, and one of them attacked from the side. The fact is that these soldiers were absorbing the energy of the fake equipment, and because of this, they did not give in and did not get tired. The commander watched from afar as his soldiers gave way more and more, and Heijin quickly destroyed them. The commander pulls out his incredibly powerful sword from his sheath and uses the dragon sword technique to fill it with the hidden energy of the Meng clan. While beating up all these warriors, Heijin still felt this power, which was much more interesting than anything he had seen before. The commander decided to personally attack because their mission was at stake. At that moment, it seemed that the commander had an advantage over the young warrior, but the boy skillfully dodged the sudden attack, making the ground shake. He moved in only one direction, forward to the carriage of the head of the Meng clan. The guy decided to eliminate the root of all problems. Meng Qiang and the incredible power channeled into his weapon flew towards the carriage. But Heijin was unable to strike first, as the carriage exploded with fiery energy, and this force spread like thunder, shattering the rocks. Like a man on a rampage, Heijin flew over the Meng clan chief's carriage. As he approached to strike the place, he was blinded by an incredible lightning bolt that exceeded his expectations. An incredible whirlpool of fiery energy rose up and filled everything around. Like a storm or hurricane, this technique resembled a fiery tornado. People began to cover their faces as the fire scorched everything in its path, heating the air even for the Meng clan warriors. The fire engulfed everything and spread to the forest, but what was it? Heijin stepped aside and saw a huge cloud of smoke and fire that melted even metal. Out of this fire was emerging a monster that did not resemble a human being, for no living creature could withstand such fire. This was the head of the Meng clan, who had previously called himself the strongest man in the world, and now he exploded with his energy to prove it. He walked out of the fire as if nothing had happened, and this fire did not burn him. As soon as he approached his opponent, he exploded once again with a beam of fire. The guy looked at his opponent, realizing that it would be very difficult for him. It was the same Zhang standing in front of him, and the Red Falcon's energy was bursting and spreading around. Heijin immediately realized that Zhang had mastered the fake falcon technique. It wasn't just a technique. His eyes were filled with pulsating qi energy. His body was no longer subject to control. The Red Falcon had completely taken over, and the internal energy overwhelmed him, heating the entire space. Now Meng Qiang became the chosen one of power and the fallen god of fire. Now he is not only the head of the Meng clan, but the god of thunder and the fire sword. He came out of the fire and declared that he could no longer bear the sight. Without any explanation, he picked up his fire sword, which was filled with fire chakra, and prepared to strike at his opponent. The moment the powerful beam of fire energy was directed at the young master, it even cut through his soldiers. The warriors of the Meng clan did not understand why their master was taking such irreparable actions. Perhaps even the commander was afraid. The lord shouted that he was stupid to get involved with such weaklings, and whether they were really afraid of some teenager. He began to scold his army for their weakness, because Zhang could have dealt with this teenager alone without any problems. Haijin, in turn, supported this conversation. He was laughing because Zhang and those hiding behind his men looked pathetic. Haijin was waiting for the real root of the evil. If it was the real head of the Meng clan, then that would be just fine. Haijin's words were impressive for the head, because this teenager had completely lost his fear, or perhaps his mind, from being able to survive. Taking his axe and slung it over his left shoulder, the young master did not want to drag out the battle and wanted to settle the matter quickly. He promised a very insulting phrase to the head of the Meng clan, that he would break his skull. His rudeness to the strongest man in the world knew no bounds to his rage. The head of the Meng clan watched to see what his opponent would say when he burned him to ashes. It was not just a battle, but a confrontation that became the meaning of life for Haijin, to fight the #1 enemy. And finally it happened. Before the battle, when everyone was ready, there was an incredible silence. Haijin replayed in his mind the moment when he saw his father kneeling with a pile of swords in his body. He had once promised that he would deal with his old enemy. At the time, he didn't know how important it was. But now everyone will know. The guy will definitely take revenge. In his thoughts, he pays homage to his father, as if he was feeding off this energy of revenge. He sees this battle as the meaning of his life, the meaning of his existence. This is not just an enemy, this is Bra, who took his family and made him suffer until the end of his days. He took his brother, and now the young master has a chance to change everything. Because in his previous life, he left the battlefield without warning them. He will drink all the tears that were shed on that bloody day. And he will fill a new cup with victory, which will become a new starting point for his family. He will drink the cup of tears that were shed for his father, brother, and the whole family. And he will direct all his hatred and strength, regardless of the consequences, against his enemy, to prove to himself and everyone else that he has value. Holding a hateful axe, he would change his fate, rewrite the script, and make life the way he wanted it to be. He was ready for this. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, incredible energy began to explode around them. The entire space was filled with the blue power of explosive chi energy. The head of the Meng clan, watching the situation, could not believe his eyes. This guy had exceeded all his expectations. The clan leader felt not only rage but also fear, because this milkman had incredible strength. There was tension in the air, and the lightning-fast movement of the world's strongest men was heating up the atmosphere. Like a predatory animal, the hedgehog accumulated its power, controlling every movement. With a roar that broke the silence, he prepared to rush forward. But he was waiting for his opponent to see what he was capable of. And then a drop of water, or rather sweat, fell from his face to the ground. An ominous silence unfolded between the two opponents, and the warriors rushed toward each other with lightning speed. As if in a roast, a blinding energy burst from their eyes, turning into a deadly beam that cut through the sky. The firepower of the Meng clan leader was carried in a shockwave toward the young master, and the ground shook under his steps. They were approaching each other, and when the sword of the Meng clan leader and the hedgehog's axe collided, energy surged around the battlefield, and the earth shook as the explosive force had a devastating effect. But the incredible strength of the head of the Meng clan swept past the hedgehog, almost killing him. Sensing his superiority, the Meng clan leader was hatefully happy about this. The hedgehog maneuvered in the air and attacked again and again. He wasn't going to rest. He attacked right after the confrontation. And then, when his axe swept past the head of the Meng clan, he was even afraid of it. The young master passed by him like lightning, and he realized that the enemy had accelerated. It was no longer the speed of an ordinary warrior. It was the speed of the strongest man in the world. With fear in his eyes, the head of the Meng clan began to return blows along with a deflected axe strike. The blow from the fist of the martial emperor flew toward this rascal. Although he tried to deflect the blow, it still caused him considerable damage. Feeling the pain of being pushed back by the strongest man in the world, he retreated. His eyes showed uncertainty because the blow was unpleasant and heavy. The whole fight looked like a joke from the hedgehog's side. But the boy only asked that his opponent fight properly. Having discovered new possibilities of his power, the boy felt the energy of Biotinguin filling him. The white tiger was behind him, and he wanted to fight. He embodied this energy, and if his opponent retreated or fell, he would tear him apart. Thank you for reading to the end. There will be a sequel, so subscribe so you don't miss it.
Over the scorched wasteland rose thick smoke. Two men silently watched the lowland from a high cliff. The short-haired man frowned. The situation was becoming completely unpredictable. He tensed and froze. The noble Gimgin family was fully ready for the performance. The rustle of dark clothing. Lee Cholgin leaned toward Beggar Hu and feverishly suggested striking right now. to quickly get rid of the enemy. Suddenly, a massive figure sharply blocked his way. From the shadow stepped Master Shinmo, wrapped in a threatening blue aura. In a stern tone, he reminded the young lord's order. They must wait out the slaughter and only then suppress those who survive. Lee clenched the fabric on his pants with a crunch, forced to obey the order to wait. He angrily lunged forward, fearing for Lord Yan's life. But Hu cut him off. He promised to win on his own. Cold sweat broke out on the beggar's face. Could the boy really defeat Patriarch Mayan himself? He firmly knew he would win. Yan Hajun calmly admitted, ordinary masters were no match for him, but he would overcome Patriarch Mayan Shun himself. In response to the beggar Hu's loud curse, he intercepted the weapon and declared that he trusted him. The youth cast an icy glance over his shoulder and demanded the same trust in return. Observers panicked, considering a fight with the Patriarch a certain death for the young master. Someone nervously shouted that immediate intervention was necessary. Beggar Hu was covered in cold sweat, mentally cursing Hajun for playing with a single life. The question of trust struck painfully in the eyes. Now the fallen youth lay motionless against the backdrop of a hellish fire. The space was cut by the ominous purple energy of a giant chained axe. Yen's body lay limp in the mud next to the enemy's weapon. Suddenly his bloodied hand twitched slightly. He slowly got up with a terrifyingly empty gaze and realized that his wounds had stopped bleeding. The giant froze in surprise. The young man wiped the blood from his lip. The fire was already cauterizing the wounds, so it could have been worse. Suddenly, a powerful burst of flame threw him back. The enemy instantly rushed after him, acknowledging the boy's resilience. The enemy growled that he would finish this quickly, while the young man held the blue barrier with his last strength. The earth trembled from the terrible blow. The boy sank under the fierce pressure, not understanding how he was still holding on at all. All his strength was going solely to defense. He barely parried another wide swing with his blade, and it was then that an old lesson emerged. One must feel their path in martial arts with the body. Staring into the roaring flame, he shuddered. It was his father's technique. This mighty style conquered all manifestations of nature. Then he decided mentally only to strike back remained. The hand authoritatively pointed down, naming him the emperor. "What is your martial art?" A voice broke the silence. The pale youth froze in confusion. A blade was pressed to his face, and the voice shouted the name Mihon Chisan, cutting off that a warrior's strength cannot be measured by a pair of techniques. The big guy with a scar grinned fiercely, declaring that lineage and talent are worth nothing. Only endless training decides. The blade whistled as it cut through the air. The bearded man brought down a huge halberd on Myeonchizan, but he miraculously managed to block the strike with the shaft. The youth clenched his teeth. The attacker, with a wild roar, pressed with his entire mass. A heavy swing almost pressed the boy into the ground. A sharp counterattack, and Myeonchizan's weapon carved a dazzling arc of light. He coldly asked from under his furrowed brows what they wanted from him. In the darkness, it sounded that he had no time, but a foreign voice calmly ordered not to rush. The bearded man coldly remarked that all the boy's combat techniques relied solely on unrestrained fury. A shining book flashed vividly in memory. The boy froze, recognizing his father's legacy. The enemy was right. Constant defense contradicted the very essence of his martial art. Before his eyes clearly appeared the worn cover of an old treatise. Blocking another strike, he mentally asked himself what he had learned. The big guy struck with the palm of the reverse dragon, but exclaimed in shock when the youth met him with a harsh counterattack. A firm step sent energetic ripples across the floor. A brief pause and a swing. One clean strike simply knocked the massive enemy off his feet. With eyes burning white light, the young man mercilessly rushed to finish him off. The destructive energy pressed the bearded man into the ground, forcing him to desperately cover himself with his sword. The man in white calmly towered over the enemy, who had just been thrown to the ground. The fallen giant's eyes widened with rage. A flame of fury flared in his pupil. He snarled and growled that such pathetic attacks would not affect him. The warrior in white met these words with absolute silence. The giant declared that his fighting style was pure destructive fury. Grasping the haft of the halberd, the man in white calmly asked instead what martial arts meant to him. From a sharp jerk, the ground beneath the feet shattered into pieces. The enemy soared into the sky and with a furious scream, brought down a gigantic fiery cross. A dazzling pillar of destructive energy struck right in front of the man in white. It was the technique of the crossed blade of the flying phoenix. Cold steel flashed. Standing amid sparks, the warrior gloomily furrowed his brows, pondering how to block this fatal attack. The young man in white quickly saw through the enemy's plan. This was not just a counterattack. The opponent's eye flashed with the desire for total destruction. With a frenzied scream, The giant brought down his sword. A wide wave of flame burst from the blade. A deafening explosion tore the stones apart. A fiery storm covered the wasteland with a deafening wall. Other fighters barely stood firm under the fierce pressure of the shockwave. The scorching mirage engulfed the space. From the fire emerged the enemy and laughed triumphantly. He had no doubt that he had burned his opponent to ashes. The big guy confidently grinned. He only regretted not seeing the young man's torment in the Phoenix fire, and began to boast about his ruthless fighting technique. Suddenly, the big guy was stunned with horror. Words about the art of true death sounded directly from the flames, and through the smoke appeared an absolutely unharmed young man. Wrapped in a crimson aura, the boy extended his hand and coldly cut off. Perfect destruction belongs only to him, the Black Emperor from the famous Yan clan. He raised his weapon, and behind him a giant fiery phoenix blazed up. The flames swirled at his feet under someone's shout. Yan Hojan martial arts. The warrior's face turned to stone, and there was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The burning heat completely enveloped his figure. The bearded man abruptly stopped and squinted, not understanding what it was. Air with a whistle was cut by an invisible wave. In the silence, someone hesitantly asked again if it was smoke by any chance. 3 men froze on the edge of the cliff before the boiling sea of energy, wondering if it was fogged. The leader only sighed confusedly, looking at the sky. His face was distorted by horror at what was happening there. From the crimson haze, with a piercing scream, burst a giant burning phoenix. Immediately after it, through the storm, smoothly descended a warrior with a long spear. The stranger exhaled heavily. His heart was wildly pounding in his chest. The warrior landed before the travelers, and the fiery bird behind his back menacingly spread its wings. The men were chilled with cold sweat. The heat from this power burned them even at such a distance. The young man's body radiated such heat that the air around boiled, turning into thick steam. He tightly gripped the weapon's handle. From the darkness came a voice saying that he had probably waited long enough. His pale eyes flashed, and he promised to finish everything quickly. A sharp step forward. Behind him, a gigantic phantom of a blue tiger suddenly surged. The strike of the foot on the ground shattered the stone into pieces. The warrior swiftly charged with a massive axe, leaving behind a bloody red fiery trail. The space flared from a powerful burst of molten energy. The enemy barely managed to raise his broadsword to block the strike. Sweating and grinding his teeth from tension, he rasped how hellishly hot it was. Through the wall of flames, yellow eyes gleamed at him fiercely. The giant recoiled. From just the opponent's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, and all the moisture in his body seemed to instantly evaporate. ManhwaCapped clenched his teeth to the crunch, mentally refusing to believe it. The experienced warrior flatly refused to believe that he could feel fear before some brat. With a wild scream, he ordered his opponent to stop these tricks. In response, the young man struck the ground with the shaft of the halberd, releasing a wave of energy. ManhwaCapped dashed forward lightning fast with his sword, and the boy duly appreciated his speed. Such movement was considered a rarity in the world of martial arts. However, a smile flashed across the youth's face. He saw through the enemy's fake technique and had already calculated his entire trajectory. A roaring flame exploded. The man put all his rage into a devastating swing with the fiery blade. The blade sliced through the air with a whistle, but the youth saw every move in advance. He smoothly slid aside from the deadly attack, and with one precise movement of the halberd, he harshly blocked the strike. Stunned, ManhwaCapped only exhaled, not understanding why his case was just multiplied by 0 without a trace. Raising the spear over the enemy, the long-haired youth said that from now on, everything would be different. His muscles tensed to the limit. He promised to show the true heavenly radiance of the bloody wing. His gaze flashed fiercely. A dazzling flash. A crimson blade of energy whistled as it cut through the air. The bearded warrior sharply turned around. A bloody wave crashed right into him. Together with a painful groan, shards of the shattered shaft flew into the air. The giant miraculously managed to put his broadsword under the devastating blow, raising a cloud of sparks. His hand gripped the hilt until it turned white. The hostile force relentlessly pressed from above, forcing him to grimace from the tension. In a moment, the space was torn apart by a powerful explosion of destructive energy. A dazzling discharge of energy crackled through the chest of the bearded warrior. He spat out thick blood, shocked by the power of the false technique, and fled. But the opponent in white rushed from the sky in pursuit, slicing the air with a fiery spear. Falling backward, the bearded man heard a mocking question. Could he even keep up with such speed? Only a violet silhouette flashed before his eyes. A powerful explosion thundered in the sky. The spear in flight clashed with the weapon of the new enemy. He rushed to help with a single thought: to protect the head of the family at all costs. He ground his teeth helplessly. His eyes simply could not keep up with what was happening. The subordinate unleashed a scorching blow on the warrior in white, but he playfully blocked the strike with the shaft. The leader himself ground his teeth in humiliation. He, the leader of one of the 9 great families, was being cornered. "You won't wait!" he roared wildly. The muscles on his scarred torso bulged with a crunch, releasing a dense purple aura. He put all his rage into a colossal swing with a heavy blade, tearing space with a wave of dazzling flame. The long-haired youth firmly grasped the halberd, gathering a whirlwind of energy around himself. The air was cut by a swift wave. It plowed the ground across the entire battlefield, forcing the giant to go into a tight defense. In a moment, space was torn by a tall pillar of dazzling light. But from the epicenter of the explosion, a bearded swordsman sharply emerged, raising his blazing blade. The youth stood motionless, watching the enemy's heated aura. The fire flared even brighter. The bearded man's face twisted with rage, and the veins on his arms bulged from fierce tension. The burning power surged upward. The giant fiery blade of the phoenix sword crashed down straight from the heavens. A thought flashed through the young man's mind. The enemy retained so much power even after losing the psychological battle. He openly admitted ManhwaCapped was truly a powerful opponent. A wild roar burst from ManhwaCapped's broken lips, and his eyes ignited with pure white light. Flames burned his body as he acknowledged the strength of the master of the greatest family in the world. However, he immediately promised to surpass even these martial arts. The warrior in white attire firmly gripped the axe, radiating a dense crimson aura. Among the techniques of the 4 guardian gods, the turtle guaranteed absolute protection. The white tiger took on the devastating attack. Then what was the phoenix? His eyes flashed coldly. It was instant death. A gigantic pillar of roaring fire pierced the space with a rumble. Crimson energy spun into a hellish whirlwind. With a swing, he struck with an axe from bottom to top, releasing the entire destructive element into the sky. A fierce battle cry tore the tension apart. The bearded opponent only stared at the fire in shock, frozen with horror. The blast wave swept away everything in its path, and the enemy's sword, knocked out of his hands, flew helplessly aside. The enemy rushed from above, but the young man in white met him with a sweeping strike of a heavy axe. From the powerful collision, the attacker was simply blown backward into the air. The young man instantly caught the weapon and struck the ground with all his might. The wave of energy shattered the stones into pieces. A massive explosion thundered, engulfing the battlefield in flames. One of the spectators suddenly crouched, covering his face with his hands from the furious gale. The air moved heavily. A dazzling pillar of light struck straight into the sky. The man was covered in cold sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. Did the head of the family lose? Amidst the fiery aura, only a young man in white stood on his feet. The bloody giant lay unconscious. Everything was over. Suddenly, the victor staggered. His strength finally left him, and he fell heavily forward. The mustached man's face twisted in shock and panic. Realizing that the enemy was exhausted and barely holding on his knees, he hysterically shouted to his men to finish him off immediately. The mercenaries charged forward with a ferocious roar. Suddenly, they were swept away by a powerful explosion of dazzling blue energy. A blade flashed, and from the dust emerged the senior master, reliably shielding the target. The senior master called out anxiously, asking if he was still alive. Leaning heavily on the handle of the axe, the young man smiled weakly and croaked the name Shinmo. He grumbled discontentedly that the savior could have acted faster, instead of bringing him to a heart attack. The stones cracked sharply under the steps of the stranger. The man stepped forward before the bewildered warriors of the Mayan clan, and with a thunderous voice ordered them to lay down their weapons and fall to their knees. From now on, they were declared enemies of the entire martial world. Fiercely, rolling his eyes, the envoy slammed a red scroll on the table. It was an indisputable order, sealed by the leaders of the 9 great sects in the 9 great families. A quiet estate was lost among the Green Mountains. Absolute silence reigned in the room. The silence was broken by a dull groan. The warrior forced himself to sit up on the bed. The man exhaled heavily and gave a crooked smile. He had no idea that he would ever make such pitiful sounds. 15 days had passed since his deadly duel against ManhwaCapped. His giant axe stood peacefully by the wall. That battle was so destructive that it turned the land into a crater-ridden wasteland. The warrior touched his chest. Almost 80% of his internal energy and physical strength had already returned. But the torn scars stubbornly refused to heal for some reason. He furrowed his brow thoughtfully. As soon as the warrior entered meditation, a bright pillar of light burst from his body, and the wound flared up. The fire blazed with new strength, forming the silhouette of a burning bird. The energy of the crimson phoenix wildly expanded, absorbing the thirst for killing from that hellish battle. The young man listened to his body, No abnormalities. The energies of the white tiger and the guardian turtle pulsed steadily under his palms. He slowly opened his eyes, pondering the reliability of the three divine forces, but quickly dismissed these thoughts, because the wounds were healing, and that was the most important thing for now. His calm was interrupted by a servant who cautiously peeked into the room and reported about a new visitor. The boy sighed wearily. He could not return to the Yan clan yet, and this remote pharmacy of the Mayan clan already resembled a thoroughfare, so the young man irritably ordered to show the guest out the door. The man hesitated confusedly until suddenly a girl exclaimed from behind his back, scolding the host for such a cold reception. She smiled broadly, sticking out her tongue and boasting about the gift she had brought. The girl confidently stepped over the threshold of the room. The boy recognized her with surprise as Jegal Ahian. The frame was cut by a bright inscription, Dark and Light Emperor of Martial Arts. When they sat down for tea, the guest declared that the entire martial world was buzzing precisely because of him, although the young man coldly attributed everything to the intrigues of the Mayan clan. The girl mockingly propped her cheek and reproached her interlocutor that he was vainly shifting the blame onto others, since he himself had started it all. The man calmly objected. It was only a personal offense, and he had no plans for such a scale. Twisting the cup in his hands, he explained that the conflict was escalated precisely by the Mayan clan, and then it became clear he could no longer win alone. His gaze froze. Therefore, the only way out was to bury them all to the last one. The girl tensely fell silent. She swallowed the lump in her throat. This man had been ready to go against everyone from the very beginning, and this very crazy thought was simply striking. Nervously clenching her fingers, the girl voiced the harsh truth. Having no chance to win, he simply wiped the enemy clan off the face of the earth. He silently warmed the cup in his palms while the girl admitted, wiping out one of the 9 great families in such a short time was beyond the power of both sword and mind. Suddenly, she quietly snorted. She sarcastically wondered how she had even befriended such a monster, and he calmly reminded her that she herself had brought up the topic. The tension was broken by the man's careless gesture. He brazenly stretched out his hand and demanded his gift, causing the girl to flare up indignantly. Grumbling discontentedly about her father's naivety, she took out a pouch with a spiritual pill, sincerely not understanding why their savior, such a cynic, was given such a priceless thing. The girl decisively handed him the pill of lesser heavenly energy. She unfolded the dark sphere, demanding that he accept the gift respectfully and with both hands. The air tensed. The dark pearl softly lay in his palm. The young man stared bewilderedly at the bullet, and the girl began to inquire where he got such a treasure. He indifferently asked again which pill was meant, instantly putting her in a stupor. She burst out crying at his ignorance, but the boy just waved it off. The incomprehensible sanctities did not concern him. A heavy step interrupted the argument. Someone's stern voice reminded that this was the main relic of the Jago clan. Warriors approached the table. Heavy steps quieted right beside their table. A bearded man convulsively inhaled air from shock. The young man did not even move, continuing to calmly hold the cup of tea. The gray elder opposite voiced the truth. This eccentric was actually the very legendary scientist of the Mad Wind. A dull sound rang out, and the young man submissively froze before the figure in blue. The elder cold-bloodedly pondered. If the 9 great families learned the truth, their inflated pride would be trampled. He smiled complacently, gently stroking his gray beard. The blue silk robes barely trembled. Meanwhile, hundreds of li away from there, under the clear sky of Henan, stood the ancient house of the same 9 families. The wide courtyard of the estate was densely filled with people. A bald monk at the front devoutly folded his hands in prayer. A sullen young man behind him remained tensely silent. A man and a woman anxiously gazed into the inner courtyard from the threshold. Suddenly, above the tiled roof of the neighboring pavilion, a thin white mist began to coil. The smoke slowly seeped into the dimly lit room, descending to the man with a blindfold over his eyes. His body, marred by a huge scar and tightly bound with bandages, showed no signs of life. Bare feet under the coarse blanket did not move. In a dimly lit room, a warrior in yellow guarded a mutilated comrade, while behind him silently stood a guest in a snow-white robe. The guest said hoarsely, "The world of martial arts has never seen such a large-scale disaster." He firmly clasped his hands behind his back. It was about the fall not of one fighter, but of an entire unbreakable family that held absolute power for almost 200 years. Surprise and anger were read on the bearded man's face. He still could not believe that the 9 great families suddenly became enemies of all Murim. The warrior in yellow froze, hearing the worst. For the sake of the ancient martial arts of the ancestors, his clan mercilessly slaughtered 800 ordinary workers. The man in white looked contemptuously at the crushed youth. This bloody massacre gave the imperial government the perfect excuse to intervene in the affairs of the masters. The bearded man sharply reminded how much their world hates such attention from the authorities. The interlocutor hung his head and clenched his teeth, finally realizing the full catastrophic nature of their political mistake. The guest mercilessly finished. The mind of the family head was clouded because the technique they unearthed turned out to be demonic art that simply devours consciousness. The guest leisurely asked if the warrior knew what awaited the survivors from the Mayan clan, even those who managed to escape. Now there was no choice left. Immediate execution without exceptions for the escape attempt, or at least 10 years in Thunder Prison with destruction of energy centers for submissive surrender. The man in white looked down coldly at the bowed warrior, coldly stating that the death of such masters due to the foolishness of their family head was a true tragedy. His hand authoritatively rested on the subordinate's shoulder along with a proposal to make a deal. The warrior's eyes sharply tensed from the shocking news. It turned out the elder heir of the Mayan clan disappeared without a trace during a closed training. A predatory smile bared the leader's teeth, and he directly asked where exactly he was hiding. The man in white loomed over the prisoner, promising to soften the sentence for information about the fugitive. The prisoner's face was covered with cold sweat. The prisoner shuddered. His daughter was also sent to Thunder Prison, and the investigator confirmed this indifferently. The girl practiced forbidden demonic arts, and most importantly, she tried to kill the elder heir of the Yan clan. The investigator moved toward the exit, emphasizing that the assassination attempt was the real problem. He sharply waved his hand, angrily shouting the heir's name, Yan Hojan. From the darkness emerged the face of a young man with burning eyes, behind whom comrades stood motionless. With a heavy halberd in his hands, he swiftly burst to the top, becoming a bone in the throat for corrupt hypocrites. The young tiger of Jiangdong went to war against a powerful shadow organization for the sake of his own family. The heavy step of a predator. For his fierce combat power, enemies called Hojun the reincarnation of the conqueror Sun Tzu, and for his cold calculation on the battlefield, the new Lu Xun. The bearded man thoughtfully stroked his chin, emphasizing the phenomenal strength, wisdom, and determination of Yang Hojun. The eyes of his interlocutor widened from the icy realization. For Yang Hojun had now become a true noble idol who had captured the attention of the entire combat world. The crowd had already made him the central figure of these events. And since a huge, powerful faction had just been completely defeated, he calmly added, the execution of those who dared to threaten Yang Hojun's life will perfectly calm the crowd. No, no, croaked the frightened man with horror, pleadingly raising trembling hands. Borden calmly stated that as the tournament organizer, he has enough power to soften the sentence for him and his daughter. He slowly approached closely and indulgently patted the victim on the shoulder, promising to cancel the prison sentence in exchange for the destruction of their energy centers. Otherwise, the father and daughter would miserably rot in a damp cell for the rest of their lives. Instead, they were now given a choice to agree and live a quiet peasant life together. Having voiced this ultimatum, the manipulator stretched his lips into a predatory, victorious smile. The guest headed to the exit, warning, in 3 days, all warriors of the Min clan will be transferred to the Alliance. He left a last chance, promising to wait in the nearest tavern if the interlocutor changes his mind. The host remained sitting with his back turned, wrapped in heavy silence. The shadow slowly engulfed his face. Dazzling sun. The man slowly stepped out of the estate onto the street. He smiled contentedly at the clear, cloudless sky, and then threw back his head and laughed loudly. The laughter abruptly ceased. Instead, his gaze became predatory and calculating. He pondered with interest. What is that same Tiger Zhongdun currently occupied with? The one who prepared such a perfect scene for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an angry man shouted at uninvited guests with weapons, defending the wounded senior master of the Buxin clan. Letting out a roar, he categorically forbade anyone to enter without permission. The sword blade froze a millimeter from the gray elder's throat, but he did not even blink. The long-haired youth calmly gestured to his fighter to lower the weapon. He squinted intently, trying to decipher the stranger. The elder smiled slyly into his thick beard. A quiet chuckle was heard. The guest waved carelessly. He was just the leader of beggars who came personally to see the insolent one who was deceiving his apprentice. Shinmo and the girl nearby were stunned. Before them stood the leader of the Dragon Head Union himself. The warrior feverishly sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully, introducing himself as the commander of the Bioxin clan. The girl pressed her hand to her chest in fear and also hurriedly introduced herself. Jagal Ahion. The long-haired Yan Hojin straightened up and calmly folded his palms in the traditional combat greeting. The old man thoughtfully stroked his mustache, recognizing the name. In a moment, fresh tea was already steaming on the round table. The old man laughed heartily, admitting that he expected to see the bloody butcher from rumors, not a decent young man, to which Hojun responded with a light smile. Fine ash swirled above the mansion's roofs. The gray-haired man crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. Recalling the bloody rumors, it was said the young man chopped off the heads of Mayan clan fighters like firewood with a giant axe. The memory flared with slaughter. He burst into the crowd of enemies at a furious speed, breaking necks and tearing flesh with a single blow. Then, even after the duel ended, he towered with a huge blade over the fallen giant, trying to cut off his limbs. Drops of black blood flew to the ground. That's how it was, he confessed calmly, adding that he simply passed out from exhaustion and didn't manage to finish the task, which made the others present nervously swallow. The old man's eyebrow twitched. He asked why it was necessary to humiliate an already defeated opponent like that, but in response, he heard only one cold word: necessity. The flame in the bonfire barely flickered at the old man's surprised question. The young man smiled fiercely, recalling the mad, blood-soaked face of Chun, which he showed just before defeat. The young man recounted the exact punishment the defeated boasted about. He stated outright that he didn't care whether this would earn him any points in the eyes of the mentor. He was simply that kind of person. With these words, he calmly took the cup of tea, radiating absolute icy calm. The gray-haired master laughed contentedly. A brief question was heard. The young man with black hair calmly replied that a student always adopts the habits of the master, since Hayuj behaved exactly the same way at their first meeting. The old man burst into loud laughter at the tea table while the boy joked that he still had a long way to grow before becoming that leech. The master warmly squinted, recalling an old lesson from his teachings. Memory took him back to the forest, where he was instructing a disheveled student. Any incidents always start with people. Therefore, a true informant, before assembling the puzzle of an event, must study the person at their very core. A ghostly flash of energy. Even the experienced Huge only now began to realize this. While this young star had already reached such a level, the old man's eyes widened with a chilling suspicion. Before him was not just a clever person, but a true predatory tiger with human thinking. Behind the calm youth suddenly grew and fiercely bared the giant face of a white tiger with burning blue eyes. The space crackled from the burst of heavy aura. The gray-haired guest exhaled with relief and heavily leaned on the table. The youth with long black hair calmly inquired if he was already finished. He stood up and directly warned the elder not to abuse the help of his student. He only waved off conciliatorily. The guest moved toward the exit under the respectful bows and farewells of the other students. In a moment, the sky was split by lightning and a heavy downpour struck. The elder silently walked through the forest through the wall of rain, stepped into a puddle. In his thoughts, the image of the young man still stood. Beneath this calm aura, something eerie was hidden. A scorched wasteland in the soul where not a single blade of grass can survive. For the sake of his goal, this boy would without hesitation drown the world in blood and build mountains of corpses. The elder squinted under the flash of lightning. Despite such a cruel nature, this was not the whole truth. Whether thanks to the upbringing by the clan head Yan or due to strict self-discipline, something human still remained in him. The young men laughed carefreely, although the master stood behind motionless, like a rock. A sudden flash, the gray-bearded elder silently froze under the icy downpour. Memories returned him to that lazybones who, instead of training the 18 dragon palms, was just loafing around, making the old man seriously consider stripping him of the heir title. A heavy sigh escaped from the lips. The sun broke through the clouds, and in his head echoed the thought of the heavenly secret. Behind his back, the majestic shadow of the past invisibly appeared. The time had come to visit that seer. The doors opened onto an empty courtyard bathed in light. The exhausted youth in white wearily rubbed his shoulder, while witnesses whispered in shock that he had rushed through here like a real storm. He only clicked his tongue irritably. Even a clash with the Moyong army took less of his strength. Meanwhile, the elder's eyes widened with realization. The insightful leader of the Dragon Union read him through with just a few words. Leaving the manor gates, he left a muffled warning in the air. Do not dare use his student. The youth calmly thought that after the chaos he caused, he would have to forget about helping the Beggars Union for a while. He easily smiled at his own thoughts. Suddenly, his gaze sharply focused. Near the medicine cabinets, a girl nervously froze. He silently crept up from behind and casually suggested to Jagalahian to have a snack, making her startle in fear. The girl awkwardly shrank, choosing words to refuse. The young man jokingly protested, Could it be that she is disgusted to eat at his expense? To which Ahyeon blushed deeply and waved her hands. The real reason lay elsewhere. Recently, a matchmaker from the Namgun clan had visited her. Ahyeon lowered her eyes and quietly explained that a shared meal with him would seriously harm her reputation right now. He sincerely laughed out loud from the human habit of blowing up rumors out of nothing. And then he leaned close to the girl and said that by that logic, she shouldn't have come to the wounded boy alone at all. Her face froze. Her very presence here already irritated the Namgun clan. Ahyeon blushed to her ears and jumped back, indignantly justifying that she had simply brought a healing pill from her clan. She rolled her eyes in displeasure. How can Hojeon expect understanding from people if he himself admitted that they always make hasty conclusions? The boy rebuked her with a sharp counter-question. Does she seriously believe that her father, the mighty Jaegel, sent her here blindly, not understanding the consequences? He looked at her with an absolutely calm, relaxed smile. The girl froze in amazement. Hojeon mockingly reminded her that she herself didn't care about that boy from the Namgun clan, which made her awkwardly falter and look away. He carelessly said that she should just eat calmly and tell her father that this was thanks for the pill. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart skipped a beat from the sudden realization Yeon Hojeon had been only too happy to let himself be used from the very beginning. He turned around and carelessly waved his hand, saying he was going to bandage his wounds and would catch up with them later. One of the subordinates respectfully asked her to rest while he gathered the things, to which she nodded confusedly and a little nervously. Left alone in the room, the girl sighed heavily. She sincerely rejoiced at this saving plan of her father, but openly challenging the mighty Namgun clan was true madness. Her face darkened with fear for her father, who was taking an unreasonably large blow for her safety. Suddenly, she sharply turned back, not finishing the phrase. A new frightening suspicion struck her like an electric shock. Her eyes suddenly widened. She saw his bare back, entirely marked with terrifying deep scars. The girl, stunned, held her breath. The man calmly threw on a shirt, hiding the mutilated body. She shyly lowered her gaze, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The legend of the Emperor of Light and Darkness continued. Above her head floated a calm, cloudless sky, but the days on Earth flew mercilessly. The young man sliced through the air with a sword, tensing every muscle. Everyone worked feverishly, trying to clear up the consequences of the large-scale incident as quickly as possible. The bearded mentor gathered the students around him and intently read to them the records from the book. From a high cliff, a solitary figure silently watched the huge estate bustling with life. Suddenly, the silence of the forest was shattered by a roar. A heavy axe forcefully plunged into the ground, raising a cloud of debris. The young man sliced through the air with a whistle using a heavy club, kicking up dust. The swing struck in an arc. The face remained icy, while the hair wildly flew from sharp movements. The club thundered into the ground, knocking a pile of stones from underfoot. The training stopped. A subordinate's voice sounded from behind, bringing a letter from the head of the Moyong clan. The man extended a bamboo scroll. Fingers firmly grasped the message. The heavy blade with a clang sank into the ground. A predatory smile played on the sweaty face. He quietly said that the time for their meeting had finally come. The sky rapidly darkened. Clouds filled with heavy crimson. Twilight descended over the estate, warm light lit in the windows. Having changed clothes, he entered the hall where they were already waiting for him at the generously set table. He calmly looked at the interlocutor, recalling the old rule. True masters feel neither heat nor cold. However, the head sat before him in heavy, luxurious robes in the middle of the scorching summer. The table was overloaded with expensive dishes. The host was openly putting on a show. The guest noticed that the daughter was not nearby this time, and the host explained, Manhwa stayed at the ancestral estate. The old man disdainfully remarked that for such a serious conversation, it was not worth bringing an ordinary girl. The guest's gaze suddenly grew heavy. He directly asked since when talents are measured by gender, to which the old man only nervously joked about societal pressure. The head continued to push his point. A woman at the head of the family would simply be laughed at. He feigned a sigh, regretting that Manhwa was not lucky enough to be born a man. It was a brazen lie. The former leader had long since shifted all clan management onto her shoulders. And before the great battle, he officially gave her the title. The guest squinted slightly. Everything fell into place. The old man feared her influence and subtly hinted that after marriage, Manhwa would become an outsider, so she could be completely disregarded. The bearded man in a blue robe calmly held a bowl, studying the guest intently. The young man mentally ordered himself to be extremely composed in this conversation. The young man opposite tensely clenched his fist on the table. The elder broke the silence at the luxurious table and asked if the boy had fully recovered. Hearing confirmation, the bearded man was genuinely surprised. After such terrible wounds, a quick recovery seemed impossible. He laughed loudly, praising the young hero who had cut out the rot from Murim, but the young man irritably ordered him to be quiet. The elder smiled indulgently and reminded him, "Great deeds inevitably bring great responsibility." He slowly raised the cup and declared that it was precisely to talk about her that he had arranged this meeting. The young man instantly grew sullen, demanding a direct answer. The bearded man asked if he knew the South China Devil, but the boy had never even heard that name. Then the man grinned fiercely and pulled out his trump card. He asked about the bloody bow of Manhwa. The young man repeated the title in shock. In the world of martial arts, he was the legendary first archer, sniper, and grim reaper, whose skill had reached the absolute limit. Before the palace stood the dark silhouettes of the 5 great divine generals. The formidable elite of the Black Emperor's castle, led by the vanguard commander. The figure of the archer gripped the bow and flared with a blue aura. The name Mukbi was spoken. Why was this name mentioned here? He tensed. His eyes widened in shock.